Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes are sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. Not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade. Sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. Is a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Sack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and the Shakeouts. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes are sweet and sassy. Not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. Good morning, my friends. Happy Tuesday. It's Tuesday, August 4th, 2026, and we're back for day 6 of the Massachusetts versus Lindsay Clancy trial. And yesterday was rough. Yesterday broke me in the afternoon. It really did. I think hearing Lindsay's journal entries yesterday and Kevin Reddington reading them into the record, which really, in a lot of ways, was genius because we got to hear from Lindsay without Lindsay ever taking the stand. And I think a lot of people, happy birthday to Kaylee. Happy birthday to Kaylee Goodman. She's 12 today. I love 12. 12 is such a great age. The Goodmans are here. And I think that listening to the entries from Lindsay's journal really resonated with so many of us. And I'm still so torn. I'm still so torn with this case. And I don't know how a jury is ever going to agree. I just don't know how a jury is ever going to be able to agree on this. I don't know. I feel like people out on the internet, if you go out there, be careful, first of all, but if you go out there and you read threads, people are so dug in to either side that it's like she's evil. She should rot in jail for the rest of her life. Prison. She should go to prison, throw away the key, burn her at the stake. She's a witch. She's evil. Murdering kids is never acceptable. And I totally get that. And there's some people who I guess don't believe that mental illness is a thing that can cause people to snap. And they don't believe that postpartum is a thing. And hearing Lindsay's journal just made it, I think it's just so many of us could relate to it. You know, I had 3 kids under 3 at one point. I had twins and an infant. And it's rough. And I just, if anything nothing good can come from this trial. Nothing good for the parties involved. I mean, that's it. The families, Lindsay, lives are over. Patrick has remarried. He's moving on, I guess, trying to build a life for himself. But no good is going to come for the families. I mean, whether Lindsay is sentenced to a mental hospital or to prison, she's trapped in her body. She wishes she wasn't here anyway. Her life is over. For the parents and the grandparents, you know, Lindsay's parents and Patrick's parents, and it's just there's no good answer to this. But if anything can come from this case, is that it's opening up the dialogue about postpartum and what postpartum is, and not just postpartum, and we haven't heard from any experts yet, so I don't even know if they're going to get into this, but the neurotoxicity of some of these pharmaceuticals that are just thrown at people left and right when nobody really knows how they work. And the combinations of medications and how they can react differently in different patients and different people, and how it seemed like Lindsay was crying out for help in her journal and trying to get help. But, there's another side to this. And it's like women, I think, who are going through this are embarrassed, afraid to talk about it. Because if you say, like, I have thoughts that I want to harm my child, how do you think people are going to react to that? You must be scared to death, I guess, that your kids could be taken away, put in foster care. And so there's so much stigma around it. And I think it needs to be talked about more. It needs to be looked for more. Please, if you have friends who have babies or young children, check in on them, see what you can do to help them, see what you can do to maybe take the kids for an afternoon and give mom a break. It's hard for everyone. So many moms need to work. Life is expensive. And there are a lot of two-family parents that work. There are not a lot of stay-at-home moms anymore. I mean, there are, and that is by all means a job. It is harder than any job, I think. But the heartbreak when you have to go back to work, and then the paying for childcare, which is so ridiculously expensive, and just the stress of it all is just it's so hard. Yeah, it's one thing to be ashamed of your mental health and hide the struggle. It's another to actually reach out for help. And it still doesn't help, says Carrie P. Right. So what is the answer? How do we help other women who right now, this very moment, might be going through this? I have the hotline scrolling along the bottom here. It is the National Maternal Mental Health Hotline, 1-833-852-6262. Maybe that's a good place to start. Maybe don't be afraid to reach out to your friends. Like, if what we're learning from listening to some of the experts and some of the research I've been doing behind the scenes is that postpartum psychosis is one of the true psychiatric emergencies, right? So listen, I'm open to suggestions. Give me some suggestions. What can we do to help moms out there that are going through this and we don't even know it? I just don't know how a jury is ever going to agree whether or not Lindsay suffered a psychotic break. And some jurors may think, well, even if she did, I don't care. She killed 3 kids. She needs to go to prison. Postpartum shouldn't be an excuse, shouldn't be a get out of jail free card, they may think. She's 35 years old now. She's 3 counts of first-degree murder she's facing. But I feel like the Commonwealth gaslit us and lied to us, because didn't they say, and I may be conflating, I need to go back and watch the opening, but I feel like they said she was never diagnosed with postpartum, and she didn't even mention hearing voices until after she spoke to Dr. Zeisel in the hospital. And I feel like we learned from her stay at the Brigham that it was in her hospital records that she had a history of postpartum psychosis. It was right in the record. And I guess we're going to find out as we learn more about her prior medical history before the children were killed and before she went into the Brigham and was transferred there for a month, whether she had ever been there before. And I think I remember reading in the malpractice lawsuit that maybe she had been there before. And maybe that's why it was in her record. I don't know. But it seems that postpartum psychosis does not discriminate. It doesn't matter if you're a wealthy white family from Duxbury, Massachusetts, or you're a poor mom of color, single mom. It doesn't discriminate. And I see people saying that out there in the wild webs also. She had a lot of money. She could afford a nanny. What's wrong with her? I don't feel sorry for her. She had a husband who worked. He probably made a lot of money. Wah, wah, wah. That kind of thing, right? And she did say that she heard the voices. Thank you, Emily C., because Emily C. is the queen of all things. The queen of all things. Keeping records. You must have a photographic memory. Emily has a photographic memory. Commonwealth said she'd never heard the voice before or again, but in her records, she had auditory hallucinations on 11/29, 12/4, 12/13, and 12/15. Are you getting that from the MedMal lawsuit? Or I don't know. I don't think we've seen her records, but I think that's what it says in the lawsuit, right? Oh, please. Was she calling them intrusive thoughts? Are they the same thing? What we did hear yesterday from one of the treating psychiatrists on her team at the Brigham is that a person in psychosis can and is able to do, can plan, can communicate, and can execute on a plan while in psychosis. I did not know that. And I think that was another talking point from people who think that Lindsay Clancy should fry in prison forever, is that, well, she planned it. She was able to text with Patrick. She was able to call him on the phone. She wasn't, as the prosecutor said, she wasn't seeing a unicorn in the corner. She wasn't acting like a zombie. That was wild about the unicorn in the corner. Where are we? We are in the upside down, inside out Narnia of Plymouth County, Massachusetts. And I don't remember. I mean, you can refresh my recollection because I've only been on YouTube for 3 years. So I've only been covering trials with you for 3 years. We've never covered a postpartum psychosis case before. I didn't know a lot about it coming into this. And Andrea Yates, I guess, is the seminal case on postpartum psychosis. She drowned her 5 children. I think that was in 2001. Hold on a second. She confessed to drowning her 5 children in the bathtub in 2001. In Texas. She was convicted of capital murder in 2002, but the jury refused the death penalty option. She was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 40 years. The verdict was overturned on appeal because there was false testimony by an expert witness by the name of Park Dietz. And I was listening to Dr. Leslie last night, and I think she said it had something to do with a Law and Order episode where they said she must have watched this here it is. Dietz stated he was the California psychiatrist, the expert witness for the prosecution. He gave false testimony. In his testimony, Dietz said, shortly before the murders, an episode of Law and Order had aired featuring a woman who drowned her children and was acquitted of murder by reason of insanity. Turned out that no such episode existed. And so a Texas Court of Appeals overturned her conviction in 2005. In 2006, she again entered pleas of not guilty by reason of insanity. Andrea Yates did. Her lawyers rejected a plea offer for 35-year sentence of non-capital murder. On February 1 of 2006, she was granted release on bail on the condition she be admitted for mental health.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the matter of Commonwealth.
Deliberations, she was found not guilty by reason of insanity. She was thereafter committed to North Texas State Hospital in January of 2007, where she still remains. In fact, every time it comes up for her to be able to maybe get out on parole, she refuses. So she's been there from 2007. So for people, but that is Texas, I agree. People who think that she's just going to go out on the streets, it's not what's going to happen here. They're in court. Here we go. Take breaths. Please take breaks if you need it. And here I just have some guidelines from the mods. Please keep the chat on topic and respectful today, says Team Brittany. No insults about personal appearances, etc. If you need a break, take one. This is a tough topic. It is. And we're known for our chat being classy and a safe place for people who need it. And Law 2's most hated mod says, keep the comments classy. Do not spell out the name of medications in the chat. YouTube doesn't like it and will strike the stream. And we don't want the stream stricken because then people are not going to learn about this case. And it is such an important case, even though it is so hard to watch. All right, we're going into court. God save us from the Commonwealth. Ready, set, go.
First is Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, counsel.
Morning.
Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. Can I see counsel sidebar, please?
Every morning. Me. Okay, we're on real time now. Hey, West Coasters. Thanks for getting up so early for us. Subsu, you're on the best coast if you ask me. If I could move to California, I would move to the South Bay in about 10 seconds. And now that I'll be an empty nester come the fall, or really only come a couple of weeks, I don't know if I'm ready for it. But I'll be free to move about the cabin. Oh, all right. The bow is back. Let's not talk about the bow. We're not going to talk about it. We're not going to talk about it today because it's enough with the bow. Enough. I don't want to hear it. I just don't want to hear it. I think she's trying to channel Cora, but that's the most I'm going to say about it. Yeah, I know. We're sick of reading about it. We are. Please just try and stay on topic because I get distracted by the chat. Yeah, the Carol Coronado case, nearly identical. She was a nurse who killed her 3 kids exactly the same age. This case was in 2014. I don't know if I linked it in today's show notes, but I linked it in yesterday's show notes. There's a really good documentary that you can find on YouTube, partially about the Carol Coronado case, but also there are a lot of women who come on this documentary and talk about their own personal experiences with postpartum psychosis, and it's really, really, really eye-opening. I think a lot of people could learn a lot of things from watching a documentary like that. If you guys haven't seen it. Why don't I move to Florida? Florida's not for me. If you like Florida, good on you. I hate I don't like humidity. I'd rather move to, I'm not moving anywhere. Who am I kidding? But I want to go visit. I want to go visit a lot of places. You know? But Florida's just not for me. It's just not. It's too humid. It's too slow. People drive like crazy people down there. The Rage Crochet, we have a Rage Crochet club here. It's unofficial, but we have a lot of people who love to Rage Crochet. And Summer Coffee Trials and Cupcakes has finished 4 blankets since Karen Reed season 1 and other stuff too. And she's in the Rage Crochet club for those of you who would like to join. Thank you, Allison Jones, for thanking me. Thank you. Thank you on top for your super sticker. Castle says, hearing her journal and seeing you broke me. It also made me feel I'm not alone. I'm 3 months postpartum right now. It's been really hard. Thank you for your empathy. Are you okay? Are you okay? We got you. Do you have friends and family that can help you get a break every now and then? Mom groups. Try not to stay isolated, maybe. I don't even know what the right advice is other than to tell you that we're here for you. If anybody has some good advice for Castle, please tag her in the chat and let her know that you're here for her and give her your advice. It's been a long time for me. I haven't been postpartum in many, many years. And I didn't suffer from any depression postpartum because I went right back to work. You know, I was a partner in a law firm. I didn't have maternity leave. It wasn't really a thing back then, especially when you own your own business. A couple weeks maybe, and I was back to work. Thank God I had really good help and a lot of it. But it's heartbreaking, and we're here for you, and we love you. I'm the problem, it's me. Says morning, the doctor yesterday had me stumped. I went to bed and never had anything affect me like that before. So glad we indirectly heard Lindsay. I bawled. I know, it was rough. Today we're gonna have to take a lunch break. We're gonna have to take at least a half an hour to breathe and go do some yoga because that was hard yesterday, especially with no break. I think the reason too. We didn't take a break. We need to go outside, maybe a half hour at lunch, get some sunshine. Remember the one time, I forget, was it Karen Reed trial number 1? We had a woman come in and do breathing exercises with us. And some people, it was like before a trial day. And I found a woman on YouTube and I said, can you come on and do breathing exercises with the chat? And there were people tuning in who were like, what exactly are we doing here? Bonnie John says 2 years ago, Patrick ran the Boston Marathon while wearing the names of his children, Cora, Dawson, and Callan, an item from each child, a hair bow of Cora's, a wristband of Dawson's, and a bracelet of Callan's. Oh, that's so heartbreaking. Thank you, Bonnie John, for your 20. MYB did not want to diagnose because of her job. My B. Thank you very much for being here for 31 months, Liz Marie. You are an OG. Not that Mickey is here from South Africa, says some mental health facilities in South Africa have a whole wing for PPD and P, so mom can be treated and rest and her baby is close. That is so important. Why is our healthcare system so broken? We learned also about the law in different countries. The UK is the trailblazer in the law for infanticide, treats moms in postpartum differently. And a lot of other countries have adopted that. Here in the US, I think we learned that only Illinois has a statute that is similar. Thank you, not that, Mickey. Brooklyn James says, before I got sober, I abruptly stopped drinking, very dangerous, and had audio and visual hallucinations. Yeah, that's not a good idea. I went to a boxing class while it was happening. Yeah, that's not a good idea. But congratulations on your sobriety. Plant Lady said, this case hits me hard. I had terrible PPD with my second son. It almost completely ruined my life. In the 2003, doctors threw 7 different meds at once at me. It was awful yesterday, nearly broke me. We'll take a break if you need it. Listen, nobody's forcing you to watch this. But I'm glad that you're here to share your experiences with us. And maybe you can tag Castle in in a comment and give her some advice. Charlie said, I watched the cross of ER trauma doctor woman has serious God complex issues. You talking about Dr. Kelly? Dr. Kelly, the one who didn't want to answer any questions yesterday. Listen, she's not a named defendant in any of the lawsuits. I went back and looked at the lawsuits. South Shore Hospital is, but she's not a named defendant. And so I don't know, maybe because her hospital is. The fact that she didn't review her chart to me was insane. It was insane. Every other doctor that has come in knows the case. They spit facts. They're empathetic, and they come in, they testify, they leave. I don't know if she's never testified before. I don't know what the issue was, but I don't know how the jury is going to perceive her. Thank you for your 5, Charlie. Bees on Mars, and for tuning in from Down Under. Bees on Mars, thank you. She's a therapist. She says, she or he. We all need education about depression and psychosis, especially pregnant women. Pair meds with therapy, individual group, develop a safety plan, surround yourself with supportive people who will listen and act. Right. People that you can call in an emergency. It takes a village, right? It takes a village. And the thing is, I mean, especially post 2020, I don't know. Tell me if you think you notice a difference. People are so isolated. I say it all the time too. Like, I don't want to go anywhere. Like after 2020, people are more isolated. They don't want to go out. They don't want to socialize. There's been a shift in community, you know? And that's great advice. Thank you. Anne-Marie Crochet says, where do I sign up for that club? You can just keep crocheting, girl, and just say hi to your fellow Rage Crocheters. Rage Crochet sounds amazing and are my kind of people. A lot of them are here. Sharing Sharon is another. She sends me pictures all the time of things that she's crocheting during all the trials that we watch. And welcome, Anne-Marie Crochets. If anybody else here is in the Rage Crochet unofficial club, tag Anne-Marie. Let her know what you're working on. Meditating Honey Badger, thanks for being here for 10 months, is grateful for me in the chat. Thank you. Nicole says, completely off topic. Have you seen Furious on Hulu yet? OMG. No. Is it a movie? Is it a show? Tell me, Nicole. I'm very involved in Outlander right now. I'm on season 3. Remember what happens in season 3. No spoilers for me. Oh, please. I got the throat coat tea here because I'm feeling a little vocal fry. Throat coat tea is amazing. No, I have not seen that, Nicole, but I am open to new things to watch. And so I'm going to write that down. I also heard Cape Fear was really good. Anybody watch Cape Fear? Because when I'm done here, I got to get off of YouTube and go be distracted by something else. So thank you for that, Nicole. TMBB, super fan. What's TMBB? Dr. Mick, I don't know, is from Canton and friends with Jen McCabe. People reached out to me to tell me that, and I don't want to spread any rumors, and I cannot confirm whether that is true or not. So I don't know how you know that, unless you're friends with both of them and you know that. But I did hear that rumor. Thank you for your 10. Cupcakes, petitioning for activity, says, thank you for bringing empathy to this serious and misunderstood illness. Sending hugs to all the moms in the chat. I'm watching with an open mind. I know I'm so conflicted. I'm willing to listen to all of the evidence, but I feel like when the prosecutor made it seem like she just made it up after talking to Dr. Zeisel, and then we hear from her journal yesterday that she was struggling with it for so long, it almost makes me not trust the prosecution at all. Shocker. But that's the way I feel. And do you think the jury's going to feel duped too? Toby's mama, thanks, Melanie, for doing this hard case. I'm in and out. Thanks for sticking in. And if you need a break, take a break. Here's another guideline. Just be kind or leave. Be nice or leave. Not you, Toby's mama. It just reminded me. There's so much vitriol around this case that it's insane. It really is. I mean, I think there's people that are just born without an empathy chip, maybe. I don't know. But I haven't made up my mind yet, but I'm willing to listen to the experts. Carrie Ann became a member. She's Carrie Ann Loud. I know. Outlander just finished its last season, right? So what is Blood of My Blood? Is it a prequel? You guys were telling me about that. I heard somebody say. And where can I find it? Well, I have to get through all the seasons first. And I'm very glad that there's a lot of episodes in each season because each episode is almost an hour long. So it's a good thing to watch at night when I need to unwind from this. And season 3 so far is not as violent as season 2 was. And so that's good. A little sexier than the rest of the seasons. Yeah, they're in sidebar right now. We're just waiting. We're just waiting for them to come back. Eddie Irene says that lack of empathy is a symptom of many personality disorders. Trixie said, I do not blame him, but Patrick should have taken her more seriously and been involved, but who thought it would lead where it did? Well, I felt like he was a lot more involved than a lot of husbands that I know. And I think he did go with her to the doctor's office and, he did take the children one at a time, so she could have some time with you. I can't blame him, but I think what this also could do by following this case, and there are some men in the chat, I think my audience is 80% women, 20% men. Maybe some men will all of a sudden realize how important this is to look out for, right? What are the warning signs? Because a lot of men may not even know that this is a thing either. I mean, if you're a man in the chat, let me know if you've had a partner. And there are men actually in the chat whose partners did suffer from postpartum. And maybe they didn't realize how serious it is. TMBB Superfan says, the Mallet Brothers Band from Maine, but tours the East Coast and just finished a Swedish tour. They're your Dave Matthews Band to me. We'll send you a link of TMBB and more info on the Canton Connection. That is fantastic. The Mallet Brothers Band. Thank you for letting us know. Gravel Gertie says, so easy to sit back and analyze when no one has walked in Lindsay's moccasins. Mental illness is not one size fits all, right? I don't think that postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis presents the same in every patient. I'm not a doctor, but I've listened to enough medical testimony, and we're going to hear more about it too. Yes. Jesse Butler, new DA and Jesse Butler released a statement saying he was going to submit all the documents to the federal government to see if they can charge Jesse Butler with anything federally. I did come across, as I briefly scanned the news this morning, is he finished? Jesse Butler is finished with his parole, like everything, with his community service and his like 1 year of being good. Oh my God, if you guys don't know about this case, don't fall into this rabbit hole right now. Jesse Butler in Oklahoma, his dad was heavily involved with the OSU football program at one point and the high school football program. He brutally raped 2 girls in the high school who were like 15, 16 that were his girlfriends at the time. Brutally. One of them almost died because he strangled her so badly. And they worked out a plea deal with this kid to treat him as a juvenile. And he was supposed to do something like 70 years in prison, but they gave him a sweetheart deal and he did 1 year and maybe 20 hours of community service. He did 1 year probation. He didn't go to jail at all. And it was horrific. Oh, hi, Hope, always. I think I put the chair on my Amazon list. I have an Amazon storefront in the show notes below. And I think I put the chair link in there. It's just all my favorite things from Amazon, because a lot of people ask about things. And so check. I think it was easy to put together too. It wasn't too bad. And it's got like a lumbar cushion and a neck thing. It's good. I like it a lot. It's very comfortable, especially when you're sitting here for 8 hours a day. Casey says even her mother-in-law tried to help her. Right. Her mother-in-law was, maybe still is, a nurse at South Shore Hospital, a labor and delivery nurse also. Corgi mom sticking up for Patrick. Patrick was more involved than most spouses are, and he was asking and looking for the right things. He was failed by the professionals too. He listened to them when they were saying she was okay. Right. User memo says, take all the kids at once, give her a break. It seemed that she never had kid-free time. Women are expected to do everything with the kids. He was traveling and having brunch while she was struggling. Well, I wouldn't go that far. He was on work trips and he had to travel for his job. And I know the company that he worked for because I know people that work for that company. And there's a lot of travel involved. Also, we're still at sidebar. I just, there were like 2 examples of him. One time he went to brunch with a couple of friends, and another time he took Cora skiing, and another time he took one of the kids, I think, to New York or something. But I'm not going to sit here and point the finger at him. I think everyone did the best they could with the tools that they had, and it just wasn't good enough. Big Boy said, don't say this as cold. I don't say this as cold-hearted as it sounds. Just curious, just because PPD is real doesn't automatically mean Lindsay Clancy is not guilty, right? Thanks, Mel. Yeah. PPD is real. I don't even know for a fact that she was suffering from it yet. I'm waiting to hear from the experts about that. But it seems like she did have a diagnosis. What the not guilty by reason of insanity or the lack of criminal responsibility statute in Massachusetts provides, and I'll just pull up the jury instruction because I had it here anyway because I was going to talk about it later. So Massachusetts is different from a lot of states. In Massachusetts, the burden is on the prosecution to prove that the defendant was criminally responsible at the time of the murders. In other states, it is the defendant's burden to prove that they were not criminally responsible. See how that differs? And that's a big shift. This actually favors the defense. So under the lack of criminal responsibility, jury instruction, the pattern jury instruction, which can be tweaked depending on the case. And the jury instructions in this case are going to be really, really, really important. But the first part of the jury instruction reads, if the Commonwealth has proved the elements of the offense beyond a reasonable doubt, the Commonwealth must also prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was criminally responsible at the time of the alleged offenses. Under the law, a person is not guilty if they lacked criminal responsibility when they committed the offense. This is sometimes referred to as not guilty by reason of insanity. There is no burden on the defendant to prove that they lacked criminal responsibility. That is very, very different from most other states. The Commonwealth may meet its burden of proving a defendant was criminally responsible for their conduct in either of two ways. The first way is for the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not suffer from a mental disease or defect at the time of the alleged offense. A mental disease or defect need not fit into a formal medical diagnosis. It is a legal term, not a medical term. It does not, however, include an abnormality that presents itself only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial behavior. It is for you to determine from the evidence whether the defendant had a mental disease or defect at the time of the alleged offense. And I think a jury could get hung up on that. Some jurors may believe, yeah, she had postpartum psychosis or depression, and others may be like, no, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. Because you can see the chat is split. People on the internet are split. And we're not there yet. We're just not there yet. We haven't heard from any experts. We've heard from treating doctors who treated her for the month she was in Brigham. One who saw her for 20 minutes and the other one who saw her for about a month. She's the one who did tell us that during psychosis, a person can plan, communicate, and execute on a plan. It doesn't mean they're seeing unicorns in the corner. Back to the jury instruction. The second way for the Commonwealth to prove a defendant was criminally responsible for their conduct is for the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that even if the defendant suffered from a mental disease or defect at the time of the alleged offense, the defendant nonetheless retained the substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of their conduct and to conform their conduct to the requirements of the law. So that answers your question. So the jury could find, big boy, that even though, or if she had PTSD, still knew what she was doing, and that it was wrong, and that it was against the law. Good question. Thank you. And it's way too early to decide. I mean, we're on day 6 of this trial. It's going to go on for a couple more weeks. Oh,
All right, thank you.
we love our nurses.
Yes, Ms. Clancy.
Yeah, what we're going to do at this point, Ms. Clancy, my understanding is that you, through counsel, have offered to stipulate to certain facts that would be introduced during the course of this trial. So what I want to do is just ask you a series of questions to make sure that you understand the effect of stipulating to these facts.
Wild twist. Wild twist. This was argued extensively pre-trial. They wanted to stipulate to facts, and I guess that prosecution realized that their case was tanking, and now they're going to agree to it. Let's hear what it is exactly. She's got to do a colloquy, and the judge has to ask her questions and make sure that she understands what she's stipulating to. And so this is important. They're letting it happen. Let's go. That's why it was a long sidebar. Here we go. Sully for the win.
You understand, ask that would be in council have, my understanding.
Here we go. Start
What
it
we're
again.
going to do at this point, Ms. Clancy, my understanding is that you, through counsel, have offered to stipulate to certain facts that would be introduced during the course of this trial. So what I want to do is just ask you a series of questions to make sure that you understand the effect of stipulating to these facts. So I'm going to just ask you some brief questions at this point, and then we'll kind of go from there. So if you could swear Ms. Clancy in, please.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that you shall give true answers to such questions that shall be put to you this morning.
All right, Ms. Clancy, I have been shown a list or a summary of stipulations that's been marked as exhibit or J for identification. So it's my understanding that you are requesting or offering to stipulate to certain facts. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And before I accept that, I got to make sure, ask you some questions, make sure that your decision to do so is voluntary, that you understand the consequences. So I'm going to ask you some questions. If at any time you need to speak to Mr. Reddington or you have any questions or have problems understanding what I'm saying, just let me know, okay? All right. Now, do you understand that the Commonwealth, in this case, is required to prove each and every element of the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt? Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You understand that there are certain facts that could be introduced during the course of the trial that would support, might support the Commonwealth's position regarding those elements. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And you understand that by signing the stipulation, you're agreeing that the Commonwealth does not have to prove these certain facts that are contained in the stipulation. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you understand by signing or going along with that stipulation, you are basically relieving the Commonwealth of its burden to prove those certain facts? Do you understand that?
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right. Is that what you want to do at this point?
Yes.
All right. Have you gone over this stipulation or the summary of the stipulations with Attorney Reddington?
Yes, I have.
Need any more time to do that?
No, thank you.
All right. No, by entering into this stipulation, you're giving up some important rights. So I kind of want to go over those with you at this time. Do you understand, by law, you're presumed to be innocent of each charge against you, and you do not have to prove your innocence. All right. So instead, at trial, the Commonwealth, as I said to you before, has the burden of proving you are guilty of each element of the charges against you. And by entering into this stipulation, you're giving up your right to force the Commonwealth to prove the facts that are contained in these stipulations. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You also, at trial, where we are now, you have the right to confront the witnesses that would testify about these facts. And by entering into this stipulation, you're giving up that right with respect to these stipulated facts. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You also, if you wanted to, could call your own witnesses at the trial to contest these stipulated facts if you wanted to. You understand you'd be giving up that right by entering into this stipulation.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You also, at trial, have the right to remain silent and cannot be forced to testify at this. You understand by entering into this stipulation, you're giving up in a limited way that right with respect to just those facts.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Are you doing this willingly and voluntarily?
Yes, I am.
All right. Has anyone forced you or threatened you to enter into this stipulation?
No, Your Honor.
Have you had enough time to talk to counsel about this?
Yes, I have.
All right. Are you? All right. I make the following findings. I find that Ms. Clancy has knowingly, intelligently, voluntarily, and willingly entered into the stipulation of the facts that are contained and summarized in Exhibit J for identification. I find that she is competent to enter into this stipulation. I find she understands the consequences of entering into this stipulation. So accordingly, I now accept the proposed stipulation of facts. Thank you.
I just would like, Your Honor, for the record, to again reiterate the fact that we have not been contesting the government's case in chief, if you will, have been agreeing to evidence, and this stipulation basically relieves the government of having to bring in dozens, if not more, witnesses to prove chain of custody of blood, fluids, the bands, DNA, all of that. Rather than have days of testimony, this stipulation will avoid that. So that's why we're stipulating.
If you would just wait 5 seconds, I will explain this to you. Okay? Just hold on. Hang on.
All right. All right. Commonwealth, anything else you want to add? Okay. All right. So, like I said, I have made those findings. I'm going to accept the stipulation that this.
No, the trial is not over. No, the trial is not over. Just hang on a second. You know, I explain everything. I just want to let them finish so that I don't reiterate something that they're going to tell us. So just hold on.
Clancy has agreed to, and that the parties have agreed to, consistent with J for identification. Counsel, are we ready for the jury then? Any further?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Why don't we bring the jury in?
I haven't seen the stipulation, but he's going to read the stipulated facts to the jury is what I think is going to happen. This is exactly what Kevin Reddington was fighting for pre-trial. I think that she's going to admit to the murders, and that way they don't need to parade in witness after witness after witness after witness. She's going to say, yes, I did it. Now, can we move on to whether or not I was sane at the time I did it and just skip to the experts? It's going to save time. It is going to shorten the time of the trial. It is going to, less witnesses will have to testify. The jury will not have to hear about the gruesome nature of these crimes over and over and over again and hear from, 70 witnesses from the crime scene lab and, autopsies and all of those kind of things. She wanted to do this from the beginning. The Commonwealth would not allow it. The judge would not allow it. And now this is going to drastically, I think, reduce the length of this trial, reduce the toll that this is taking on the jury. And finally, the prosecution was like, yeah, I think maybe we should agree to it. But he's going to read it to the jury is what I understand.
Hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the honorable.
It could be about testing. I don't know. I don't have the stipulation. Let's just wait. This is like just happened in real time. We're on real time. Just let's wait.
William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near to your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
Well, good morning, everyone. Sun's out today, a little nicer weather for us. Hope it was nice for you coming in here today. So what I'm going to do is ask you those questions, as I always do, and then I'll go over a little bit the schedule, and then we'll return to the Commonwealth's case. All right. So the first question, everybody's probably got it memorized by now anyway, but let me ask it. Has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial? Last question, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case? Anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? Again, thank you for following those instructions. Now, in regards to the schedule, if you remember, I said yesterday that sometimes we have to adjust on the fly, and it's going to be my call. Well, we may have to do that a little bit. All right. So today we're going to go through some cases. Now we may break a little bit early today. All right. And then tomorrow there is a matter I'm going to have to talk to counsel pretty much in the afternoon. So the thought is tomorrow. The plan for you should be pretty much 9 to 1. All right. And then the afternoon, I'm going to deal with counsel in regards to some other issues that will, I believe, keep this case going, well on track, and that's kind of where we are. So I just kind of wanted to give you that update. So that's, like I said, the best we could do. Give you as much notice in regards to that, but you will not, I say we, you will not be sitting here tomorrow afternoon. We may be. And so with that, what we're going to do is continue with the Commonwealth's case. We're going to go back. Commonwealth, call your next witness, please.
Thank you. The Commonwealth would call Christina Carpio.
Okay, so we don't know what the stipulation is. It may be that they stipulated to chain of custody witnesses, that we don't have to hear people come in saying that I took the urine samples and the blood samples to the crime lab and things like that. If I get a hold of the stipulation, I will obviously read it to you. The judge has not read the stipulation to the jury, so right now, we don't know what it says. As soon as I know, you will know.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
All right. Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Christina Carpio.
And can you spell your last name for the record?
C-A-R-P as in Peter, I-O.
And what do you do for work?
I am a general surgeon trained in trauma and critical care.
And where do you currently work?
I'm hired by Brigham, but I work at South Shore Hospital.
Can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
I completed medical school and then went to general surgery residency for 5 years at Columbia Presbyterian. I then did 2 additional years of trauma and surgical critical care at Yale. And then I've been working for Brigham and South Shore Hospital since 2016.
And explain to us how it is that you work for both Brigham and South Shore Hospital as a trauma surgeon.
Brigham has many physicians of all specialties who are at South Shore Hospital. At one point, I think there was a merger attempted between the 2 institutions. Either way, my salary comes from Brigham, but I work only at South Shore Hospital.
Okay, so that was kind of my follow-up question. Generally, your day-to-day work is at the South Shore Hospital in Weymouth?
That's correct.
And what kind of hospital, or what level hospital, trauma level hospital is the South Shore Hospital?
A level 2.
And so if there are cases that come in that need more acute care, are they generally sent over to a hospital in Boston like the Brigham?
Yes, depending. Sometimes we get input from the subspecialist to guide that decision.
And as far as your role as a trauma surgeon, do you actually do surgeries at the South Shore Hospital?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to draw your attention to January 24th of 2023. Were you working at the South Shore Hospital that day?
Yes.
And what was your role that day?
I was the on-call surgeon. I was physically in the hospital working.
At some point in the evening hours, were you advised that a patient was being transported to the South Shore emergency room as a level 1 trauma?
Yes.
And so when you are advised of that level of trauma, or you're advised of a critical patient coming into the emergency department, what do you do?
There are guidelines for how quickly we have to be present in the emergency room. Because I'm also operating, at times I may be in the operating room when that notification happens.
So in this particular case, when a patient, a female patient by the name of Lindsay Clancy was coming into the emergency department, were you able to go down to the emergency department as part of the assessment team?
Yes.
And who were you working with from the emergency department in this case?
Dr. Kelly McDonough.
Now, is that a common thing that you collaborate with the emergency room doctors or nurses and technicians in a situation like this?
Yes.
Did you have information that came in through the EMS or the paramedics about the nature of the patient's condition?
I recall that we were told it was a fall of unclear mechanism from a height of about 20 feet.
And were you advised that there was the possibility of maybe neurological deficits or some serious spinal injury?
Yes.
And as a result of that information, did that inform your trauma assessment?
It was already activated as a level 1. That's the highest mechanism when there is concern for a height from a certain level, a fall from a height of a certain level. And
So the first responders told the team that they were bringing in a woman who fell from 20 feet. Commonwealth wanted us to believe that it was 12 feet. But I think I would trust the first responders a bit more, seeing that they were at the scene and they picked her up and they could see where she fell from. And so 20 feet is what she was told.
With possible neurological injury.
So were members of the neurology department also part of that trauma assessment team?
No.
Okay. As far as your assessment, did you go and physically see the patient, make observations?
Yes.
And did you observe her in the emergency department to be intubated?
Shortly after arrival, she was intubated.
So that was done by the staff at Tewksbury Hospital, to your knowledge?
Yes.
And did you observe injuries to her neck and her wrists?
Yes.
Did you evaluate those to determine whether they needed an immediate surgical intervention?
Yes.
Did they?
No, they were superficial.
And as far as additional tests to assess whether there's any other surgical intervention that's needed, are you aware that CT scans were ordered?
Yes.
And are you aware what areas of the body they were ordered for?
We did a pan scan, which means we scanned the head, the neck, the chest, and the abdomen, pelvis.
As far as your physical observations of the patient, did you observe any obvious injuries to her head area, like abrasions, contusions, fractures?
There were lacerations to her neck.
Okay, but as far as the rest of her head or around her, like
Not
skull
obvious,
or
no.
face? And so
I hope Kevin Reddington asks her what superficial means. Also, she's an orthopedic surgeon. Didn't she say she's an orthopedic surgeon? And when a patient comes into the ER, you have to prioritize their care, right? What is the most severe injury that they have and treat that first. But I hope he asks her what the medical definition of superficial is. Why are we going over this again? How many times do we need this? This has to do with Lindsay and her injuries, and it's very important. It's very important testimony. If you guys don't want to hear this testimony, instead of complaining, you could just take a break and then come back later when there's something that you find more interesting. But a lot of us want to watch this trial, and that's what we're doing.
When those CT
She's a trauma
scans
surgeon?
were done, were you able to review the information that came from them?
Yes.
And as far as those CT scans, you're aware that there was a head CT scan or two head CT scans, one with contrast and one without.
Mhm.
And were you aware that the findings, were there no definite acute intracranial findings on the non-contrast enhanced head CT?
Yes.
And there were no significant findings on the contrast head CT, correct?
The head CT with contrast was what we call an angiogram head and neck. So it's ordered in two parts and has two reports. At the time of the documentation that was performed, we had the report back on the head section, but the neck was not completed at that time.
Okay. Was there eventually a completed angiogram of the neck area at Tewksbury Hospital?
The images were done, the report was completed. I don't know the timeline of when the report came in compared to when the patient was transferred.
So as far as your initial assessment in that trauma assessment period, or that wasn't information you had available to you about the neck findings, correct?
The angio neck findings, correct.
And that's different from other CT scans on the cervical spine and other areas of the spine. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
As the trauma surgeon evaluating this case, did you identify that there were some serious spinal injuries to the cervical and thoracic areas?
Yes.
Did any of those require you to intervene with surgical intervention?
No.
Do you recall making note that while in the emergency department, the patient became hypertensive and that she was identified as being hypothermic to 82.1 degrees?
I remember that she was hypothermic when I reviewed my documentation. The two numbers I saw in my note were normal values of blood pressure, not high values, not hypertension.
Okay. If I may approach you just with one of the pages from the notes, read your review. You could just tell me if I'm misinterpreting.
Oh, no problem. Which part?
It's towards the bottom, the second to last paragraph.
Oh, she was hypotensive, which means low blood pressure, different from hypertension, which is high blood pressure.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, no, not at all.
But as far as the hypothermic, that you recall that she was at a very low core body temperature.
Yes, that's correct.
And do you know what was done to raise her body temperature?
Okay. We do know that she had spinal surgery. She had to be transferred to the Brigham. This is out South Shore. This is where she was first brought. South Shore was not equipped to deal with the type of injuries that Lindsay had. That's why she was transferred to the Brigham to have neurosurgery or spinal surgery. So just wait, and we're going to hear from the surgeon who actually did the surgery at the Brigham. Okay? Let's keep going.
We raised the
Right. South Shore, thank you, Nathan, is level 2. Brigham is level 1. She was airlifted.
temperature in the trauma room to be able to raise her body temperature. That's usually our first line of intervention.
And do you also have available to you at the South Shore Hospital what's called a bear hugger or some sort of blanket or wrappings that you can wrap around an individual to try to get their body temperature up?
Yes, we have that.
And
We learned this in the Karen Reed trial. Many of the nurses and other medical professionals in the chat said, you have to warm up a body before you can pronounce. In that case, John O'Keefe was deceased. But you can't be dead until you're warm and dead. That's what you told us, right? So the first thing they had to do was raise her core body temperature. It was 82. John O'Keefe's was 80. Lindsay Clancy was only outside for maybe, I don't know, 20 minutes tops.
at an individual to try to get their, or some sort of blanket or wrappings that you can wrap around an individual to try to get their body temperature up?
Yes, we have that.
And at some point, her body temperature did come up to 95.2 degrees, correct?
Yes.
And based on your observations of her, did anything change about those lacerations that you observed once her body temperature was up that warranted some surgical intervention of those injuries?
No.
What was the ultimate recommendation for the care of this patient?
She had complex fractures in her spine at the thoracic level. We conferred with our neurosurgery colleague who was on call, who recommended transfer to a tertiary hospital.
And so where did this patient go?
There you go.
Brigham.
Now, you identified that your hospital is a level 2 trauma, correct?
Yes.
After fully reviewing this patient, did you agree that this was a level 1 trauma situation?
Yes.
Are you able to do surgical intervention for these particular injuries that you observed on this patient at South Shore Hospital?
The spinal injuries require input from our neurosurgical team.
And there was none available to you at the South Shore Hospital?
We did contact the on-call neurosurgeon. Because we are a level 2 trauma center, they are not required to be physically present in the hospital, but they were immediately available and they can remotely review images.
So I guess my question is, why didn't you do any surgeries regarding those injuries at South Shore Hospital? Why did you recommend the care to a tertiary hospital?
The complex level spinal injuries was deemed necessary for transfer by our neurosurgery colleague.
Okay, thank you.
Reddington.
They didn't have the right doctors and they had to transfer her, and that happens. That happens a lot of the time. And
Just a few
listen, you
questions.
would rather, if you need a complex spinal surgery like that, you would rather be transferred to a hospital with doctors that are there, that are equipped to do that type of surgery, than a surgeon who's not equipped to do that kind of surgery. Happens, and it's normal. And I think maybe the prosecutor didn't understand that, because she was hanging on the fact that because this doctor didn't do surgery, that it probably wasn't necessary. I don't know. Let's go. Here's Cross.
So South Shore Hospital, and you made reference to as being a trauma hospital, and the injuries suffered by Lindsay were level 1. Is that what it was?
Yes, that's correct.
That would be the highest level. Is that right?
Yes.
As far as risk or concern of the person's safety and health and survival.
Yes.
What time, if you remember, what time approximately was she admitted to South Shore Hospital?
The word admission means that she would have remained there as a patient, so she was never formally admitted.
Okay.
For the time that she was brought in by EMS, I would have to refer to that information from the record.
Do you have an idea as to how long she was at your hospital?
Likely several hours, but again, I would have to see the specifics in the charts of there's documentation
Right.
with EMS for arrival and for when transfer occurred to Brigham.
Okay. And at some point, it was decided that she would be transferred to Boston, right?
Yes.
Brigham and Women's Hospital.
Yes.
And it was decided by someone that they weren't going to put her in an ambulance for that transport, right?
I would have to look at the record for what was the method of transfer to Brigham.
Do you know how she was transferred? By helicopter? Med flight?
I don't know, because MedFlight can also, MedFlight covers 2 modes of transportation, MedFlight ambulance and MedFlight helicopter.
Do you know that she was med flight helicopter to Boston?
I don't know that.
And the time that she left was after you all had provided the treatment that you were able to provide to Lindsay as a patient, right?
Yes.
And you reached the end of your rope. She had to be transferred because she needed immediate high-level medical care, right?
She needed higher level of care. Yes.
Higher level of care.
End of the rope, maybe not the greatest term or phrase to use when we're talking about an attempt to take one's own life, but I hear what he's saying.
And as a result, she was then brought to Brigham and Women's Hospital. Now, the treatment that you had given would include raising her apparently temperature, I guess, because she came in at a low temperature, right?
Yes.
And did you use IV fluids?
I would have to check the record, but that is a
Did
common
she-
intervention.
So your memory would be that you believe that you used IV fluids, but you'd have to have me get out of the box and check the record to ask that question, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. It didn't really work out very well, though, did it? Because you know that when she was brought to Boston after all of the time that she was treated at your hospital, she was still core temperature of 82 when she hit Brigham and Women's.
No, allow it if she knows.
I did not look at the medical record from another institution. I only reviewed my note from South Shore Hospital.
Did you know that your patient had coded shortly after being brought to Brigham and Women's Hospital?
No.
Did you know that she had to have massive transfusions right after being brought to the hospital in Boston?
No.
Did anybody in South Shore Hospital make a determination that she had lost a lot of blood?
The EMS report did not share that there was a large volume of blood at the scene. She was evaluated part of her CAT scans also help us evaluate for intra-abdominal blood loss.
Okay, so when you raise the issue of the EMS, that would be the ambulance, right?
Yes.
And their report, their run sheet, they prepare, right? That's what you're talking about, right?
There is verbal report from EMS when the patient is brought in and also the run sheet of the details.
Okay. And when the people from the EMS came in, did they speak to you about the verbal report?
They address the entire room, so all the staff in the room
Okay.
is available to hear the details.
And you're able to look at the run sheet, correct?
No, the run sheet is not always immediately available.
So did the EMTs, to your knowledge, as a treating surgeon physician in the trauma center, tell you that there was blood loss?
Not to my recollection.
Did anyone tell you that at the scene where she was being treated after coming out of the window and striking the ground, that there was blood in the snow and on the leaves and in the grass?
I cannot recall if they commented on that.
Is that important for you to know if there's blood loss on a patient?
If there is a large volume of blood loss, yes, the EMS will routinely comment on a patient being found.
Yeah, but that's the EMS. You're the surgeon, right?
That is correct, sir. Yes.
Yeah, and one of the things would be blood pressure, right? What the person's blood pressure is, correct?
Yes.
And she had, if I understand your testimony correctly, low blood pressure.
She initially, when she came in, the note has a normal blood pressure, and then after intubation, her blood pressure dropped.
Okay. Do you know what caused the blood pressure to drop?
There were several factors at play. As we discovered from her CAT scan, she had an injury to her spinal cord in the thoracic region that very commonly causes issues with maintaining your blood pressure.
And do you know what her blood pressure was? I mean, if you don't, that's fine. You need the records.
Blood pressure at which point?
At the point I'm asking you about, when you noted that she had low blood pressure.
No, I don't remember how hypotensive she was, no.
As far as being hypertensive, did you know that when she finally hit the Boston hospital that she had massive transfusion of blood?
I thought I asked and answered.
Oh, did you?
You asked me before and I answered that no, I did not know that.
Okay. So how about, did you know that they introduced pleural tubes in both sides of her chest and removed many, many cc's of blood from both the right and left pleural cavity?
No, I just object to the line of questioning. The witness has already indicated she hasn't reviewed those records. She's not aware of what happened at the Brigham. Go through each and every injury is not necessary.
No, she can answer that.
No, I do not know that about the patient when she was not at South Shore Hospital.
How about the super?
I mean, should they have inserted chest tubes at South Shore? Ask yourselves that, medical professionals in the chat. She had fractured, I think, every single rib on both sides and was probably bleeding internally profusely. I think I could insert a chest tube from all the chest tubes I've watched be inserted on the pit. But part of this testimony is absolutely going to be used in the medical malpractice case that Rosemary Scapicchio has filed on behalf of Lindsay Clancy.
Superficial cuts that you were talking
I do not know that about the patient when she was not at South Shore Hospital.
How about the superficial cuts that you were talking about? Would you suggest or would you agree that on the right ulnar area and the left ulnar area of the upper extremities, right and left, that there were a deep cut noted in the skin?
The notes about her wrist injuries said that it was through the skin with exposed fat, but there was no exposed muscle or tendon. So
Okay.
those are more superficial.
So you would not agree that they were deep cuts on both arms? You wouldn't agree with that?
No, I would not.
And again, you're not aware of anything that was diagnosed in Brigham and Women's Hospital, right?
That is correct.
As far as the injury to her spine, what kind of injury was it? Do you remember?
It was at thoracic level T5, T6.
And what type of injury was there to the spine?
The report said that the stability of this, the pattern of it indicated that there was instability of the spine, which is why we conferred with the neurosurgeon.
Right. And nothing much came.
Instability of the spine. She had severed her spinal cord. Doc, somebody misread the scan? This was not like a herniated disc or a displacement of a vertebrae. This was a severed spinal cord. That's why she was paralyzed from the waist down.
Out of that either.
And the stability of this, the pattern of it indicated that there was instability of the spine, which is why we conferred with the neurosurgeon.
Right. And nothing much came out of that either, as far as conferring with the neurosurgeon, right?
I'm not sure what you mean by nothing much came of
Well, you
that.
didn't show up to come to the hospital, right?
We didn't, I'm not sure.
Okay, the spine was transected at T5, T6, right?
The person, the team, or rather the input you would need for further commentary on the spine would be a neurosurgery team. I am not a neurosurgeon. I am a general surgeon.
So you're not aware of the transection. You know what a transection is, don't you?
Yes.
Okay. And on your CAT scans or on your pictures that you were describing for the jury with no problem for the DA, did you notice that the spine was transected at T5 and T6?
There was compression of the bones. I would have to specifically look at the report to see if it used the word transection.
Okay. How about a thyroid? Did you notice anything about a thyroid?
It said that there was concern, there was edema at the thyroid, concern for contusion or laceration.
And that's the extent of your knowledge. You don't know whether or not the thyroid was destroyed or anything, do you?
Correct.
Okay. How about her ribs? You noticed that some of her ribs were broken.
I would have to look at her CAT
Have to
scan
look at-
report again.
yeah. So coming in here today, you're not aware whether or not she had broken ribs because you haven't been able to look at your records. Is that right?
I did review my records. I would have to specifically state into the record what was the injuries. I would be happy to read from my note, which I know is part of
So-
the evidence.
Yeah. So who is it that decides that a patient
Which I know is part of the evidence. Doctor. This is the part of the case that is very, very important. The injuries to Lindsay Clancy are very, very important. Why is she downplaying the injuries? Why didn't she look at her chart? I'm sure it's not a very long chart. She wasn't there for very long before she was transferred, but they said they did a full body scan, and we know because we heard other witnesses say that she fractured like every single rib. That's why her chest was filling up. That's why they had to insert the chest tubes when she got to the Brigham. That's why her core body temperature was 82, and they didn't manage to warm it up at all before her arrival. It's not good for the South Shore Hospital. She's being a little too spicy for my liking, but he's going to tell us what the injuries are. He's not being rude. He's doing his job. She should have reviewed her chart. She's a doctor. This is a murder case. I don't want to hear any more excuses for these witnesses who get on the stand and know nothing. The prosecution has the absolute obligation to prepare these witnesses for trial. That is their job. This is a murder trial. Get it together.
is going to be med-flight?
What was the injuries? I would be happy to read from my note, which I know is part of
So-
the evidence.
Yeah. So who is it that decides that a patient is going to be med-flighted into Boston from South Shore Hospital?
Some of it depends on the level of injury and the transport teams that are available at that moment. Sometimes a med-flight ambulance is faster. Sometimes med-flight is available. It all depends on the available resources at the time of the event.
So what I asked you is who decides whether or not somebody's getting med-flighted out of South Shore Hospital?
Is collaborative between what resources are available for us to transport the patient. The decision to transfer the patient is made between the emergency room team and the trauma team,
So
and the
you
input
as the-
from the
Go
subspecialist.
ahead.
Let her finish.
Yeah, no, I didn't know she was still talking. Go ahead.
That was a little bit rude. But again, he's defending a woman for a triple homicide. Hold on. Let's hear that again. Yeah, I didn't know you finished.
Are available for us to transport the patient. The decision to transfer the patient is made between the emergency room team and the trauma team,
So
and the
you
input
as the-
from the
Go
subspecialist.
ahead.
Let her finish.
Yeah, no, I didn't know she was still talking. Go ahead.
I finished, sir.
All right. So you as the trauma surgeon, would you agree that you had a little bit to do with whether or not she was in dire straits and had to be med-flighted to Boston?
I would be part of the decision to transfer her.
Do you remember that decision being made, and do you remember the meeting that you had to make that decision?
I remember conferring with the emergency room team that neurosurgery had said she needed transfer.
And it was by med-flight, right? You
Again,
don't know whether it's an ambulance or a helicopter, but you know it was med-flight.
It should have been med-flight, yes.
Okay, that's all I had.
Commonwealth, any redirect?
Just very briefly, doctor, it was very clear to you that this patient was suffering from multiple injuries.
Yes,
And is it the policy of the South Shore Hospital to make sure a patient is stable before they're transported?
yes, that's correct.
And so that's what the emergency team and the entire team that's collaborating on her did, right?
Yes, correct. We would not put an unstable patient in any mode of transport to another facility.
So in the review of all the CT scans, the abdominal scans, the head scans, the chest x-rays, all of the things that were reviewed, it was identified that she was stable enough to be
So
transported.
I'm
to
going to
another
object because I think she's a
Yes,
very hostile witness, and this is leading, which I haven't objected to yet, but at this point I am on this witness.
I'll allow this question.
Been leading this whole entire trial, and Kevin Reddington has not jumped up once. This is the first time, so I want to hear this again. But I know there's a lot of medical professionals in the chat, so when you answer this question for me, just preface it by saying nurse, doctor, whatever your profession is. should they, and listen, if she had all ribs broken on both sides and her chest was filling up, isn't it likely that she might have had a hemothorax or a pneumothorax? Should they have inserted chest tubes at the very least at South Shore Hospital? Let me know what you think, because it sounds like they screwed up.
So I'm going to object.
You involved.
Unstable patient in any mode of transport to another facility.
So in the review of all the CT scans, the abdominal scans, the head scans, the chest x-rays, all of the things that were reviewed, was identified that she was stable enough to be transported.
So I'm going to object because I think she's a
Yes,
hostile witness, and this is leading, which I haven't objected to yet, but at this point I am on this witness.
I'll allow this question. Okay.
Sorry, what was your answer?
Could you repeat the question, please?
So after reviewing all of the imaging, the CT scans, the chest x-rays, everything, you and your team were comfortable that she was stable enough to be transported to another hospital, correct?
Yes.
And I think your testimony was that a large contributor to the decision to transport was the information that you got from the neurosurgery team.
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything on that, Ms. Reddington? All right, thank you, doctor.
All right, thank you, sir.
All the medical professionals in the chat are saying yes on chest tubes.
All right, Commonwealth?
Karen says,
The Commonwealth would call Joseph Rabbit to the stand.
Mr. Rabbit. She's paralyzed from just below the chest, not waist down. She has use of her arms, right? She has use of her arms. So she says, when your spinal cord is severed at T5-6, right, the automatic functions such as body temp, sweating, BP, and even coughing can become difficult, I would imagine. She's paralyzed from just below the chest, not the waist down. Thank you for that.
All right, good morning, sir.
Morning, Your Honor.
Let me just have one moment.
Sure, sure.
Name? Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Lieutenant Joseph Rabbit, R-A-B-B-I-T-T.
And where do you work?
The Massachusetts State Police, currently assigned to the cybercrime unit.
How long have you been with the state police?
Since March of 2012.
And I'm going to draw your attention back to January of 2023. What was your assignment then?
I was a trooper assigned to the State Police Detective Unit for Plymouth County.
And do you recall how long you were a detective or trooper assigned to the detective unit in Plymouth County, approximately?
From February of 2017 to September of 2024.
I'm going to draw your attention to January 24th of 2023. Do you recall being involved in an investigation in the town of Duxbury that day?
I do, yes.
And do you recall where you went in Duxbury or where the investigation was unfolding out of?
I first went to Jordan Hospital, or Beth Israel Deaconess, Plymouth.
Okay. And so you didn't initially go to 247 Summer Street, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say you weren't the case officer in this case?
That is correct.
And your experience working with the detective unit, fair to say when an investigation or a death investigation is ongoing, kind of it's all hands on deck and everyone's kind of directed to do different things, correct?
That is correct.
And so in this circumstance, you were asked to go to the Beth Israel Deaconess or the old Jordan Hospital here in Plymouth, correct?
Correct.
Why did you get asked to go there?
Because 3 children have been transported there.
And so were you assigned to just go and check in on the status of the kids and what was going on at that hospital?
Checking on the status and have any potential victims documented by crime scene services.
Okay. And so while you were at the hospital, you did have the occasion to speak with Patrick Clancy, correct?
I did, yes.
Okay. And after you left the hospital, did you go to 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
I did, yes.
And are you aware that other members in your unit had obtained a search warrant for that home?
I was, yes.
And so when you arrived at 47 Summer Street, were you there to assist with the execution of the warrant?
I was, yes.
And part of the warrant execution, is it fair to say that everyone's kind of asked to look at particular areas and search for potential evidence related to the offense?
That is correct.
Fair to say this search warrant was executed shortly after the incident occurred?
Fair to say, yes.
And so did you and other investigators have limited information about what had happened?
Yes.
At the home, were you in the kitchen area assisting with the search?
I was, yes.
And I'll show you what's already been marked. Exhibit 144, if you could look at the screen. Are you familiar with that photograph or what's depicted in that photograph?
I am, yes.
And is that the kitchen area at 47 Summer Street?
It is, yes.
There on the early morning hours, I would say, of January 25th.
I was, yes.
And so fair to say you made observations while you're there, right?
Correct.
And what was an observation that you noted to other investigators in that kitchen area on the island?
A CVS bag.
Okay. I'm just going to show you exhibit number 40. That's a little bit of a closer view of the bag, correct?
That is correct.
And how about this larger paper bag? Did you observe that as well?
I did, yes.
And could I just
Look at the little kids' lunch trays with all the compartments on them. There's a 3V takeout bag and a CVS bag. I'm mystified as to why she would keep calling in MSP troopers who executed the search warrant when every single cross is going to be Kevin Reddington whipping out the dresser drawer or the nightstand drawer that they failed to search, in which was her Apple Watch and all of the empty bottles of medication, which yesterday when he pulled them out in a Ziploc bag, there were a lot more than I thought. But if she wants to keep putting these guys on the hot seat to show their incompetence, I mean, go ahead. It makes no sense. Okay, keep going.
approach you with what's been already marked as Exhibit 31. Is that also familiar to you?
It is, yes.
Is a receipt that was on with that bag?
Correct.
And fair to say all of these things, the CVS bag, the receipt, were noted and certain things were collected, including the receipt, Exhibit 31, and the CVS bag.
Correct.
Do you recall what was inside the CVS bag?
I believe it was a bottle of Pedialyx.
You also observed other areas of the kitchen, correct?
Correct.
And so there was a particular cabinet in the kitchen. Did you open a cabinet and discover something that stood out to you?
I did, yes.
And what was the cabinet and what stood out?
An upper kitchen cabinet with medication bottles.
Okay. And fair to say that was pointed out and documented as well.
It was, yes.
If I may approach.
You may.
First photograph, is that familiar to you?
It is, yes.
And that's the cabinet that you opened and saw the items inside?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm just going to show you a second photograph. Is that fair to say just a closer of those top shelves?
It is, yes.
And what particularly stood out to you about the medication in the cabinet? Was it the spices or the generic medications or something else?
The prescription medications.
I would go to admit these as the next two.
Was it the spices?
It may be admitted.
Or the medications? How about let him answer the question? Thank you, your dad's favorite mom, for your compliment.
It's the 52 and my 53. So just showing you now on the screen. Exhibit 152, and that's just the cabinet open, and there's looks to be like an air fryer below it, correct?
Correct.
That's a kitchen cabinet full of medicine is what that is. It's a medicine cabinet in the kitchen. A lot of it may be kids' medications. Some of it looks like to be prescription bottles on the top. Some of it looks to be vitamins and supplements, all kinds of different things, including, well, the second shelf here looks like that's the spice shelf. Spice shelf, maybe that's some ibuprofen on the end, but looks like the top is where some of the medications are, and also many over-the-counter medications.
Now showing you 153, which has those top two shelves. And it's the very top shelf has the prescription bottles, correct?
Correct.
What did you do with the prescription bottles?
I placed them on the island and notified other members that were searching so they could be photographed by crime scene services.
I mean, it kind of blows the mind to think about it, right? It kind of blows my mind to think about it. They're looking for evidence, right? 3 children brutally murdered in the basement. They're looking for evidence, and they look through the kitchen cabinets for evidence, but they don't look in the nightstand drawer, which is where most people, I would submit to you, keep their night meds. I don't know, just spitballing out here with you. I'm not a detective or anything, but maybe I should be, because I feel like people keep their night meds in their nightstand, and, you know, maybe their day meds downstairs and the kids' meds downstairs. How do you miss a nightstand drawer, but you're looking in all the kitchen cabinets? It makes 0 sense to me. I thought somebody else did. That's what the guy yesterday said. He's like, there was 5 guys in there. I figured somebody else did it. It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
I'll show you another photograph. Is that fair as to you placing those bottles on the island?
It is, yes.
All right, it may be admitted.
And how many bottles were there?
There were 4.
I'll torch you with a bag. Take a look at what's in the bag. Do those appear to be the 4 bottles that were in the cabinet?
They do, yes.
Oh, and this is the next.
So there were 4 prescription bottles in the cabinet.
It may be admitted.
And I wonder if these are the ones that she whipped out during her opening
Thank you.
to talk about how there were only 2 pills missing from here, or during Patrick's testimony, 1 pill missing from here, 2 pills missing from here.
Then pulling these 4 bottles out of the cabinet, lining them up on the counter, and asking crime scene to photograph them. Did you do anything further with these pills as far as inventorying them or examining them?
I did not, no.
And when a search warrant is executed, fair to say there's usually an evidence officer who kind of documents everything and collects everything to take back either to the crime lab or to the state police office.
That's correct.
Now, in addition to assisting with the execution of the warrant on January 20, the early morning hours of January 25th, were you asked to do something else on this case on February 6th of 2023?
I was, yes.
And on that day, did somebody come into the state police office at the district attorney's office with some information or evidence?
They did, yes.
Who was that came in?
Mr. Patrick Clancy.
And was he with an attorney, somebody by the name of David Meyer?
Yes.
And what did they bring to the state police?
Bottles of medication.
How was
Oh, David Meyer. Why do we know David Meyer? He represented some other people in another case that we've been watching. David Meyer. Wasn't he also hired as maybe a special prosecutor in another county? Why did Patrick Ansley come in with a lawyer? I mean, smart move. But I guess that's when he brought in the bag of medication.
was it transported to the state police, or how did you receive an attorney, somebody that came in?
Mr. Patrick Clancy.
And was he with an attorney, somebody by the name of David Meyer?
Yes.
And what did they bring to?
David Myers, the special prosecutor who investigated Enrique Delgado's death at the Massachusetts State Police Training Academy. That's right, for Enrique Delgado Garcia. Thank you. Olivia. Hi, Olivia.
to the state police?
Bottles of medication
How was it transported to the state police, or how did you receive it?
in a CVS bag.
I'm just going to show you a photograph.
That's right. He was the investigator, the special investigator.
Is that familiar to you?
It is, yes.
And is this fair as to the bag that was provided to you on February 6th?
Yes.
It may be admitted.
When Mr. Clancy and Attorney Meyer brought that bag in, did you do something or ask somebody to do something to memorialize what they were bringing to you?
Yes, I asked crime scene services to digitally document them.
And so the photograph I just showed you of the bag, that was done by a trooper from Crime Scene Services that came to the office.
Yes.
Do you recall who that was?
I believe it was Trooper Rostoffers.
And fair to say that with the crime scene trooper present, you also examined the other contents in the bag, correct?
That is correct.
And there was a blank greeting card, some paperwork, and a kind of insert for CVS. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Just show me one more photo. Is that the other items that were in the bag other than the medication bottles?
That is correct.
That may be admitted.
And again, as to the medications in that bag, when you saw that there were prescription bottles there, did you present them so that they could all be documented?
Yes,
And did you then inventory or examine each of the bottles?
I did, yes.
And is it fair to say that Patrick Clancy had indicated that the bag was in his truck and that he was bringing them to the state police as a result of everything that occurred on January 24th?
I can't recall where he said he got them from, but that is why he was bringing them in.
And I'm just going to approach with the previously been marked as exhibit number 2. You want to just take a look at that before we go through it. Does that appear to represent all the bottles that were provided to you on February 6th?
It does.
And that's 9, correct?
Correct.
Now, just as far as each bottle, just one moment.
She's placing each and every bottle on top of the ledge of the witness stand. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I feel like we're on Sesame Street. 7
So
bottles of
when
medication.
you are tasked with tracking or inventorying particular items like this that come in, what do you do?
Count out how many capsules or tablets are in there, the date that it was filled, and the amount left in the bottle, and the amounts that it said should have been there when filled.
Okay, and so referring first to this bottle that's labeled lorazepam, 1 milligram. Fair to say it says date filled 10/26/22, correct?
Correct.
And it says that originally it was filled with 30, quantity 30.
Correct.
And you counted what was left in this particular bottle, and there were only 14 pills left in that bottle, correct?
Piper, no. Piper, I need a lorazepam. Piper, no. Name that TV show. Sometimes we need a break. Remind me again where Patrick Clancy found these medications. These are not the ones that were in the nightstand drawer, right? These are the ones, did he have these in another location? Once again, pointing out things the MSP didn't find.
Correct.
Right. They were in his car, right? These are the ones that were in his car because I think he was going to dispose of them or something. So let's point out all the evidence that the Massachusetts State Police didn't find.
So the next one, the bottle labeled sertraline, brand name Zoloft, filled on 9/15/22, quantity 30. Did you count how many pills were left in this bottle?
I did, yes.
And fair to say there's 23 left.
Correct.
Now, buspirone.
Here's what happens when they
There
switch your
were, in
meds.
fact,
You stop
2
taking the
bottles.
old ones, you start taking the new ones, or you
Labeled
titrate
buspirone,
off the old
correct?
ones and
That
you
is
start
correct.
taking the new ones.
And one of them with a date of 10/26/22, date filled, quantity 30. You counted how many pills are in this bottle, right?
Correct.
And there were 28 pills left in this bottle.
That is correct.
Is it going to be
Hydroxine filled on 10/26/22, quantity 30. You counted how many pills were in this?
That is correct.
And fair to say there were 27 left in that bottle.
Correct.
Clonazepam filled on 11/25/22 with 14 pills in the prescription. You counted how many were in this bottle?
Correct.
And there were actually 11 and a half, correct?
That is
She's testifying. Talk about leading. I mean, this is come on already. When are you going to get to the point where, you ask him a question? How come Venus Blue Cupcake is the only person who got my White Lotus reference about lorazepam? Is there going to be a math test after this, Bowhead?
Fluoxetine filled on 11/21/22 with 56 in the prescription. You counted how many were left in this bottle?
I did, yes.
And there were 43.
Correct.
Correct. The second bottle of lorazepam that was 0.5 milligrams filled on 11/2/22 with, it says 40 on the bottle, right?
Correct.
You counted what was left in this bottle and it was 18 and a half tablets.
That is correct.
And the second bottle of buspirone filled on 11/9/22, quantity 30. There were actually 30 in this bottle. Is that fair to say?
Correct, yes.
And trazodone filled on November 16th, 2022 with a prescription for 30. You counted that there were 22.5 pills left in this bottle. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then once you identified and counted each and every one of the pills in these bottles, you handed this in for evidence.
That is correct.
Joanna says, respectfully, are we positive they missed the drawer? Patrick could have put the watch and the meds there. Yeah, it was the same day search. It was the same day. I don't think Patrick had been allowed back in the house because, it was a crime scene. So they actually had crime scene tape and they kept everyone out of the house. And the search was done on the same day, on the 24th. And Patrick was not allowed back in the house. So they absolutely 100%, in my opinion, based on what I know right now, missed the drawer. And there's no excuse for that, in my opinion. Thanks, Joanna. Good question. Yeah, these were the discontinued meds in his car, correct?
All right, cross, counsel?
He's going to get the drawer. I can feel it.
On the pills that you just counted, or you went through the bottles that you seized, first of all, there's no doubt that you guys were executing a search warrant, right?
That is correct.
And to have a search warrant, you have to have a reason to seize something from a citizen's person or their home, right?
That is correct.
If they're probable cause is what it's called, right?
Correct.
And then you have to itemize what you want to have the authority to seize, right?
Correct.
So I take it that when people went in executing the search warrant, that you had authority to seize the medical pill bottles that we've just gone through.
Correct.
And that was set forth right in the where it says you're therefore commanded, one of the things that you're entitled to seize would be prescription medication, right?
Correct.
And that would be on January 25 of 13 that this affidavit was submitted to the clerk in this court, right?
Correct.
At 3 o'clock in the morning, warrant was issued on January 25, right?
I didn't write it, but that sounds about right. That sounds right.
All right, but do you recall what time you went into the home, the Clancy home, to execute the warrant or serve the warrant?
It was early morning hours, yes.
All right.
Okay, so the search warrant was signed at 3 a.m. on 1/25, so that would have been the night after. So actually, I don't know if Patrick stayed in the house or not. And I don't remember his testimony. But in any event, they're searching the very next day. So even if he did put the stuff in there, they should have found it, right?
Early morning hours, you're in there to look for, and among other things like computers and things, seize any medication bottles that you saw.
Correct.
So it's not that it's a random search that some police officer just happened to grab bottles that he or she saw. There was a specific intent to seize prescription medication, correct?
It was on the affidavit, yes.
And that's what you all did when you went in to try to execute the warrant and seize the items, right?
I mean, for myself, what I found in the kitchen is what I seized, yes.
So were you the officer in charge of the warrant execution?
I was not, no.
Okay. Did you leave the kitchen and go elsewhere?
I did, yes.
And where did you go?
I believe I went to one of the children's bedrooms because somebody informed me there was a Nest camera in there.
A camera?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go anywhere else, if you recall?
Not that I can recall.
Did you go in the master bedroom?
I can't recall if I did.
Do you recall whether or not anybody in your presence or anybody went into a drawer, a nightstand, and looked in the drawer and saw an Apple Watch, a bunch of pills, things to use to assist your sleeping, things of that nature? Do you remember anybody doing that?
I don't know if anybody did or not.
And there were 1, 2, 3.
He's got the drawer. He calls it a drawer, so I'll call it a drawer. He's away from the mic, so just pay attention to what he's saying. He's counting. He's got the drawer. He's got the Ziploc bag of pill bottles, and he's counting them out loud.
Things to use to assist your sleeping, things of that nature. Do you remember anybody doing that?
I don't know if anybody did or not.
And there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 prescription bottles that were seized. Have you ever seen these?
I have not, no.
So you went through the pill count on the bottles for the district attorney, and you did that when you did inventory apparently of these pill bottles that you already talked about, right? For the DA, she asked you to look and tell us how many pills were missing, right?
I did that for the ones that were turned in.
Right, and nobody ever looked at these bottles, right?
I don't know if they have or not.
His facial expressions are everything for me. As he throws them back in the
If I
drawer.
understand correctly, lorazepam, as counsel asked you, the dates that these scripts were written, the lorazepam, as you indicated, was October 26th. The buspirone was same date, October 26th. The hydroxyzine was October 27th. Flanazepam was into November 25. Fluoxetine was November. Lorazepam was the beginning of November, November 2nd. Buspirone. These were all pills that were issued on prescriptions in about a 3-week period of time. Is that correct?
Yeah, whatever the dates are when they would have been
Okay.
prescribed.
Would you say that Patrick Clancy was very cooperative with your investigation? Anything you needed, he was pretty much there to try to help you out?
I mean, I think I only dealt with him at the hospital, but he was very forthcoming.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have, sir.
Silly wabbit.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Silly wabbit. Didn't go as hard on him with the draw as I would have liked, but that's okay. Maybe he's saving it for whoever he knows is coming next as he throws his file
Counsel.
to the other side of the table.
Commonwealth would call Maureen Hartnett.
Maureen Hartnett is here. Tell your friends. Here comes Maureen Hartnett. Wait, she looks different. Was she always blonde? She testified in Karen Reed, I think both trials. She's the one who I think did not pass her certification at one point.
Good morning.
Morning.
All right, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning. Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Ian Hartnett.
And how are you employed? What do you do for work?
I'm a forensic scientist too in the criminalistics unit as well as the crime scene response unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And how long have you worked for the crime lab?
Approximately a total of 10 years.
And what are your general responsibilities as a forensic scientist too?
In the criminalistics unit, I examine items of evidence for the possible presence of biological fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva, and those items would include clothing, weapons, or sexual assault kits, among other items. I also collect and identify trace materials such as hairs and fibers. I perform damage analysis on clothing and collect gunshot residues.
Do you have to undergo some specific training and education in order to perform those tasks at the crime lab?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in biology as well as a master's degree in forensic science. In addition, I received approximately 9 months of training in the crime laboratory as well.
Do you have to take proficiency or competency tests on a regular basis?
Yeah, so a competency test is taken after each module in the training. They address certain things like blood identification, semen identification, and after each of those modules, I took a competency test to move on to the next portion of the training. Yearly, I also take multiple proficiency tests in biological fluid identification, as well as trace identification and crime scene response.
I'd like to talk a little bit first about the crime scene response. So you, as a forensic scientist, are a civilian, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you often work in tandem with a trooper from the crime scene services section?
Yes, generally I work alongside law enforcement as well as crime scene services when processing a crime scene.
And when you go to a crime scene to process with the crime scene response unit, what's the goal or what are you looking to do there?
My focus generally is on biological evidence, such as blood, semen, saliva, as well as documentation through sketches and diagrams.
And the trooper from the crime scene services section that is usually there, the law enforcement, are they also documenting the scene as well and reviewing those same areas, but through photographs?
Yeah, so I can't speak for all of their responsibilities. I do know they take photographs, video, and they also take their own diagrams on occasion.
Tell us about the little hair that could, about the little hair that stuck to the side of the Lexus that made it in a blizzard, nor'easter, all the way to Dighton and back on a tow truck, the little hair that could, and the glass on the bumper that didn't match anything else. The heir apparent, the hair apparent. That's right. That's what we called it. The hair apparent. I thought she was a brunette before. We don't body shame here. So if that's something you would like to do, head on over to Law and Crime and do it there. Thank you so much.
Now, in addition to locating biological evidence, do you sometimes perform what's called screening tests at crime scenes?
Yes, I do.
And what are the common screening tests that you can do at a crime scene?
I perform screening tests for blood as well as screening tests for semen, depending on the case history and what the forensic relevant evidence is.
And does that help inform you on what to collect from a crime scene sometimes?
Yes, that's correct.
Fair to say if there's a large pool of blood on a floor, you can't collect that all and take it back to the lab, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So how do you collect a sampling of it in order to then later process something like a red-brown stain or some sort of biological spot or stain that you observe?
Depending on the substrate on which the biological fluid is located, I'll take a swabbing of the item, which is generally something like a Q-tip to swab up the stain. Or if it's on a soft surface, I could potentially take a cutting to preserve that biological evidence for future testing.
And in some instances, do you actually take the whole object if it's possible?
In some instances, yes, that's correct. We would take the whole object depending on what it is.
Okay.
Just a mid testimony interruption. Missy Nick is at Paul's Barbershop in Quincy. So if anybody would like to meet Adam Deitch today, who is running for district attorney in Norfolk County, Missy, tell everyone what time Adam Deitch is coming over to see everyone at the barbershop. So in case anybody is near or around Quincy, you can get over there, speak to, and meet Adam Deitch. Thank you, Missy.
I'm going to draw your attention to January 24th of 2023. Do you recall being asked to come out with the crime scene response unit on that day or that evening?
Yes, I do.
And where was the first place that you went in this response?
I responded to South Shore Hospital, the emergency department.
And fair to say that Trooper Rose Stoffers was also dispatched to that location as well?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you make observations of a person who was identified as Lindsay Clancy at South Shore Hospital?
Yes, I did.
And did you observe her to have red-brown stains on her body?
I noted red-brown stains on her hands. I did not have the opportunity to examine her entire body. She was mostly covered with blankets and other types of medical equipment, but I did note red-brown stains on her hands.
And clearly she was there for some sort of treatment, right? So why was your focus on her hands as a crime scene response technician and a criminalist?
At that point in time, I was collecting samples from her hands for potential biological evidence relating to the crime. So when I noted the red-brown stains, I collected samples from her hands.
And while at South Shore Hospital, you're also aware that she had come into the hospital with clothing that was cut off, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that clothing was bagged up and collected?
Yes, I returned that clothing to the crime laboratory.
Who did you receive the clothing from? Do you recall?
I believe it was Trooper Dan Lawler.
At some point after being at South Shore Hospital, did you then respond to 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes, I did.
Did you have somebody with you that day?
I had a forensic scientist trainee at that time.
Okay. At 47 Summer Street, were you directed to a particular area to examine first?
I first entered the home through the main floor and then was directed into the basement of the home.
And when you came into the basement, or I guess this could be true of when you respond to most crime scenes, is it the best practice to be one of the first in the home to examine the home as it is or the scene as it is?
Generally, crime scene services would enter first to photograph and video so that there's no personnel in those photos or videos. Then I would normally enter, or the crime scene response unit would enter next so that nothing is disturbed and that we can mark and test and collect evidence as is prior to the detective unit coming in. And then once our things are marked and documented, then the detective unit would also enter the residence.
So when you came into the basement at 47 Summer Street, did you observe some areas of the basement that were of significance to you as the crime scene response?
Yes, I did.
And did you observe a red-brown stain on the floor?
Yes, I did.
Once you observe it, what do you do with that stain?
I marked the stain using a piece of ruler tape, and I designated that stain as stain A so that I can properly refer to it in my report.
Okay, I'm going to approach. Is that familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
Is that stain A that you just told us about?
Yes, that's correct.
It may be admitted.
I too have PTSD from the red-brown stain.
Thank you.
She talks about red-brown stains a lot.
I'm showing you now on the screen what's been marked as Exhibit 158. Obviously, this appears to be on carpet, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What did you do to collect sampling of that? Well, I guess, what is the first thing you did with that stain?
So once I marked it,
You know, it would have been so great. Well, here, if you guys aren't watching, there's a blood stain on the carpet. She found a ruler or a measuring tape of some sort, so we know how big the stain is. She's going to tell us her procedure. You know what would have been so great is if they called her to the scene at 34 Fairview. I mean, I'm sure she does outdoor work too. She's not just an indoor evidence collector. This is her job, to go to the scene and collect the evidence, the biological evidence, the blood and fluids. This is her specialty. They didn't call her to the scene. They didn't even call her team to the scene in the evening at 34 Fairview to collect the scavenger hunt list of taillight pieces and a sneaker. That's who is supposed to be called. They did everything wrong in the investigation of the John O'Keefe murder. The CERT team went there. The CERT team searches for missing people. That's what they do. And here she shows up with evidence tape. I mean, with measuring tape, with a camera, with exhibit tabs. And let's listen to what she did. Does she use one swab on every stain together and just keep swabbing things with one swab? Is she going to use different swabs on different stains? Because I need to know. But I wonder if she only does interiors and not exteriors, you know? Come on, so silly. The guest let us in that trial too.
Of that, well, marked as Exhibit 158. Obviously, this appears to be on carpet, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What did you do to collect sampling of that? Well, I guess, what is the first thing you did with that stain?
So once I marked it, I then requested it be photographed, and that is the resulting photograph from that request. I then performed a screening test for the presence of blood on that stain. The screening test was positive, and at that point, once I documented that result in my notes, I then took 2 swabs of that stain for further testing.
Now, when you're at a scene and you see something that is a red-brown stain, you don't refer to it as blood, correct?
That's correct.
And even after a screening test, you don't refer to it as blood, do you?
That's correct.
Those preliminary tests are just screens, and so what do you do to then later confirm it?
Once the swab is collected and then submitted to the lab, later when I'm assigned the case in the criminalistics unit in the lab, I'll then perform a confirmatory test on any swabs that they're interested in that need to be tested further.
And so as it pertains to the stain A, how do you take the swab? What do you do?
I apply deionized water to 2 Q-tips and apply it to the stain, and then the red-brown stain is then transferred to the Q-tips. I then package those, seal them, and enter them into our laboratory system and store them in a cold storage unit until they're ready to be further tested.
And fair to say with this particular investigation, the swabbing from that stain A on the basement floor was labeled as item 3-3 for this case.
That's correct.
Did you also go to another area of the house?
Yes, I did.
And what other areas did you go?
I went up to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor of the house.
Did you observe additional red-brown stains in that master bedroom?
Yes, I did.
And so again, when you observe stains, you then note them, mark them, document them, correct?
That's correct.
And how many stains did you document in the master bedroom?
4.
Okay. And again, just like the stain on the basement where you labeled A, do you kind of start over with the stains in the other bedroom, or do you continue to label them in sequence?
I continue to label them in sequence, so they were B through E.
Okay. So first, referring to stain B, do you recall where that was in the master bedroom?
That was on the floor of the master bedroom in between the bed and the mirror.
I'll show you the photo. And is that fair to say stain B?
Stains, yes, true, correct.
Maybe admitted.
Ms. Harden is showing you 159 on the screen. Fair to say that's not one stain that was observed, correct?
That's correct.
If you're not looking at your screen, this is a wood floor in the master bedroom, very large blood spatter area next to, looks like it's, did she say this is the one that's next to the bed or in front of the mirror? I'm not sure. Let's see if we can get a wide view. But of course there's measuring tape on the floor and a good photograph.
But what did you do to collect, if anything, or screen this particular area of red-brown stains?
Sure. So in this particular case, based on the stains size and distribution, I consider them a related group of stains. So I tested one of the stains, performed a screening test for the presence of blood. That was positive. So then I collected 2 swabs from that stain, just like the other one as before.
Looks like a lot of blood for a superficial wound, right? And we're going to see more areas of blood in the master bedroom.
Just showing you kind of another photograph of that area. Is that familiar as well?
Yes.
I'm not sure if this is the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
Steven says, hey, Mel, have you ever thought about letting us see more of the screen rather than half of the screen being you? I don't know. I'm a little corner on the left-hand side right now, Steven, on the air. Thank you so much for coming. and throwing a rude comment in the chat. We really appreciate it. How about I'll just turn my camera off? Would that make Stephen feel better? Let me do that for a bit.
And again, now showing what's been marked as 160, you've now testified that there was a grouping of stains. And so based on your observations of the grouping, you were able to identify that they appeared related?
That's correct.
How about stain C? Where was
I'm just kidding. He can piss off. Hold on. Let's go back to that picture for a second. That's a lot of blood. That's a lot of blood for a superficial wound, eh? What say you? Look at the size of that ruler. It's like, I don't know. I don't know why it's cut off at number 3 and that goes to, I don't know, because they've got their banner in the way. But it's a large stain and it's a lot of blood.
And so based on your observations of the grouping, you were able to identify that they appeared related?
That's correct.
How about stain C? Where was that located?
Stain C, I believe, was located on the mirror.
On the wall.
And just going back to 159, just for reference, can you see the bottom legs of the mirror in this photograph?
Yes,
So it was close to that cluster of stains.
that's correct.
Showing you another photograph. And does that depict the stain C that you noted on the mirror?
Yes, it does.
That may be admitted.
With what's now been marked as 161, stain C, again, would this be kind of a cluster of related red-brown stains?
Yes, based on their location and their shape, I collected one stain from that area.
Did you perform that same screening test?
Yes, I did.
And what was the results?
It was positive.
And did you then swab and collect from one of those stains as well?
Yes, I did.
Now, stain D, do you recall where that was in the bedroom?
That was on the windowsill.
Show you 2 more photos.
The interior or the
Do
exterior?
those represent where you identified as stain D?
Yes.
I would ask these to be that as 2, please.
They may be admitted.
It says, the caption said, do those represent where
They may be admitted.
you identify is that it as stinky? I don't think she said stinky.
And showing you 162 first. Fair to say that's the inside of the windowsill, correct? Inside the bedroom.
There's my
Yes, that's
question.
correct.
That night that you were there, did you make any observations of any stains on the outside of the windowsill?
Yes, each of those were documented through photographs.
Did you collect any swabbings from the stains on the outside of the windowsill that night?
No, I did not.
And just kind of showing you for the jury, 163, that's just a further close-up of some of the stains. And is that fair to represent the area that you tested for the screen and then later swabbed?
Yes, that's correct.
It's a lot of blood. I guess Steven's a little salty because his channel only has 1,400 subscribers and he has like 526 videos. So I guess he's a little jelly. Green's not a good color for you, Steven.
And stain E, do you recall where that was located?
That was located on the nightstand next to the bed.
The photograph, is that familiar to be stain E?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, that may be admitted.
And showing you another photograph of the outside of the house. Do you see staining that you observed that night on the outside?
Yes, I do.
And I would move to make this assistant.
All right, that may be admitted.
Yes, she was in the Karen Reed trial. You are correct. If you're just tuning in. Maureen Hartnett.
So first, Exhibit 164. You observed several stains in that location.
Yes, I did.
And did you do the same thing as some of the other grouping of stains? Screen one area, collect a swab from one area?
Yes, that's correct.
And just now showing Exhibit 165, if you can see at the top. There's a stain on the outside of the windowsill. Did you observe?
Yeah, there's a stain on the outside of the window. So let me just zoom in on this for you. Rather large stain. I mean, if she grabbed onto the windowsill, the Commonwealth is trying to say that this was not a genuine attempt at taking her own life. I think they're trying to say that somehow she hung outside the window. That's how the blood got on the outside of the window from her wrist because she was hanging down. And then she Spider-Maned down the outside of the house and fell, I guess, to her feet. However, she has no lower body injuries, right? The massive injuries, the most severe injuries that she had were to her neck and her thoracic spine, where her spinal cord was severed, which rendered her paraplegic. So if I submit to you that if she hung from the window and then lowered herself down, if she had any injuries, they would have been, lower body injuries to her legs, feet. But let them go on with their bad selves. Her whole plan was not really to take her own life, they say. It was just to, I don't know, make a half-assed attempt at it because she couldn't handle her kids anymore. She didn't have the life that she wanted, and she was mad about going to work because she didn't have a nanny either. It's only on one side, right? It's only on the left side. As you're looking at the window from the outside, it's only the left side. I don't know what is this? Because I'm looking at a blood stain on the white part of the trim of the window. What is this right here? This big red circle. I don't know what that is. Maybe they'll tell us.
24?
Yes, I did.
But you did not swab or screen that stain, correct?
That's correct.
Why not?
Generally, we don't collect every single stain from a scene.
Wait, what? You did so you didn't test that one? Hold on. She didn't. We don't test every single stain. Really? What if that was the blood that didn't match Lindsay? Would that be important? Did you not want to get on a ladder? Hold on. Oh, it was something about woodpeckers. Oh, right. The foam filler for the woodpeckers. Thank you. Thank you. You guys remember everything. That's why I rely on you so much. The nice ones anyway. All right, let's go.
Or screen that.
It was for the
Stain on
woodpecker.
the outside of the windowsill. Did you observe that on January 24?
Yes, I did.
But you did not swab or screen that stain, correct?
That's correct.
She didn't swab
Why
or
not?
screen that stain.
Generally, we don't collect every single stain from a scene. I organize the stains based on location, size, shape, distribution, and collect it from multiple areas. And in this particular case, I knew there was a single bleeder in that area, so I collected from numerous stains, just not that particular one.
And in addition,
How did you know there was a single bleeder in the area? How did you know that? Maybe there could have been an unknown perp that ran away. We don't know. Well, you don't assume anything, I would imagine, in forensics and investigations. But hey, if that's the way you guys run your shit, go right on with your bad MSP selves. How do you say that out loud? Exactly. How do you say that out loud? Look.
And collected from multiple. Generally, we don't collect every single stain from a scene. I organize the stains based on location, size, shape, distribution, and collected from multiple areas. And in this particular case, I knew there was a single bleeder in that area, so I collected from numerous stains, just not that particular one.
And in addition to that stain on the windowsill, fair to say you did observe some other staining on the outside of the house as well, further down the window and on top of the first floor window frame.
Yes, I did.
While you were out in the backyard, did you also observe staining or red-brown stains in the yard?
Yes, I did.
And did you do that same procedure of marking it, screening it, collecting a sample from it?
Yes, I did.
Just going to show you one more thing.
Right, it was the only stain on the outside of the window.
Familiar?
Yes, it is.
I'm afraid to say that was then documented as stain F.
Correct.
That may be admitted.
As far as the work,
Why didn't they show that picture? They panned over there. Hold on. Blank screen.
as far as the work that you did on the scene at 47 Summer Street on January 24th, fair to say it was limited to documenting these areas, swabbing these areas for the most part?
Yes, and I also collected a pair of pajamas and a pink bathrobe from the basement.
Were all of the swabbings and those items collected brought back to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Yes, they were.
Are you aware that there were other items that were collected within that home on January 24th that were also brought back to the State Police Crime Lab for further analysis?
Yes.
Moving to January 25th of 2023, did you go to the Brigham and Women's Hospital as part of the crime scene response, again, to see Lindsay Clancy, the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And you observed her at that location as well?
Yes, I did.
Did you take further samples from her?
Yes, I collected samples, swabbings from underneath her fingernails.
And then as far as your duties on this case with crime scene response, did you return back to 47 Summer Street on January 15th of 2023?
I believe I returned on June 15th.
I'm sorry, June 15th. Thank you.
Yes, I did.
And when you returned to the home on June 15th, did you go in the nighttime, the daytime?
I went during the day.
And again, with a crime scene response trooper or a crime scene services trooper?
Yes, correct.
What was the purpose of going back to 47 Summer Street on June 15th?
I was informed that additional testing was being requested on some of the red-brown stains that were noted on the exterior of the house up on the shingles they had not previously collected from. So I went back to see if I could potentially collect samples from those.
So you went back 5 months later? You went back 5 months later to now test the blood on the outside of the house? What? Yeah, June. This was in January. She goes back 5 months later. They were like, oops, we forgot to test the blood on the outside of the house. Oh, come on. I didn't think they were going to have huge fails in this investigation. I thought, Karen Reed was a unicorn in the corner, but this is just wild.
Is that something in your training and experience is possible to collect biological substances from something like a shingle months after the incident occurred?
It's possible. So if it's requested, we'll certainly go out and attempt to do that.
And in this particular incident, you went out and first made observations of the rear of the home, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then made closer observations of underneath that second floor window?
Yes, correct.
Did you observe any obvious staining in that area?
There appeared to be a reddish brown stain underneath the windowsill.
So what did you do once you observed those stains?
I marked that stain as stain A, and then I also marked additional stains further down on the side of the house on the shingles.
Where was stain A?
That was right underneath the windowsill, the window that was farthest right would have been the master bedroom on the exterior.
For those of you who are confused, the outside of the house is wood shingle. It is not the roof. It is the outside of the house. They are called wood shingles. Yeah, Ed Wallace's head would pop off. It would explode. I mean, after it's been out in the weather and the birds, we already know they have a woodpecker problem. Wow, just wow. Was June around the time where they thought that they would talk about a false suicide theory? Was that around the time that they thought about that?
Show you this photograph of the rear of the home.
Spider-Man?
Does this photograph at least show the area where you're staying?
Yes.
And can you point out to me where that was?
Sure. It's sort of on the left side near where this orange, it seems to be some sort of window insulation. So it was right underneath there. So I did perform a screening test on that.
And what were the results of the screening test?
That was negative.
I would move to admit this photo.
That may be admitted.
Again, on June 15th, when you were there, 2023, showing you now Exhibit 167.
Here it is from
Closing in on
June.
Underneath that window, there's that orange ball that you described. It appeared to be some sort of insulation.
Correct.
And that was negative. That stain you observed was negative. So you didn't do anything further with that.
That's correct.
As far as the
Hold on. If you want to come to your screen, you can see the picture of the outside of the house. Let me just turn the captions off for a second. Did they want to wait for the snow to melt? I can't wait for the cross on this. She was like, I was told to go there, so I went there in June.
so you didn't do anything further with that.
That's correct.
Right.
That you described 7. Kind of closing in on underneath that window. There's that orange ball that you described. It appeared to be some sort of insulation.
Correct.
And that was negative. That stain you observed was negative. So you didn't do anything further with that.
That's correct.
As far as the other areas, you have stains B, C, and D, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Come to your screen if you want to see the photo of the outside of the house where she did find blood stains in June.
Is that a fair representation of stain B?
Yes, that's correct.
And while I'm here, stain C and D.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And again, stain B is kind of in between that top floor window and the first floor window.
Correct.
And stains C and D are just above the first floor window.
Yes, that's correct.
I would ask for your consistent.
All right, those may be admitted.
I'm questioning her judgment right now. If she's the one who made the decision originally in January 25th or whatever day it
Counsel,
was.
it's just about 11 o'clock. Why don't we take the morning recess at this time? All right, so we're
We're a
going to
little
take
behind.
the morning break at this time.
We're a little behind, so we can scooch through the break. But if she's the one making the
Members adjourned.
decisions on what to collect for evidence, I'm not really jiving with her judgment at this moment. Lindsay's hair looks really pretty today. She's got a little curl to it. Got tucked behind the ears. All right, we're going to be able to scooch through the break, but I'm starting now I'm beginning to question Maureen Hartnett's judgment. Like if she's got to be told in June to go back there and all of a sudden now check the blood stains on the outside of the house or the red brown stains to now test them 5 months later, is it just me? I'm being too hard on Mo. Okay. We get to scooch through the break. Wait, we're in real time? Okay, we're in real time. What are we? I mean, I don't know. You're a forensic scientist. Like you literally, like it's literally your job to collect the biological evidence and you're deciding that it's not important. Cleo, thanks for your 5. I love the California idea. Closer to Billy Bush. Would love for you two to do a weekly in-show person pod together. Oh, thank you. Thank you for your 5. Mom of 2 boys says, I just watched yesterday's stream. Bawling. Have a child with just newly diagnosed with autism. This kid's direct as I am overwhelmed every day. Empathy for her situation. Heartbreaks for the kids. Prayers up for you, mama of 2 boys. And thank you for your super chat. We're all married here says, makes me wonder if there's some sort of PPD we should look for in fathers. Interesting. Thank you for your 5. Castle says one of the biggest problems is postpartum is not taken seriously. We're made to feel like we're overreacting or just too emotional. It's real and it's so very hard. You are. I hope you're reaching out for help. I stand with Mel. Thanks for your 10. It's so ironic that the one person who needed help didn't get the help she needed. Meanwhile, Kelsey still fights over a court that believed Justin Alain in one hearing. Bad Girl says, as someone with epilepsy, after and sometimes during seizures, my brain is so stressed and confused. I literally believe I'm dying, and no amount of reassurance helps me. Brain disorders are real. I'm sorry. This one came up earlier, so I thought we would address it. Tanti Gonell, I don't know, says Lindsay Clancy was never diagnosed with postpartum depression or psychosis. It came from her defense attorney and the media. It isn't a fact of this case. I'm just wondering where you got that information from, because we saw in the hospital record yesterday at the Brigham that it was noted in the hospital record that she had a history of, in one portion, and I went back and I rewatched the testimony last night. In one portion of the record, it said she had a history of postpartum depression, and I think it was page 72 of the record, it said history of postpartum psychosis. So I'm not really sure where you got your information from, but that was in her medical record at the Brigham when she was med-flighted, when she was airlifted there. And remember, she never regained consciousness from the time she was brought into the hospital until the time that she was brought into South Shore, until the time that she was transferred, airlifted to the Brigham. And so I guess don't believe everything that you read on the internet is what I'm trying to say. Let's wait for the evidence. Eileen says, I've suffered PPD like many in the chat, but others don't believe us. Why? Are we all lying? I know. I don't know. I don't know why. It's a great point for the chat to discuss. Charlie said, I wish all judges were this empathetic. He's really good. Judge Sully, we've taken to calling him. And then Maria says, Melanie, respectfully, anytime anybody starts anything with respectfully, they're going to diss you in the next sentence. I don't know if this is the way Maria Martinez meant it, but Melanie, respectfully, when you talk about giving moms a break and working moms, etc., you discount the fact that postpartum psychosis or depression is not due to mom overwhelm. It is a chemical imbalance. My point in making that statement was for the people in the chat who are listening to this, and there's almost 13,000 people here right now, is to please check in on your mom friends. Check in on them. See if you can offer to help them. That was the point. And I guess you took it the wrong way. I think that everyone should look out for each other. It takes a village. Maybe check in on your friends. Check in on your family members, because you never know what they're going through. Karen said, I was not going to watch this trial, but because you're covering it, I know your heart, I decided to watch it. I appreciate the empathy towards this subject, and Lindsay is why I'm here with you. Thank you, Karen. I know it's hard. Thank you very much for your time, Karen. Good to see you. Erin says, I had PPD requiring intervention. My doctor told me not to worry because I wasn't as bad as another patient that tried to eat the used syringes out of the sharps container. Oh, okay. I think we're going to find also that Lindsay did call a hotline for taking her own life. And they told her because she didn't have a plan, they couldn't help her. I think we're going to hear more about that. And Eddie Irene says, they are overwhelmed. Chemical imbalance makes it impossible to cope normally. That's a great point. That's a great point. And Jezebel says sometimes that small act of checking in can make the world to someone. Yeah. Thank you, Erin. I'm sorry that you went through that. I'm glad you're on the other side of it, hopefully. Stop the tomfoolery says, I'm so stuck on the comment that the ADA slid in yesterday about seeing a unicorn in the corner. I'm so offended on behalf of any person who suffers from mental health struggles. Offensive. Yeah. And she did say, because we rewatched the arraignment, Lindsay's arraignment from her hospital bed from February of 2023. And she said something at the arraignment like she wasn't walking around like a zombie, as if this prosecutor believes that you have to be walking around like a zombie to be in psychosis. Sonia says, would her wounds have bled less because she lost so much blood in her bedroom? Less blood and bleeding internally would be less blood to flow. I don't know, but that was a lot of blood. Thank you, Sonia. I don't know. Somebody's saying that Patrick was wearing different shoes in the restaurant and the CVS video. Is that a conspiracy theory? I don't know anything about that. But I see that you put it in the chat a number of times. A number of times, like 4 times. 4 times. Charlie says, assess, stabilize, ambulate. Thank you for tuning in from the Down Under. A couple new members, Jen, Terry. Just Another Low says, I just discovered you yesterday, Melanie. Watched all day. I absolutely love your coverage and insight. Thank you so much. I'm so glad that you're here. Just Another Low. Thank you so much for joining us, because all the nice people are welcome here. Thank you for your super chat. Charlie says, in my opinion, Lindsay was not stable upon transfer. Are you a medical professional? Thank you. Oh, Schmoopy. Oh, Schmoopy. Oh, Schmoopy. I love a good Seinfeld reference. Thanks for your 5. Think of standing in front of a mirror, the pain of cutting. I would have jumped too. I can't wax my own bikini. It's hard to inflict pain to oneself, right? Right. And all of the people out there who, don't believe that this was a legitimate attempt, say, she's a nurse. She would have known. She would have known how to do it the right way. It was fake. I would suggest to you that, I saw those wounds on her neck and they looked pretty legitimate to me. But I agree with you. It is hard to inflict pain on yourself. And it didn't work as fast as I feel like it didn't. Maybe it didn't work as fast as she wanted it to. And that's why she dove out the window. I got to say she dove out the window because all of the injuries are to, or the major injuries are to her cervical spine fractured. She broke her neck. She broke her back. Burst fractures at several levels in her thoracic spine, all the broken ribs. And remember, she was a cheerleader. She was a competitive cheerleader in college. She could have taken a dive and then did a tuck. That's what it seems like based on the injuries. And I like to evaluate things based on the injuries the same way I did in the murder of John O'Keefe case, because John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. A car did not hit John O'Keefe because he had no lower body injuries below the neck except for a dog attack to his right arm. And if he was hit by a car, he would have had some injuries to his legs, thighs, knees, hips. And if he was hit by that car in the elbow, or on that arm, that right arm, and the taillight exploded all at the same time and made those dog marks, those dog bite marks on his arm, he would have shattered. His arm would have been shattered. There was no broken bones in his arm. So saying that she hung outside the window and then slid down. I had a client once who fell off a roof. No scaffold, no safety equipment, no harness. He was a roofer, landed on his feet, shattered both of his feet, and also had a traumatic brain injury, which was horrific. But I think we would see more leg injuries if she didn't dive out the window. That's just my personal opinion.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Thank you.
For the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant, excluding the jury.
All right.
Thank you, Soap, for
Counsel
your
ready to recall?
Yes, would you like the witness back on the stand?
Yeah, please, and then we can bring the jury in.
Soap says, my kitchen cupboard loaded the meds, my bedside table, my spicy meds. Thank you for tuning in from Australia. We have a lot of viewers from outside the U.S. If you're watching, the world is watching. If you're watching from outside the U.S., tell us where you're watching from.
Right this way.
We are on real time after the morning break. It is 11:35 here on the East Coast. I don't know how long they're going to go today, but I have a feeling it's not going to be a full day, just based on what the judge said earlier.
Just watch your step.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, nice shot of okay, we get to see the jury box. There are 18 jurors, 6 will be alternates. There are 12 women, 6 men. And here's a nice shot of the jury box if you can come to your screen safely. And you can see that all of their notebooks are closed. Most of them are closed and left on their chairs. And they have nice chairs with wheels on them, high backs. They look like very comfortable jury chairs. It's better than sitting on what I call a pew, because the benches in the courtroom are like pews, like church pews. And look at how many international viewers we have. Tons. Scotland, Norway, Latvia, Australia, Canada. South Wales. A lot of Scotland. I love my Scots. Ireland. London.
Record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, we will now return to the case on trial. Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Ms. Hartnett, I just want to go back for 1 second to the night of January 24th at 47 Summer Street and show you one additional photograph, if that's okay.
Sure.
Is this familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
And is this an area depicted in the bedroom of the home at 47 Summer Street, that area where you noted later with tape stain E?
Correct.
Okay, and you observed on that particular night the knife that was located on that nightstand?
Yes, I did.
All right, that may be admitted.
And showing you now on the screen, it's been marked as Exhibit 170. You're aware that the knife depicted in this photograph was collected from 47 Summer Street on January 24th, correct?
Okay, here's a picture of the knife on the nightstand. That's a big knife, chef's knife, what you call it, a butcher knife. It's a very long knife. May not be very sharp, but it is very bloody. And it is on the nightstand next to the wine tumbler that says, "Because kids," that was a gift. And there are several blood droplets on and around the knife on the nightstand, which makes it even more wild to me that they wouldn't look in the nightstand drawers.
Yes, that's correct.
You're aware that the knife depicted in this photograph was collected from 47 Summer Street on January 24th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, going back to where I think we left off before the break, we were talking about returning to the home on June 15th of 2023, and that you examined some stains on the shingles on the outside of the house. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes, I do.
In addition to marking the stains, did you collect anything from the area of the rear of the house on June 15th related to stains B, C, and D?
Yes, I did.
I'm just going to show you some items.
How contaminated would that evidence be after all this time? I mean,
Look at the items that are in those bags.
not that it is germane to this case in particular, but it's just shoddy.
Just so that you can examine them.
putting on her latex gloves. Maybe they're not latex. I hear Ed Wallace in my head screaming too. Thank you, CMD. I will take the Michelle Pfeiffer reference any day of the week. Did anybody watch The Madison? It is such an amazing show. If you haven't watched it, highly recommend. Michelle Pfeiffer is everything. Fully earbuds. Everyone please smash the like button. It helps the stream get out there to the masses. This is an important case. People need to know about it.
It's fair to say what's in these bags. First, the one labeled shingle with stain B, then the one labeled shingle with stain C, and then the third shingle with stain D. Are these the shingles that you observed those stains on June 15th, 2023?
Yes, they are.
I would look to admit these 3 items as the next.
All right, they may be admitted.
I agree. MSM says they just keep thinking about the kids. Hard to think there's
Fair to say
anything.
those shingles.
Hard to think there's anything that can make a person do that. I agree with you. I agree with that. I can't wrap my brain around it either. But I'm willing to listen to the experts and see what they have to say. That's why it's such a hard case. That's why I don't know that a jury's ever going to agree on what the right thing is to do here. I just don't know.
Shingles. And Ms. Harden, fair to say those shingles were then collected, brought back to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab for further analysis?
Yes, I also collected swabs at the scene from each of those shingles, in addition to collecting the shingles themselves.
Now, turning to your other role at the lab, working in the criminalistics unit, did you also perform criminalistics testing in relation to this case?
Yes, I did.
And fair to say, for items that were collected from the home at 47 Summer Street on January 24th, 2023, you did some confirmatory testing on several of those items.
Yes, that's correct.
And what items did you do confirmatory testing on?
I performed confirmatory testing on some of the swabs that were collected from the home. I believe those swabs collected from stain A. I would have to check my notes specifically for the stains.
That's okay. Let's just kind of go through some of the areas of the house first. So as far as the stains that we discovered or that we talked about previously, stain A on the basement floor, that was item 3-3. Stain B on the bedroom floor, that cluster, that's items 3-4, correct?
Correct.
Stain D from the bedroom windowsill, that was labeled as item 3-6, correct?
Correct.
And stain F, which is the snow on the backyard, or the stain on the snow in the backyard, item 3-8. Those were all confirmed.
Oh, confirmed. So she does do testing on blood stains in snow. What? She does do testing. That's in her wheelhouse to do testing on blood in snow. Why wasn't she called to the scene at 34 Fairview to test the blood in the snow? Why did they put it in solo cups and bring it in a Stop and Shop bag and put it next to the murder weapon Lexus in the Sallyport? Well, what they thought was the murder Lexus. Hold on, listen to that again. Because Maureen Hartnett does know how to do that, and she does do that. And don't tell me it's because John O'Keefe wasn't pronounced yet, because they could have secured that scene. John O'Keefe was pronounced at something like 7-something a.m. And that's when the Massachusetts State Police got jurisdiction. So this is crazy. Listen to that. She tested the blood in the snow. Yeah, she only tested 2 drops out of 1 cup. We're learning so much more. This was 1 year after the murder of John O'Keefe. Almost exactly to the day. John O'Keefe was 129-22. This is 124-23.
Stain B on the bedroom floor, that cluster, That's items 3-4, correct?
Correct.
Stain D from the bedroom windowsill, that was labeled as item 3-6, correct?
Correct.
And stain F, which is the snow on the backyard, or the stain on the snow in the backyard,
Yeah.
item 3-8. Those were all,
Stain F. I can't wait to see what the results of stain F are. Zoe says she wasn't called to the scene on the first day. That was on Proctor and Yuri, who failed to call out crime scene services to 34 Fairview. Right. Failed to secure the scene. Failed to put up crime scene tape. Failed to have somebody sitting there in a cruiser to make sure nobody was trampling all over that yard. Yep. We know. We've seen that movie twice.
confirmed at the laboratory to be blood.
That is correct.
And
Wait.
again, we talked briefly earlier.
Wait, stain F was confirmed too. Sorry.
Stain F, which is the snow on the backyard, or the stain on the snow in the backyard, item 3-8. Those were all confirmed
All of them.
at the laboratory to be blood.
That is correct.
And again, we talked briefly earlier about the fact that there's always a screen, and then that you can't make a determination of the substance until a confirmatory test is done, correct?
That's correct.
And so that is a process that you do at the lab.
Yes, correct.
And as far as the knife that we just were referring to, the knife that was recovered, what's in Exhibit 170, you were able to examine that further, or swabs taken from that knife at the lab,
That's correct.
and confirmed that what you say was stain A on the blade of that knife was confirmed to be blood.
Yes, I performed the screening test as well as the confirmatory test for blood on stain A at the laboratory.
Now, once you are in the laboratory and determine that blood is confirmed on these particular items, or that there is biological substance present, do you do anything to prepare those items for further testing in a different unit of the lab?
Yes, I do.
What do you do?
For the swabs that I collected and for the swabbings that I took of the knife, I then cut them up, give them a separate item number, and preserve those for potential DNA analysis. Half of the samples also preserved for any future analysis if necessary.
And fair to say it's a different unit at a different part of the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab that conducts DNA testing, correct?
That's correct.
And so if some of the items that you examined are selected for further testing, those swabbings or further snippets would then be sent to the DNA unit.
That's correct.
Now, as it pertains to some of the other items that were collected from 47 Summer Street, you also did some work on 3 exercise bands, correct?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do in relation to the 3 exercise bands that were collected?
After documenting them in the lab, I took samples from each of the ends of the exercise bands, as well as a separate sample from the center of each of the exercise bands.
Okay. And so the first band, which is identified as a yellow exercise band, had previously been identified as item 2-2, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so did you take samples from both the ends in the middle of that item?
Yes, I did.
I'm just going to put up a photograph. Is that familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
And in addition to actually taking the swabs, you also document the item that you're analyzing and reviewing, correct?
Yes. Prior to performing any kind of collection or testing on an item, I'll photograph it.
And so this particular photograph, is it fair to say this is a photograph from your work at the laboratory with the yellow exercise band?
Yes, it is.
I would move to admit this was the next exhibit.
I see a lot of comments on the chat like, this is a waste of time. Why are we doing this? Why are we here's why it's important to me. If the blood stain on the carpet in the basement found near one of the children is Lindsay's blood, doesn't that indicate to you that she did herself harm before she took the lives of the kids? That's why it's important to me. Because they're trying to tell us that these things happened in a particular order. Even in the opening, the prosecutor said that the children were actually killed in a particular order. I don't know how she came to that conclusion, and she better be able to back that up, because Kevin Reddington has made a motion to tell the jury to disregard that because it's not going to be able to be proven. And so that's why this is very important to me. She said she didn't test the stain on the carpet. She did. She swabbed it. She didn't cut the carpet out, but she swabbed the carpet, right? She took the shingles off the house, but she didn't cut out that piece of the carpet. She just swabbed it. So I'm interested in the results of these tests, but in order to get to the results of these tests, we have to know how these samples were collected. And that's her job, and that's what she's here to tell us. So I'm interested. I'm interested also to know if the blood stain near one of the children was a combination of DNA, because, you know, did it come from Patrick? Because he went up to the bedroom first, right? He could have slipped, and there's a lot of blood on the floor. He could have slipped. He could have had it all over his shoes or his socks or his boots. I don't know what he's wearing, and then brought it down to the basement with him. I don't know. I'm curious about this evidence, and so I do think that this is really important testimony. So let's keep going.
May be admitted.
Okay, so Ms. Hartnett, now showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 174, the yellow exercise band. You indicated that you took swabbings from around the handle areas, correct?
Correct.
And then the middle of the band.
That's correct.
Okay, now it looks to me, I mean, I can't really tell. I guess she's going to tell us if she did a presumptive test for blood and a confirmatory test for blood, because I don't see any red brown stains on there, but I you know, it's not a very good photo. But it is the yellow exercise band, which is one of the murder weapons, which is horrifying to look at. But she only tested the ends, I guess what you could call like the handles here at the ends, the black ends, and the center of the yellow band.
Why didn't you swab the whole thing?
The purpose of the collection was to potentially determine who was holding or had contact with the ends of the band and who potentially had contact with the center of the band, potentially those being two different individuals. So I collected samples separate from the ends as in addition to the center.
And was your approach on each one of the bands the same?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So the second band, which is the black band that was identified as item 2-3, you took samples again from the ends and the middle?
That's correct.
And I'm just going to show you another photograph. And is that the black band you examined?
Yes, it is.
That may be admitted.
And finally, the blue exercise band that was recovered from the home at 47 Summer Street, that was identified as item 2-4. Did you examine it in the same fashion, swabbing the ends in the middle?
Yes, I did. Yes.
Is that a photograph of the band when you were examining it at the lab?
Yes, it is.
All right, that may be admitted.
And as far as the swabbings that you took of each of these 3 exercise bands, what did you do with the swabbings after you swabbed the items?
I allowed the swabs to air dry. I gave them each a item number, and then I preserved half of each of the swabs for additional testing in the DNA unit.
And as far as your knowledge of some of the additional testing, you're aware that the exercise band swabbings were sent forward to the DNA unit for additional analysis, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Right, and Patrick's DNA should be on there too, because he untied the bands. Hi, Julie, I see you put this in there a couple of times. Can we watch one of your past trials, she asks me. Number one, I'm in New York. There are no cameras here in courtrooms ever. And so the answer to that would be no. And I'm so old, there weren't cameras in courtrooms back then anyway. But thank you for wanting to see it if it exists, which it doesn't. You have seen this woman before testify at both trials of Karen Reed, both of Karen Reed's persecutions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, here's
Cross.
Cross.
Thank you. Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, Ms. Hadnett, you initially went into the home at 47 Summer Street. At what time that day? Was it in the evening, early morning hours?
It was the early morning hours of January 25th.
Okay. And you had somebody that was learning underneath you that was with you at that time?
That's correct.
And you went into the various areas of the house. You went down to the basement, right?
Yes,
You talked about the stain that you had taken swabs of that was on the carpet down in the basement, right?
that's correct.
Then you went upstairs, and then ultimately you ended up in the bedroom, and you made observations of a number of blood drops, or red, brown, as you put it, drops on the floor, right?
There were numerous red brown stains on the floor, yes.
On the clothing, the bedclothes that were on the bed as well, right?
I do not believe I documented red brown stains on the clothing. It may have been there. I don't know if I have that in my notes.
How about on top of the nightstand, there was the knife that counsel had talked about, correct?
Yes, correct.
And then you look at the window, and there was a red-brown stain on the right-hand side of the window as you're looking outside from inside in the bedroom, right?
Yes, correct.
And you made observations of some of the markings on the shingles that were directly below the window and directly above where the red-brown stains were found in the snow underneath.
Yes, that's correct.
Your confirmatory tests, and first of all, what you do is you have your screening tests. Back in the day, they used to, you use the orthotolidine. Do you still use that?
No, not this time.
Now you use what, crystalline? What do you use now?
It's called Castlemeyer.
And the Tasselmeyer, basically, as I say, back in the day, it used to be that you would have vegetation that could give you a false positive, right?
Correct.
Certain chemicals could give you a false positive.
Correct.
Animal feces could give you a false positive, right?
Depending on what's in them, possibly, yes.
The test now that you have, the confirmatory test, is a lot more accurate, if you will, but still, nevertheless, I said confirmatory screening, but nevertheless, you still have to do a confirmatory test, right?
That's correct.
And back in the day, it used to be Takayama test. What do you do for confirmatory now?
We use a test card, a human trace test card, which is something similar to a COVID test or a pregnancy test, where you just put the liquid in the beginning of the card, the liquid runs up, and if there's 2 lines, it's positive, and if it's only 1 line, it's negative.
So that's not the Teichmann test, is it?
No.
Okay, so the confirmatory test that you use, that's a color test though, right?
It's a immunographic test. It's an assay, so it's not really a color test where you add the drops to the swab and it's going to change color.
Okay.
It's a reaction that's happening within the test card between antibodies and antigens that produce either 2 lines or 1 line.
So let's take, for example, in the bedroom on the floor that counsel had shown you a number of drops that were in the floor between the bed and that mirror, right? You did confirmatory testing on that?
I did back at the lab. I screened it at the scene and then, confirmed it back at the lab.
And that confirmed that it was human blood?
It confirms that it's blood and it indicates human blood. There is
You have to do a precipitin test or something to determine if it's animal blood or human blood, right?
So the test card that we use indicates that it confirms that it's blood. It indicates human blood because it may react with primate blood. So it's not specific to human blood.
But the bottom line is that you, as a chemist working for the Mass State Police investigating this case, are confirming that the stains that are on the floor of the bedroom, all the blood, all those stains are in fact human blood, right?
I'm confirming the single stain that I collected from is blood.
All right. And when you say the single stain, that would be you use the Q-tip and you swab it, and that would be from all of these stains that were all over the place on the floor, right?
I did not swab each individual stain. I took a swab from each collection of stains.
Okay. And that was human blood, confirmatory, indicating it was human, right?
It was confirmatory for blood and indicated human blood.
All right. Now, one of the exhibits that the district attorney had pointed out to me was the mirror. Exhibit 161. You remember that, the mirror?
Yes, I do.
You see those drops that appear to be going down from above in a downward direction? See those drops? You tested those?
I do see the red-brown stains, and yes, I performed a screening test on one of them at the scene.
Okay. And you're comfortable that in fact is human blood, correct?
I did not perform a confirmatory test on that specific stain back at the lab. So I just screened it at the scene, and that stain was not tested any further at that time.
It was what?
I performed a screening test at the scene.
I love how he pretends he doesn't hear the witness and then forces her to repeat what she just said. So I just screened it and then I never tested it again. Come if you can to this photograph. I don't know. To me, this looks like a split screen photograph, and it's hard for me to even discern what this is. There's part of the window in the photo on the right-hand side. The left-hand side looks like the bed. It looks like a bed sheet and a blanket. But to me, it looks like a split screen. Can anybody help me understand what this photo is supposed to look, what it's supposed to be of? And then there looks like what looks like a big blood droplet dripping down what looks like the side of the bed to me, but it's hard for me. Oh, it's a mirror. So wait, so that's the mirror? But then why is there measuring tape on the bottom right-hand corner? So it's inverted is what you're telling me? The window is a mirror. Oh, so there's blood on the mirror. Okay. All right. Thank you. I thought I'm trying to figure this out. Okay. It's blood on the mirror and the mirror is reflecting the bed. Okay. All right. Thank you. The mirror is reflecting the bed. The bed is inverted because it's a mirror, but the blood stain that we see there, which is like, it's like a droplet that has dripped down the mirror. And then it looks like perhaps this, whatever this on the left-hand side, I'm circling it with my cursor. Don't smash your TV and thinking it's a fly and send me a bill. Is that on the bed or on the mirror too? Because that looks like a blood stain too, but I don't know, reddish brown. So this is not a schmear. It's not a schmear exactly. It looks like a dribble, for lack of a better forensic term. So she's saying she tested it once, but she didn't test it twice. Measure twice, cut once. Okay. But he pretends he doesn't hear her to force her to repeat it to show her incompetence in his mind. Let's see if it works.
You tested those?
I do see the red brown stains and
Going down, drops that appear to be going down from above in a downward direction. See those drops? You tested those?
I do see the red brown stains, and yes, I performed a screening test on one of them at the scene.
Okay, and you're comfortable that in fact is human blood, correct?
I did not perform a confirmatory test on that specific stain back at the lab, so I just screened it at the scene, and that stain was not tested any further at that time.
It was what?
I performed a screening test at the scene. I did not perform any confirmatory tests on that specific stain back at the lab.
Well, there's no doubt that the stains that are depicted on the full-length mirror that we can see in Exhibit 161 and the stains that were on the floor next to the bed and the stains that were on the floor in front of the bed heading towards the door, all with the same consistency, right?
I didn't make any determination whether or not they were all the same consistency.
Human blood?
I did not make a determination that they were human blood, so based on the scientific results, I cannot say that they were human blood.
As a chemist and involved in crime scenes many, many times, would you agree that the substance that's on the floor and the substance that's in the mirror and the substance that's on the doorknob and the drops that are heading out of the bedroom, those in fact, more probable than not, would be human blood, right?
I do make certain assumptions based on the color of a stain, the size, the shape of the stain, that it could potentially be blood, and that would indicate what I might want to test further. So I don't make an assumption off the bat that it's going to be human blood. That's why we perform scientific testing to screen for blood and then to confirm it's blood.
Okay. So this here, you indicated was some type of insulation?
That's what it appeared to me. I mean, I'm not an expert, but it looked like some sort of.
Now he's on the outside of the house talking about what I think we know is something to do with hummingbirds, but she said it was insulation and they're referring to it as insulation. Look at Not Me 47, grew up with Maureen. Killed me to see her on the camera and read a case. I can't believe she was just here too. Yeah, you went to school with her. You grew up with her. Very interesting. You never know who you're going to meet in the chat. There are 3 murdered children in the basement, and we're just not going to test all the blood. Okay. No big whoop. They probably had this case solved within 3 hours, less than the Karen Reed case.
Insulation?
That's what it appeared to me. I mean, I'm not an expert, but it looked like some sort of foam insulation.
And it's a little.
But you are an expert. You're testifying as an expert. You're testifying as you are an expert. Maybe you're not an expert in insulation, but could you at least have some intellectual curiosity to find out what that thing is in your forensic investigation? Just a little intellectual curiosity?
A little difficult to see with the. See that there? Above the little orange, looks like a little balloon, but let's say it's insulation, or let's say it's something for bugs. You see the red substance on that object?
I do.
See the red substance, red-brown stain on that window ledge or windowsill?
Yes, I do.
You tested that?
I did not test that specific stain, no.
No, she didn't test that stain. And there's a stain on that thing for the hummingbirds or the bugs or the woodpeckers or whatever. She didn't test that either.
Yep. So do we know if that was blood?
No, not at this time.
Pretty obvious.
There goes your Spider-Man theory, prosecution, because she can't even tell you that it was actually blood. She can't even tell you that the blood was human blood.
So do we know if that was blood?
No, not at this time.
Pretty obvious that it was, though, to you, right?
It appears to be a red-brown stain on the exterior of the windowsill, but I did not do any testing on it.
Okay. And did I hear you correctly that it was 5 months later that the state police investigators decided that you would get the shingles off the house?
I don't know when that decision was made, but that was the day that I was requested to go out.
And then the district attorney showed you the shingles and envelopes. You opened them up and looked at them. And you did a confirmatory test on those?
I did not. I performed a screening test on each of those stains at the scene. I did not perform a confirmatory test on those stains due to the fact that the red-brown stain color was no longer visible. So potentially
It was degraded because of the weather, right?
at some point the red-brown stains appeared darker. They were no longer red-brown. So I thought that the material could be less. So I didn't want to use any additional material for confirmatory testing.
School, as a chemist, you learn.
Can you hear him? Because I need to boost him a little bit because now he's moving toward the witness because this is his style. We've seen this in other trials. And I said this too. Potentially the sample was degraded because of the weather. They weren't even red-brown anymore. It's 5 months later. And now, let's see what he says to her now as he moves towards her and starts pointing his finger. I may need to boost him.
At some point, the red-brown stains appeared darker. They were no longer red-brown. So I thought that the material could be less. So I didn't want to use any additional material for confirmatory testing.
School, as a chemist, you learn how to testify, don't you?
Yes.
One of the things they tell you is look at the jury. When the lawyer asks a question, you look at the jury and you answer the question, right?
That's correct.
She's been doing that the whole time.
So can you just look at me when I ask you just a little bit, a question? Would you agree that weather affects, degrades blood if in fact it is on an object and allowed to stay outside?
Absolutely.
All right. And then, you can look at that. And then you'd agree with me that what you noted appeared to be dark?
Yes.
It would almost be like bat guano for that matter. We don't know what it is, right?
No, I cannot make determination what it was. Like I just performed a screening test, so I could not confirm it was blood. They just screened positive for blood.
Do you remember there was a red-brown stain on the doorknob of the bedroom from the inside of the bedroom going out? Did you notice that?
Potentially I noticed it. I don't believe I didn't collect from that.
We don't know if that's blood either.
Correct.
And how about the drops, the red-brown drops that were by the door directly underneath the doorknob? Did you test those with your swabs?
No, I did not.
Chat, why might it be important to test the blood on the doorknob? I don't know. Was it on the outside doorknob, on the inside doorknob? Did she cut herself and then leave the room and then come back into the room? Because the door was locked. Remember, the door was locked when Patrick tried to get in. But not important to test the blood on the doorknob? Could it have been Patrick? I don't know. But that's wild that she didn't test the blood on the doorknob.
And how about the drops, the red brown doorknob of the bedroom, from the inside of the bedroom?
From the inside.
going out? Did you notice that?
Potentially, I noticed it. I don't believe I didn't collect from that.
We don't know if that's blood either.
Correct.
And how about the drops, the red-brown drops that were by the door directly underneath the doorknob? Did you test those with your swabs?
No, I did not.
So she started cutting and then decided to lock the door. That's what it indicates to me. Like then she decided to lock the door, but we'll never know because it wasn't tested.
That's all I have.
All right. Commonwealth, any redirect?
Just briefly, you were attempting to explain why you did not perform confirmatory testing on the shingles. Can you explain that to the jury?
Because I could no longer see the red-brown stain, it just appeared more of a darker stain, a lighter stain that I previously saw at the scene. Given that material, whatever it was on the shingle, may have been limited, performing a confirmatory test is using up additional material to perform that test. So given that was already potentially limited due to the conditions and the time that had passed and the fact that I could no longer see the red-brown stain, I simply performed the screening test. And once that was positive, I took a swab and just preserved it. I did not perform any more testing in the lab on that swab.
And is that because you would need something to forward on to DNA if you wanted additional testing to be done?
Correct. I would have had to use up a portion of that sample to perform the confirmatory test. And I didn't think that was in the best interest of the case, given the fact that the material may already have been limited.
And you indicated that you had previously seen those red-brown stains in those same areas that you swabbed and the shingles were collected back in January, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further? All right. Thank you. You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Victory AK wins the day. She comes from the Annie Dukin School of Forensic Analysis. Well done.
All right. Ms. Buckingham?
The Commonwealth would call Jonathan O'Loughlin.
This is John. The captions say Olaf, but I don't think that. I thought she said O'Loughlin, but we'll see.
All right. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Yes, counsel.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Yes, my first name is Jonathan. My last name is O'Loughlin.
And can you spell your last name for the record?
Olouglin.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police.
How long have you been a trooper?
Hired in October of 2011.
And what is your current assignment with the state police?
Right now, I work in the Division of Field Services, and I'm assigned to the State Police Logan Airport Barracks.
Going back to January of 2023, what was your assignment with the state police then?
I worked in Crime Scene Services section.
And how long had you worked in crime scene services?
I started in February of 2020.
And when did you move to your new assignment?
I left crime scene in October of 2023.
So do you undergo specific training as a trooper to work in that crime scene services section?
Yes.
And what kind of training do you get?
So we did an internal training in the lab, the crime lab. A lot of it was, the beginning was reading about crime scene processing and fingerprinting. Mm-hmm. And then it would move on to doing mock cases, following other crime scene services members around to observe. And then it went on to do a competency test where you would process a mock scene, develop fingerprints and analyze them. It kind of pulled it all together. And then that would go on to a quality assurance program within the lab, and they would determine if you were qualified to be on call.
And what things do you do as a crime scene services trooper? What are your responsibilities?
So we respond to all different types of crime scenes. At every single crime scene, the main thing you do at every scene, no matter what it is document the scene with photographs. Depending on the type of scene you're at, you may also document the scene with video. You may also sketch the scene by hand. Then also you may collect items of evidence to be processed later, or you may even process items at the scene. What you're processing for is fingerprints. You try to develop fingerprints if there are any. You can do fingerprint analysis and try to determine whose fingerprints are on the items of evidence.
And that can be done at a crime scene, but it also can be done back at the crime laboratory, correct?
Correct.
Depending on the item and where it was located.
Yes.
As far as your response to particular scenes, do you often go out to crime scenes in tandem with or with a crime scene response unit investigator, forensic scientist?
Yes.
And you indicated that one of the first things and one of the main things you do is document scenes. Is it best practice to be kind of that first in after a scene is secured to document the scene as it appeared?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
So crazy, all the things they didn't do at 34 Fairview. He's telling us all of the things that are so important to do. The first thing you do, you got to photograph everything. They did none of this. They did none of this in the murder of a Boston police officer, just in case you weren't here for me during both Karen Reed trials.
So when you respond to a scene, usually the town that you respond to, the local police department will secure the scene, which means they don't allow anyone in to disrupt the scene until you get there. Then you start with photographing the exterior of the residence, and then you walk in and just document the entire scene room by room as it is.
And
wow, you mean, hold on. If a dead police officer, I would just like to ask a hypothetical, trooper. If a dead Boston police officer is found on the lawn of a house, they would actually secure the scene until you got there, and then you would photograph the entire outside of the house and also the inside of the house? That's so crazy. I mean, what if it's really windy and snowing and there's a nor'easter brewing? Although there's only enough snow to track a cat at night, but then in the morning, couple inches. How long would it take you to get there? I have so many questions. Tell us everything. Would you maybe put a marker where the body was? Asking for a friend.
after that's done, do you kind of go back through and highlight or identify in any way particular things that may be relevant to the investigation?
Yes.
The crime scene you're responding to?
Yes.
And how do you identify in the documentation items that might have some relevance or evidentiary value?
So some items might kind of be obvious if they're involved in the crime that are still there. Those you want to document further. And sometimes a detective unit or a member will ask you to document another piece of evidence that they would like collected or they would like further looked at.
And you indicated that with crime scene services, you respond to all different kinds of scenes and all different types of law enforcement. So sometimes do you work with the local city or town departments?
Yes.
And in investigations where a death has occurred, who are the primary law enforcement that you're working with?
So there will be local, and there will also be the county state police detective unit will also respond for any death investigation.
Now, when you are processing a scene or documenting a scene, do you do anything to identify and highlight the items that have been either pointed out to you or that you've seen that could have value in the case?
Yes.
What do you do?
So with those, we put what's called placards, and placards are pieces of plastic that have numbers on them. That way, when you're going through the photos, you can refer to them as placard 1, placard 2, and so on and so forth.
And as far as further processing the scene between yourself and the crime scene response, are some items sometimes collected by either yourself or the crime scene response unit?
Yes.
And when you collect an item, do you identify it in some other way?
Yes, when you collect an item and it's put into evidence in the lab, it's given a lab number. The lab number doesn't have to match up with the placard number. The placards simply for your photos, and then the lab number is the number that will be associated with that piece of evidence all through the crime lab procedure process, all the way through the trial.
And when you go to crime scenes for inside houses, for instance, is it oftentimes the case that you are processing the crime scene at the same time investigators are getting into a location with a search warrant?
Yes.
And so when that's the circumstance, do you photograph and document everything that you can?
I'm sorry, can you?
Sure, I can.
Repeat that?
That's a bad question. When you are with kind of the local law enforcement, do you document things oftentimes that maybe you don't collect and take back to the lab, or the forensic scientist doesn't, but might have value or relevance to the police?
Yes.
And in those instances, they're not assigned those same item numbers, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to draw your attention to January 24th of 2023. Do you recall going or being called out to 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes, I do.
And what was your role on that scene?
So the role was the Plymouth State Police Detective Unit had been called out to what was reported as a homicide at that address. So we were called out to document the scene and collect any items of evidence that needed to be.
It was a triple homicide. But it seems like this is one of the good guys. Tammy's gone. Say goodbye to Tammy. Tammy's gone. Just forget about it. Triple homicide. He seems like one of the good guys. He's bald for MSP. That is totally on point. Tracks. But he feels like he really cares about his job and he cares about doing his job right. And so I want to know everything that he has to say about the way things should be done, because I feel like he does them the right way.
Process.
Now, in relation to this particular investigation, when you arrived there, had the state police and the Duxbury police already secured the home?
Yes.
And again, in this situation, were you arriving and going into the home at the same time that a search warrant was being executed?
Yes, we waited for the search warrant to be signed, brought to the scene, and then photographed the search warrant, and then we started documenting the scene.
And fair to say, in this case, there were a number of items that were identified by your unit by the placards.
Yes.
And if I tell you that you documented 8 specific placards at the crime scene on that particular day, does that sound about right?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Including a brown belt, some exercise bands, 3 in particular, a pair of red pajamas, a pink sweatshirt or a robe, a pink piece of clothing, a knife with a black handle, and a phone.
Yes.
Those sound right?
It does.
And I won't go through each and every item because we've seen several of those items before. But
I'm also dying to know if they put a placard outside after Lindsay was removed from the scene, if they put a placard where her body was before they removed her to the ambulance. Would that be important? Lindsay was alive, but they didn't know if she was going to survive, right?
In particular, several of those items before, but just in particular, as it relates to placards 7 and 8, I'm just going to ask you to take a look at some photos, okay?
Okay.
That's right. There are lots of good MSP
A
officers.
photograph of placard 7. Is that familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
And what is the placard 7? What was that to highlight or depict?
That was a knife covering a red-brown stain found in the upstairs master bedroom.
That may be admitted.
Nobody hates a bad cop more than a good cop.
And I'm showing you another photograph with depicting placard number 8. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And that was a cell phone that was also noted in your documentation of the scene, correct?
Yes.
That may be admitted.
Now, as far as collecting of particular items on this scene, you're aware that there were several of the placarded items that were collected by crime scene services to take back to the lab.
Yes.
And fair to say the yellow exercise band at placard number 2, the black exercise band at placard number 3, the blue exercise band at placard number 4, the red pajamas, and the silver knife with the black handle were all collected.
Yes, I believe the red pajamas were collected by the crime scene response unit.
Okay. Do you recall collecting the knife?
Yes.
Why would you collect the knife as part of the crime scene response? Or excuse me.
There's no objection to any of this physical evidence.
All right. You just, that's all right. I'm going to allow this line of inquiry just to kind of put things in perspective. Go ahead.
Thank you. Why would you collect the knife as part of the crime scene services as opposed to the crime scene response?
So we would collect the knife because that would be an item that would be processed for fingerprints at the lab.
And based on your training and experience, fingerprint analysis, is that something that should happen before any other biological testing?
Yes.
And why is that?
So fingerprints are extremely fragile. Anything that the forensic scientist would do would destroy any fingerprints that may or may not be, that may be on a item of evidence.
Okay. And so I'm just going to approach and show you an item. Is that item familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
Is that the knife that you collected that was located at placard number 7?
Yes.
Thank you.
Put his gloves on. The knife is in a box sealed with red tape, and inside, the knife was in an envelope inside the box.
Now, that knife was brought back to the crime lab to your unit?
Yes.
And in addition to the knife, did you also bring back the exercise bands?
Yes.
As far as your analysis of those items for fingerprints, what did you do to try to identify if there was anything on them?
So when we're examining for fingerprints, we're looking for latent prints, which are fingerprints that aren't necessarily visible to the naked eye. Therefore, chemicals must be applied to bring it out to make them visible. Those are non-porous items. So for those, we would use, it's commonly referred to, what was cyanoacrylate ester. It's more commonly known as superglue. And we put them in a chamber with the superglue. The superglue is heated. There's water, so there's humidity in this chamber. The entire chamber fills with superglue fume. So it adheres to anything fingerprint related on those items. Once the chamber is cleared of the fumes, you open it, and then you can now see if there are any fingerprints on there.
Is it fair
And
to say?
that also hardens and preserves the fingerprints on the items of evidence for further testing if needed.
Okay, and is it fair to say that when you touch an item and leave some remnants of a fingerprint, it's the oils and everything that are on your finger that leave the impression on the item?
Yes.
And so are there things that can affect whether you actually get enough information to analyze a fingerprint?
Yes.
What kinds of things can influence that?
So it could be the texture of the actual object itself. It could also be environmental factors. If there's low humidity, it could be if there's the person touching the item might not have residue on their hands. There's also movement can affect fingerprints. The strength, the grip on an item also affects that, as well as they could be wiped off because fingerprints, like I said, are very, very, very fragile.
Okay, and so is it oftentimes the case that you analyze for a print and don't find anything of value?
Yes.
And so as it pertains to these items that you reviewed, the knife, the exercise bands, can you tell us what your findings were when it came to the knife?
Yes, the knife did have limited detail. meaning that there were areas of friction ridge impressions, which is that's what we've referred to fingerprints. Is the friction ridge skin is the skin that covers your palms and your fingers and your toes and your feet. The friction ridge skin is what leaves the impression on an object. So there was an area of friction ridge impression on that knife. So it was photographed further and giving an item number. Upon further analysis, there was not enough detail to do a comparison.
So when you photograph it for further analysis, why do you do that?
Do that in order to take a deeper look to see if there was enough characteristics or minutia to do a comparison to a known print.
So with a photograph, you can enhance it and look at it closer, correct?
Correct.
But after doing that, were you able to make any sort of opinions about that area on the knife?
Yes, there was not enough characteristics or minutia to do any comparison, so it was deemed no value.
And as far as the exercise bands, fair to say you also did the same and examined those to try to identify if they had any friction ridge detail or anything of value that you could conduct a comparison on, right?
Yes.
And was there any on either the yellow band, the black band, or the blue band?
No, there was not enough to do, no value.
And after you're done looking for these delicate fingerprints, what do you do with the items next?
So the items are repackaged and they moved on to the forensic scientists to do their testing.
And usually that's the criminalistics unit first, correct?
Yes.
Now, in this particular case, as we discussed, you were also documenting as state police were executing a search warrant, correct?
Yes.
And you did that again with additional photographs?
Yes.
I'm just going to show you a couple photographs if that's okay.
So there were no fingerprints on the exercise bands, yeah? No fingerprints on the exercise bands. Okay.
The 3 photographs, that's the first one. It's a little hard to see, but do you see an item depicted in there? A square item?
I'm sorry, where exactly do you?
Well, do you see that this photograph, a little washed out, but it depicts an area of the home?
Yes.
Or an item in the home?
Oh, yes.
The dresser?
Yes. Oh, yes, the dresser.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I have another photograph with a drawer open. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And then a third one, with an action item pulled out.
Yes.
And fair to say, when you're photographing things as they are found, you photograph where it comes from, as it's being examined, and then the item in and of itself.
Yes.
So these 3 photographs, would they depict the location of a brown journal?
Yes.
Okay, I would move to admit these as the next.
Right, those may be admitted.
So basically,
It looked like it just jumped. Hold on. All right, so.
Those may be admitted.
how long is your course that you take to become a crime scene technician for the state police?
So before you're certified for fingerprints, it's usually about a year.
So you're working in that crime scene services unit for a year while you're going to the school for it?
Yes, it's more of an internal training. You don't go to a specific school,
Okay.
but yes.
So you told us about your training. You told us about your experience. You told us about fingerprints. You told us how you seize items in the course of a search warrant. And then you told us about looking at the photographs and the items that would depict friction ridge, if any. But the bottom line is that you didn't get any fingerprints.
Correct.
And that you could have just said that, right? Just come on the witness stand and say, we didn't get any fingerprints.
Sustained.
So then you're talking about, as the state police investigating this case, you guys walk around and you have cameras and you take pictures, right?
Yes.
That's what you told us about. But how about when you're executing a search warrant? Are you supposed to be thorough in the course of your search for items?
I don't search for items, sir. Everything I do is,
Pictures, right?
yes, I document.
So if I went into the bedroom, if I found a bunch of drugs in addition to the drugs that were found in the kitchen. And I found these in a nightstand with blood on top of the nightstand and the knife that you talked about. You would have photographed that, right?
Yes.
He pulled out the drawer again. You would have photographed that if you found it, right? Wouldn't it be important? You found the knife on top of the nightstand. Why wouldn't you photograph this? Say that again. When you're executing a search warrant, are you supposed to photograph everything? You walk around, you have cameras.
Take pictures, right?
Yes.
In this case, you guys walk around and you have cameras and you take pictures, right?
Yes.
That's what you told us about. Well, how about when you're executing a search warrant? Are you supposed to be thorough in the course of your search for items?
I don't search for items, sir. Everything I do is,
Pictures, right?
yes, I document.
So if I went into the bedroom and if I found a bunch of drugs, in addition to the drugs that were found in the kitchen, and I found these in a nightstand with blood on top of the nightstand and the knife that you talked about, you would have photographed that, right?
Yes.
You never saw that, did you?
No.
Shaking his head.
I have no further questions.
Redirect? All right. Thank you, sir. You step down. Thank you.
The Commonwealth would call Hillary Griffiths as its next witness, please.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. Counsel.
Thank you.
Sorry.
It's okay. Good afternoon. Can you tell the jurors your first and last name?
Hillary Griffiths,
And can you spell your last name for the record?
Griffiths.
And where do you work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
What do you do there?
I am a forensic scientist in the toxicology unit
How long have you been with the state police?
for 21 years.
And have you spent your entire career in the toxicology unit or have you worked in other units?
Initially, I worked in the DNA unit and then in the Office of Alcohol Testing, but I have been in the toxicology unit since 2011.
What does the toxicology unit do at the crime lab?
We test biological specimens, primarily blood and urine and some other sample types for the presence of drugs, alcohol, and some poisons to aid in criminal and legal investigations.
Where does the samples, the blood and urine, come from before it gets to your lab?
They could come from often hospital collections of blood and urine. Occasionally, urine samples can be collected from a defendant at a police station. Also, we receive samples from the medical examiner's office.
So normally it comes through some law enforcement channel, right?
Yes.
And sometimes through the medical.
I hope she's going to talk about the toxicology of the children, because I'm really interested in the toxicology of the children. Whether perhaps she gave them anything like Benadryl to drowsy them up so that she could do this, because if she did, that could go to some premeditation, right? That could help the Commonwealth's case. So far, they haven't had a lot of helpful testimony for their case, but I'm interested in this. So this is important testimony. For those of you whose minds have started to wander, come on back to me.
Examiner's office.
Yes.
Law enforcement channel, right?
Yes.
And sometimes through the medical examiner's office.
Yes.
You don't have any direct involvement in the collection of the blood or urine from an individual, correct?
Correct.
You're just looking at the blood itself.
Yes.
Or the urine.
Yes.
Okay, so what kinds of testing is done in the toxicology unit? You mentioned alcohol and drugs and poison. So how does the toxicology unit handle those things?
We initially screen samples following a particular testing strategy depending on case type. And we will screen samples and then confirm whatever is found positive in the screening using a second methodology or repeating the initial methodology using a variety of different techniques.
And when a sample comes to your unit, can you explain to us how the personnel in that unit divides up the work?
Yes. Our samples are tested in a batch system. So each analyst is assigned a particular task for the month. And then any case that requires that test during that month is performed by that individual. So often cases could need anywhere from 3 to 10 different tests to be done. And so different individuals will conduct each different test.
And for any given case or any different lab number, is there an analyst that's kind of assigned at the end of it all to digest or analyze all of the data?
Yes, when all of the testing is completed for a case, an analyst takes responsibility for that case, and they will review all of the raw data that's generated by the different analysts involved. They'll review the case specific information, like the police report, the documentation on the evidence itself. They'll assess the case as a whole, and they'll generate a report containing their findings.
And do you receive some sort of specialized training to be part of the toxicology unit?
Yes.
And what training do you receive?
When I began working in the toxicology unit, I participated in approximately a year-long training program where I conducted literature reviews, attended lectures, to learn the theory behind the testing and the testing process itself, as well as the interpretation of the results. And then I practiced each of the techniques on mock cases, and then took tests to ensure that I understood the logic and the background behind the testing. I understood the interpretation, and I was able to test these mock cases and get the correct results prior to performing those methods on casework samples.
If you're watching your screen, you know exactly what Kevin Reddington was talking about when he says, you're all trained how to testify, aren't you? That's why you always look at the jury when you're answering your questions. Look at me. Look at me. She's doing the exact same thing. She's looking right at the jury every time she answers a question.
And you described to us that the work is done in a batch flow process so that you could be doing different things at various points. Are you trained to do each part of the process?
Yes.
And so ultimately you could interpret, but you don't always interpret with every single case that you work on.
Correct.
Now, in the toxicology unit, you mentioned that there are screening tests and there are confirmatory tests, and those are usually assigned differently in this batch process, correct?
They can be, yes.
What are generally the screen tests that are done when a case comes into the toxicology unit?
For the most part, all cases receive an ELISA screen, which is a very quick color screening test that looks for 8 different types of drugs. It's very sensitive but not very specific. So it basically says this type of drug might be present. Now go do follow-up testing to find out specifically what's present. They also all receive a general unknown screen, which looks for several hundred different prescription drugs, over-the-counter drugs, and drugs of abuse. Then depending on the case type, they can be screened for alcohol, and they can be screened, specific screening tests for GHB can be performed if the case type warrants that.
GHB, alcohol, I mean, really?
Overall, guys.
You can continue.
The volume did drop, right? It was me. I mean, it wasn't me. It was the volume, right? I can boost it a little bit, but I want to hear what his objection was.
A general that basically says this type of drug might be present. Now go do follow-up testing to find out specifically what's present. They also all receive a general unknown screen, which looks for several hundred different prescription drugs, over-the-counter drugs, and drugs of abuse. Then depending on the case type, they can be screened for alcohol, and they can be screened, specific screening tests for GHB can be performed if the case type warrants that.
GHB, alcohol, I mean,
He's like, we're talking about GHB, alcohol. GHB, for those of you who don't know, is the date grape drug. It's like a roofie. He's like, really?
really?
Overall, guys.
You can continue.
And then depending on what is present from those screening tests, that will guide the follow-up testing.
And with the follow-up testing, that's the process of going through that secondary confirmatory testing, right?
Correct.
And in some instances with the screens, are you looking to get any sort of specific information about a particular drug or substance that might be present, or is it just a determination of whether something is detected or not detected?
It depends on the test itself and the sample. The general unknown screen only tells us if a substance is detected or not detected. The general unknown screen can be run as both a screening test and a confirmatory test. With other tests, the screening test would just be qualitative, and we would determine if a substance is present or not, such as when we test urine, we can only determine or report out if a substance is present or not. With some tests, when testing blood, we can determine a concentration and know how much of the drug is present.
And are there limitations at your lab as far as determining concentration of certain types of drugs in blood?
Yes.
And so what happens when your lab might have screened or detected a substance but doesn't have the ability to give a concentration? What do you do with that?
We can, if the substance is confirmed, so if we've tested it twice and verified that it's definitely present, we can report it out as just detected, as opposed to giving the concentration.
Do you often work with other independent outside laboratories to do additional testing that you can't as far as determining concentrations or levels?
Yes, if it's important for the case to know a concentration of a substance that we can't quantify ourselves, we can send it to a different laboratory that can perform that testing.
I'm going to draw your attention to a laboratory number 23-01723. Do you recall doing work on that particular lab number?
Yes.
Do you recall what your role was in that batch process for the lab number?
Yes. I performed the confirmation method for benzodiazepines on the urine sample and the quantitation method for benzodiazepines on the blood sample.
And in order to do, well, can you tell us a little bit about the benzodiazepine? What did you do as far as that particular test?
When testing both the blood and the urine, for the most part, the same method is used. We use a solid phase extraction method to separate the drugs from the rest of the biological material. Biological materials can have things like lipids and steroids and blood cells and bacteria and other things that can interfere with our testing. So we use this solid phase extraction method to separate the drugs and concentrate them to be able to run on our instrument. And then we run them on a LC-MS, which is a liquid chromatograph mass spectrometer that can separate the different drugs and identify specifically which one is present and how much is there. When we're testing blood samples, we can report out that value for how much is present. When testing urine samples by this method, although the method itself can determine how much is present, we don't report that out because concentrations in urine aren't really meaningful. They don't reflect any concentration that had previously been in the blood. They mostly just reflect how much of the drug was present in the urine. So we don't report that. There is an additional step that's needed when testing urine at the beginning of the method, but otherwise both the blood and the urine are tested in the same manner using the solid phase extraction and the LC-MS.
And in this case, with this laboratory number, the toxicology unit was in fact provided with 6 vials of blood and 1 vial of urine, correct?
There were 4 vials of blood and then 2 vials of serum plasma, which had started out as blood but were serum by the time we received them, and then 1 tube of urine.
Okay. And as far as the urine goes, in your role in this batch process, you conducted that benzodiazepine screen, correct?
Yes.
And it was positive?
Yes.
And then the further testing, were you able to detect any particular benzodiazepines in the urine?
I didn't conduct the initial benzodiazepine screen through the ELISA method, which was positive. Based on that positive result, I ran the confirmation method on the urine, which identified the specific drugs that were present. And that identified in urine nordiazepam, oxazepam, temazepam, and lorazepam.
And based on your training experience when it comes to those substances, if it's detected in either blood or urine, does it mean that there are those 4 separate substances, or could they be derivatives of one particular drug?
Yes, each of those substances is available as its own drug. You can get prescriptions for them, you can purchase them. However, diazepam, that's more commonly used than nordiazepam, oxazepam, and temazepam, breaks down into those other 3 substances. So often when we detect nordiazepam, oxazepam, and temazepam, they actually are present in the body because diazepam or another benzodiazepine was initially taken and it broke down to those 3.
But as far as your testing is, when it comes to urine, you can't determine or quantify what it was or if it was one drug or multiple.
Correct.
Now, in this particular case, you indicated that there was also further testing done on the blood, correct?
Yes.
And was it as well for the benzodiazepines?
Yes.
And that was just because that was your role in the batch testing for this case?
Yes.
What were the results in the testing of the benzodiazepines in the blood?
The blood contained 8.8 nanograms per milliliter of diazepam and 20 nanograms per milliliter of nordiazepam and 4.8 nanograms per mil of oxazepam and 1.9 nanograms per mil of temazepam and 61 nanograms per mil of lorazepam.
And in your role in this testing process, you're just running the equipment.
Can we have that in English, please? Diazepam is Valium, right? A lot of PAMs. All the PAMs are in her blood and urine. And could someone just break it down in English, please? I don't know if that's a lot. I don't know if that's a little. I'm not an expert. Tell us more in English. I can't explain the stipulation to you because I don't have it. I don't think it's been filed with the court yet. When I have the stipulation, we can talk about exactly what they stipulated to, but I just don't have it yet. So I don't know. Lorazepam, Zativan. All right. Don't put the drug names in the chat though, please. Thank you.
Running the tests and getting the data, correct?
There is some analysis of the data. I have to ensure that the controls performed appropriately, that the instrument was running properly, and make a decision based on the instrument data, what I consider to be positive or not. But then it's handed off to another analyst who generates the final report.
And in this case, were all the controls appropriate, all the equipment running effectively, and everything done according to the policies and procedures of the lab?
Ultimately, all of the relevant controls that were associated with the samples performed appropriately.
And what did you do with the information or the data that you received as a result of these tests? What did you do with it?
I put it together in a batch file that contained all the data for my analysis. It contained the case data for the samples that were run on that day, as well as all the control data that was run simultaneously, and other traceability type info, and gave it to another analyst who reviewed it to ensure that laboratory policies and procedures were followed, that the controls performed appropriately in order to report the results, and that the results were scientifically accurate. And then after that analyst agreed with my findings, the data was put into the individual case files.
And in this case, the reporting analyst for the entire lab number of 23-01723 was in fact somebody by the name of Nicholas Roberts, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that there were other forensic scientists who did other testing for other types of drugs in the same test, but it wasn't part of your role or your batch?
Correct.
Thank you.
Right. Mr. Reddington.
Please break it down for us, K-Red.
So the toxicology report you're familiar with was dated February 24th of 2023. Is that correct? Do you have it in front of you?
I can refer to it.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. And you can keep it right there and look at it. And then it makes reference to your lab number. And then it talks about the specimens that you've indicated, which would be the toxicology blood times 4, serum plasma, you noted serum plasma, and then urine, right?
Yes.
And when you say serum plasma, what is that? Is that just a breakdown of the blood, or is it that was actual plasma that was submitted? How did that come about as opposed to the actual blood in items number 1, 2, and 3?
We received samples that were taken for medical reasons, and the sample that was initially drawn would have been blood, but the hospital would have separated the blood cells from the liquid portion of the sample prior to it being submitted to our lab. So when I received it, it was serum plasma, but it would have initially been blood.
Okay. And likewise with the urine, correct?
Yes.
And you received all of these items in indicating light blue top tube, potassium oxalate, sodium fluoride. That was just so prevent coagulation, right?
Yes.
And then looking down further, it says on the toxicology blood, you make reference to, as you indicated, the 8.8 diazepam, the nordiazepam, the oxazepam, temazepam, lorazepam, and you're putting down, would that be nanograms per milliliters, ng/ml?
Yes.
Okay. And it's kind of hard to follow through with that, so I'm going to approach you. This is a copy of the blood toxicology report that you're referring to, right? Sure, of course.
Yes.
And this is the tox report for Lindsay Clancy, right?
Yes.
And it's making reference to incident date of January 24th of 23, correct?
Yes.
I'd offer this one.
Any objection?
No.
That may be admitted.
I'm surprised the prosecution didn't put that in evidence.
You can continue. Yes. You then make reference to organic bases and neutrals, right?
Yes.
Can you tell me what is an organic base and a neutral? What does that mean?
That refers to, so the line above that, the organic acids and neutrals and the organic bases and neutrals refer to the results from the general unknown screen, which is another screen that was performed by a different analyst.
Okay. Do you know who the analyst was?
Lisa Yell.
And would that be with the Department of the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes.
Okay. And as it relates to the tox report, it also notes that, what is an organic base and a neutral? What does that mean, though? I just don't know.
This testing procedure separates the drugs present in the sample into drugs that are more basic in nature and drugs that are more acidic in nature. This test looks for several hundred types of drugs. And so in order to customize the extraction method to target certain drugs, the sample is divided into 2 fractions.
So in other words, it gives you a broader spectrum, if you will, of the drugs that would be in the person's sample of their blood, right?
Yes.
And that detected mirtazapine, right?
Yes.
Lamotrigine, right?
Yes.
Probably mispronouncing this. Quetiapine?
Quetiapine.
And quetiapine metabolite, right?
Yes.
As well as trazodone, right?
Correct.
And just tell me, what is a metabolite? What does that mean, quetiapine metabolite?
When we consume drugs, our body will break down the drug often into another molecule before it's being excreted. And sometimes our testing can detect these breakdown molecules as well. So this test detected both quetiapine as well as its breakdown product.
So there was, that would indicate that there was quetiapine that was in the blood as well as a quetiapine metabolite or a breakdown over passage of time.
Yes.
Also, just you guys check for everything. There's no alcohol detected, right?
Correct.
No amphetamines detected, right?
Correct.
There was a benzo screen that was positive, which we've already talked about, correct?
Yes.
Buprenorphine screen, none detected, right?
Yes.
Cocaine and fentanyl, none, right?
Yes.
Methamphetamines, none, correct?
Yes.
Opiates, none.
Yes.
Cannabinoids, that'd be weed, right? None.
It's the active molecule in there.
Okay. Diazepam, none.
Yes.
Nordiazepam detected.
Correct.
Hold on a second.
Okay. Diazepam, none.
It's the active molecule in there. Yes.
Cannabinoids, that'd be weed, right? None.
Cannabinoids. That'd be weed, right? They made a big deal about a weed gummy at some point in this trial, right? Negative.
It's the active molecule in there.
Okay. Diazepam, none.
Yes.
Nor diazepam detected.
Correct.
Oxazepam detected.
Yes.
Teramazepam detected.
Yes.
Lorazepam detected, right?
Yes.
And then finally it says organic acids and neutrals, none detected, right?
Yes.
And then you talk about, and that would be the acids. Then you talk about the actual organic bases, and it lists all of the other items that we just went through. Trazodone metabolite, for example. So you have the trazodone plus the breakdown of
Yes.
the metabolite. You have the mirtazapine as well as mirtazapine metabolite, right?
Correct.
Lamotrigine, quietapine, and the quietapine metabolite, right?
Correct.
Now, you would also, in your direct examination, made reference to another lab that you all work with, apparently, or that you've had occasion to work with, right?
Occasionally, we have sent samples to another lab.
Okay. Would that be NMS Labs located in Horsham, Horsham, Pennsylvania?
NMS Labs, I don't recall the location of the lab.
Okay, but you know NMS Labs.
Yes.
And that's pretty well known, right?
Yes.
You guys, right? And was a sample of Lindsay's blood sent to that place as well?
Yes.
And were there results for that as a result of the examination?
I believe so.
Okay, I'm going to approach you with toxicology report.
Sure, Council.
Oh, he wants to show her the results from the NMS labs. And there are 13 witnesses listed on the witness list from this NMS labs in Pennsylvania. We have not come across them yet in any of our other Massachusetts trials that we've been covering. And he wants to show this witness the report from that lab and have her talk about it. But they had to go to sidebar for that because there was an objection. And now K-Red is sitting down, so I guess.
Yeah, come on.
The Commonwealth would
He's done.
call Lisa Yell as the next witness, please.
Thank you so much.
Because it wasn't her report, she wasn't allowed to talk about it. So, moving on to the next witness.
All right. Come on.
Lisa Yell, spelled Y-E.
Ma'am, can you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
My name is Lisa Yell, spelled Y-E-L-L-E.
And what do you do for work?
I currently work at a biotech pharmacy company.
Did you work for the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab at some point?
Yes, I did.
And how long did you work for the crime lab?
For 15 years.
And in January of 2023, what unit were you working with at the crime lab?
The toxicology unit.
And more specifically, I guess, February of 2023, were you still in that unit?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm just going to draw your attention right to this particular case. We're talking about laboratory number 23-01723. Did you do any batch work on this particular case?
Yes, I did.
And what testing did you do in relation to the samples of this lab number?
It was a test that was known as the general unknown screen.
Can you tell the jury what the general unknown screen does, what it tests for?
Sure, that's a screening test for drugs. It essentially would test for hundreds of different prescription medications or drugs of abuse.
And in this particular test, the general unknown screen, is there a portion of testing in the lab for general unknowns that would allow you to quantify when certain substances are detected?
The general unknown screen is not a quantifiable test. It's just an identification screen. So you wouldn't be able to attribute a specific level of the drug, but just the identification that it was present or not.
So it would be a detected or non-detected situation?
Correct.
And in this particular case, items 10-101 involved a vial of blood that was submitted to the laboratory, correct?
Yes.
And you did the general unknown screen for the blood?
Yes.
And what were the substances that were detected in that sample of blood?
Would I be able to reference?
Sure.
Just to ensure that I'm attributing everything?
Yep.
Any objections?
No, of course not. Sure.
I can actually show you what's Exhibit 183.
This witness turns her whole chair towards the jury when she speaks to the jury. Thank you, Bernadine, for your super sticker from tuning in from South Africa.
Does that refresh your memory as to the substances?
Yes.
Okay, so fair to say it's mirtazapine, lamotrigine,
Trazodone,
trazodone,
and quetiapine.
quetiapine, and the quetiapine metabolite, correct?
Yes.
And in that particular screen of the blood, all you're able to tell is whether they're detected or not.
Correct.
In your work with testing for those items and running that general unknown screen, were there any issues with the controls in that test?
No, there weren't.
Were there any problems with the equipment in that test?
There was a syringe issue, which means essentially if you consider a needle that has a plunger on the top, it would have essentially gotten stuck at some point within the batch run, which could run for 24 to 48 hours. It's a very lengthy run. So once the error is notified, it's a very simple switch. You just pull the syringe out, place it back, place a new one back into that same spot, and then you would restart your run from that point forward, including a control, just to ensure that the instrument is still functioning the way that it should.
And so would that type of error that you observed in the equipment affect the results of the test?
Not in any way.
And in addition to the testing or running this general unknown screen on the blood, you also ran a general unknown screen on urine, which was identified as item 10-201, correct?
That's correct.
And were those same substances detected in the urine?
Yes, they were.
And again, as far as those particular substances in the general unknown screen or unknown screen test for urine, are you able to quantify it in any way?
No.
Is it fair to say that there are other laboratories across the country that potentially could quantify those substances?
Yes.
And so in this case, are you aware that there were samples of the blood and that were sent to another lab because of those positive tests for those substances?
I am not aware.
Okay. You weren't the reporting analyst in this case, correct?
Correct. I was not.
So after you did those general unknown screens in the blood and the urine, what did you do with the information?
The testing, every independent sample receives its own summary sheet where you document any possible drugs that were detected. All of the sheets are submitted to what's called a batch review. So a secondary person will independently review everything and ensure that they drew the same conclusions that I did. Once both people have agreed, all of the paperwork that is generated is filed within the respective case files, and then that's later submitted to an analyst at random to author the report and review the entirety of the case.
And in this particular case for lab number 23-101723, you're aware that Nicholas Roberts was the reporting analyst, correct?
Correct.
And any decisions on any further testing were likely made through him in your experience?
Yes, it definitely would not have been part of the role for someone doing a portion of the testing within a case.
And as far as the particular substances that were detected, when you are running these tests, it doesn't tell you that there were several different drugs that were necessarily consumed by the individual, correct?
I don't know if I understand your question.
Well, are there certain substances that come up in these screens that could be attributable to the same type of drug?
There are certain, we would call them parent drugs and metabolites. Once you ingest the medication, your body will begin to metabolize or break that drug down. So there could be metabolites that are related to the parent compound of the medication that was taken.
So where there were five positive or detected substances doesn't mean that there was 5 specific substances, especially where there was a metabolite detected, correct? I guess that.
I'm not sure I follow your question again.
That's okay.
She's saying, she did say it tested positive for 5 different substances. But the DA is trying to say that doesn't mean she took 5 different drugs. That could just mean that she took 2 drugs and 3 of them had the same components or similarities or compound or something. But this witness is like, I don't know what you're talking about.
As far as these particular items or these particular substances that were detected in these screens, you weren't able to provide any further information for final review other than they were detected.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
Basically, as the court knows, we agree to this. We stipulate to all of this. As far as the blood, the chain of custody, the testing, you didn't have any problems with the quality of the testing, right? It was good test.
It was a good test, correct?
Okay. So, and the results that have been described.
Well, we may not have a copy of the stipulation, and somebody said that they heard on the news that it's not going to be made public. I can't speak to that yet because I've been on with you all day, so I haven't had a chance to poke around. But he's telling us some of the things they stipulated to.
The testing. Agree to this. We basically, as the court knows, we agree to this. We stipulate to all of this as far as the blood, the chain of custody, the testing.
Blood, chain of custody, testing. They're stipulating to it. Some of it.
You didn't have any problems with the quality of the testing, right? It was good test.
It was a good test, correct?
Okay. So, and the results that have been described numerous times, there's the reference to metabolite, and there's 5 drugs. Doesn't mean there's 5 drugs. It could be 1 drug with a metabolite. All a metabolite means is that it's a breakdown of the same drug at some point, right?
Correct.
Like if you're smoking marijuana or something, you have carboxy-9 or whatever they call it. It can be some residue in your blood, right?
Yes, the way that,
From the breakdown.
yes.
And the lab that the council was referring to, again, would be the, is it the NMS lab? You familiar with that? NMS?
I'm familiar that that lab does exist, yes.
Yeah. And what does that mean? Do you know what NMS means? Is it like national something?
I'm not familiar with the acronym.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have. Thanks.
All right. Como?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, man. We step down. Thank you. Counsel, can I see you at sidebar? I'm not even going to make a commitment. But we'll have a couple witnesses this afternoon. We'll kind of see where we go. Okay? All right, thank you.
Wait, what now?
I'm going to ask you to come back 2 o'clock. There's another couple of witnesses.
2 o'clock.
I'm not even going to make a commitment. But we'll have a couple of witnesses this afternoon. We'll kind of see where we go. Okay? All right, thank you.
All right.
I don't know. Somebody put in the chat that they were already done for the day. I guess that was bad information. Which is why I asked that you don't put rumors and speculation in the chat. For example, a lot of people are talking about some rumor about Patrick Clancy changing his shoes in between the restaurant and the CVS. I don't know anything about that. I have not vetted it. I don't know what even that means. There's a lot of random theories out there on the internet. And so this is a channel based on facts. This is a channel based on court documents, court proceedings. And so I just don't do the gossip, rumor, and speculation stuff in addition to, all of the speculation about Patrick having an affair. I don't know anything about that. It's not true. But let me tell you this. If it was true, and if there was any indication that it even could be possibly true, don't you think that the Commonwealth would be using that as their theory? Of course they would. They had all the devices. They searched everything. If there was any chance in hell that that was real or that actually happened, somebody was in here before stating it as if it was fact, like they had no idea, that they knew for a fact that it was true. That would absolutely 100% be the Commonwealth's theory. She wasn't crazy. She didn't suffer from a postpartum psychotic break. She found out her husband was cheating on her, and so therefore she killed the kids to get back at him. That would 100% be their theory. Okay? So I don't entertain that here because I know the family reads the chat, they read the comments. Let's just not. We don't need to go there, We don't need to go there here. All right, they're on lunch till 2. Let's go to the chat for a bit. And then we're going to take a break because everyone needs one. Everybody needs a break. Everybody needs a break. The law said earlier, and I started this from way earlier, this is how the trial out of Timaru, New Zealand went from the get-go. I tried to mention it yesterday, but my post got deleted. Sad as an attorney, as I knew the family. I don't know why your post got deleted. I don't know if you said a word in there that is blocked on YouTube. I can't speak to that, and that is very sad. You're absolutely right, and that is very sad. And my mods do what they do for a reason, so I don't know for sure if it was an accident. I just don't know. I'm sorry if you were insulted. Don't be insulted. Things happen. That is a very sad case. I'm sure I haven't looked into it, so I don't know anything about it. Lena says, can you imagine what this prosecutor would say if all the bottles were empty? It's pretty honest that they were going to dispose of these. Thank you very much. Just there for funsies, coming in with a personal story saying, as someone who's been psychotic, we can know right from wrong and still do the wrong thing. That's exactly the nature of the beast. There's lack of control. I knew what was wrong. I just couldn't follow it. Thank you for giving us some personal insight. Piney Woods is here. Thanks for your 20. Melanie, did you tell us that this prosecutor was one of the lead ones in her office? That wasn't me. I didn't say that. So I'm not sure if that's true. Mass Dad might have been in here. He knows a lot about the Massachusetts court system. You said because she doesn't appear to know how any of this works. Yeah, I'm over the bow, but thank you for your 20. Love you. Ashley says, detox nurse here. If she was missing prescription meds, none of those benzos would be left in the bottles. Oh, if she was misusing them, right. Because the prosecution's trying to say that she was a drug seeker too, right? And that she went to a lot of different doctors to get a lot of different drugs. And that's right. If she was misusing them, all the benzo bottles would be empty. Great. Excellent point. Kelly said, I'm a bit behind, but it's interesting, but not surprising to see that the defense question induced amnesia suffered by Commonwealth witnesses is case transferable. It is. Thanks, Kelly. Big Boy says, the glass on the bumper that didn't match anything continues to keep me up at night to this day. Haha. That was Maureen Hartnett. Oh. And Big Boy then said, if you can explain this later, Lindsay Clancy's state of mind is crucial in the case. Does the court show any consideration to state of mind while agreeing to stipulate? Yes, and that is why he gave her the colloquy about the stipulation. And he found that she was competent to enter into that stipulation. But again, her state of mind with regard to the killings is her state of mind at the time of the killings. Not today, not the day before, not the day after, not a month later in the hospital. It's at the time or shortly before the time of the killings. And that is a great point. Thank you for your 5. Elf says, do we know how long Lindsay was at her home before transfer to the hospital? Who made the decision not to go to level 1 trauma center first? Nurse? I don't know. I can't answer that question. I think from the time he called 911, were they there within something like 4 minutes, and they transported her pretty much immediately. So I don't know the exact numbers. Somebody in the chat might know. And I don't want to give you the wrong information, Elf. Nate Taylor said she could have leaned out the window head first and fell face first. True. Her head would have landed closest to the house and body away from the house. Great point. Thank you, Nate, for your 5. Sonia from Australia, PPD and fathers. After 2 kids in 2 years, my partner just took off and started a new life with the local barmaid. I'm so sorry, girl. Men do things differently. Not all men. We can't put all men in one category. I'm really sorry that happened to you. And she said, women are left holding the babies usually, in my experience. I'm sorry, sweetie. We stand behind you. We're with you. You're not alone, Sonia. We're here. Thank you for your 20. Jean said, do you think it's odd that there's no mention of the milligrams of these meds, which plays a factor? I think there's going to be somebody to come in and testify about it. So at this point, I think we have seen it. We saw it actually in her diary, and I read it into the record, or into our record. She kept copious notes of the meds she took every single day and how many milligrams. And so at some point, we're going to hear more about that. But I did read it into the record when it came up on the screen. It's not always a duck. Thank you for your 5. And that reminds me about our Princess Diana, our Lady Diana rubber duck that we have. Because, rubber ducks, Canton, the whole thing. Got that in London when I went to see Harry Styles with my kid. It was awesome. Says, I wonder if her body temperature being so low caused her wounds not to bleed. Maybe. Could be. It's a possibility. Lex P says, past competitive cheerleader here, 16 plus years. You're right. It's instinct to flip. And she definitely could have rotated without even intending. Thank you for validating me. Angela Sanders Books gifted 5 memberships. She's amazing. Thank you very much, Angela. Philly says, trauma therapist here. I'm curious if Lindsay Clancy had a safety plan identifying circumstances that precede suicidal and homicidal ideation, coping skills, people to call, activities that distract, and emergency numbers. I do not know. But if she did, it would be written down in one of her notebooks because she was very organized, it seems. And so I just don't know the answer to that question. Maybe we'll find out. And I wonder if you are suggesting that because you are a trauma therapist. And we were talking earlier, first thing this morning, about how we can make this case, we can make some positive changes in the world and among people that we know who may be struggling. And is that something that you suggest that people who are going through this do? Toss it in the chat. I know this was from very earlier this morning, but thank you very much for your time. And meditating, Honey Badger gifted a membership. Thank you so very much. I want to know this too. Shaz Star says, I want to know if toxicology tests were done for the kids or if that wasn't considered. I think it absolutely should 100% have been done for the kids. And the woman who just testified about the toxicology only testified about Lindsay's. So I am very curious because I think that if they could show that the kids were medicated or drugged before she took their lives, that could go to some sort of premeditation, planning, even though we know from one of the witnesses yesterday that even if a person is in psychosis, they can plan, execute on a plan, and communicate. It would just be more evidence that the Commonwealth could use in support of its case. But I don't know if it's been done. Caitlin says, thanks for dumbing down the legal terms and always reminding everyone to keep an open mind and hear and see everything first. Much love from a tiny town in Missouri. Been with you since the beginning. Oh, thank you, Caitlin, for being here and for your 10. Jank Aron says, how can there be so many stains if they were superficial wounds? No bleeding. No bleeding outside, I think, when they found her or on the way to the hospital or in the hospital. But she also had hypothermia. A lot of questions, but there was a lot of blood. A lot of blood. Surf, thank you so much for your $20 super sticker. I appreciate you so much. Melissa's POV says, as a workers' comp nurse case manager, I traveled to hospitals throughout Massachusetts, Maine, and New Hampshire following catastrophic injuries. Not a fan of South Shore Hospital. Thanks for keeping me company on my long drives. Oh, you're so welcome. You're so welcome. That's why I sort of commentate like sports, because I know there's a lot of people who are not able to watch their screen, because I know from my own personal experience that I listen to YouTube in my car as well, and I'm never looking at the screen. So it's helpful when it is described for me what is actually happening on screen. So I'm glad you like it. Kimmy Kimba, thank you for your 10. Hey Gemma says, sorry, we're from MSP and we don't want all the evidence and do half-ass investigations. Not all of them. I did like that one crime scene guy who testified near the end of the morning. Thank you very much for your 10. Captain K says, I still can't get over is that this entire case is only based on the only uninjured person's word at the crime scene. And why did he change his shoes? See, I don't know anything about him changing his shoes between CVS and 3V. I don't know anything about it. And how was her thyroid crushed? I mean, where's that theory coming from? Reddit? Twitter? I don't play on either of those cesspools, so I don't know anything about the shoe changing. Thank you for your 10. Veronica, thank you for your super sticker. It's a 10. Nervous and Norfolk says, please, Maureen, after the Karen Reed debacle, then landing at this scene, you had to know how huge his case would be. Yeah, but Karen Reed's case wasn't huge by January of 2023 when all this stuff happened. Oh, wait a second. That's a great point. Okay. All right. Think about this for a second with me, if you will. She said I would have swabbed every square inch. Okay. Follow me. I don't know. This could be a weird random theory, but John O'Keefe was murdered in January of 2022. That's when Maureen Hartnett went to the Sally Port, did all the testing on the glass and maybe some blood samples, maybe some DNA from his jeans, all that stuff. Blood stains on his jeans, vomit on his underwear. Some of it was tested, some of it wasn't. That's January of 2022. Many of those reports and testing was not done until 2023, as I recall. Maybe if you guys in the chat are still here who remember, you can let me know. Turtle Boy started reporting on the Karen Reed case in April of 2023. And all of the crappy investigation and lack of investigation that was done by the Massachusetts State Police, right? And how their reports sucked. Colin Albert's name was never mentioned, all that stuff. Is it a coincidence that all of a sudden in June of 2023, which would have been 2 months after Turtle Boy started digging into Karen Reed and the crappy investigation, that all of a sudden Maureen Hartnett is sent back to the house where Lindsay Clancy jumped out the window to now test the blood on the outside of the house? Does that make sense? Does that make sense? A lot of oh my gods in the chat, right? Because Turtle Boy was the one who pushed it out there, how bad the investigation was. And they're like, oh crap. Lindsay Clancy's coming up for trial. Maybe we ought to go back and test the blood on the shingles outside of the house. Maybe we better start tying up some loose ends on all of the other cases that we didn't investigate properly that are going to be high profile. Maybe. That's a great point. That's a great point. Thanks for your 5. Trying to clean up and do some damage control, says Jenny Lynn. Yep. Thank you very much. Zorro the dog. Hold on. I'm gonna highlight that for a second. Maloney's Law says, my first super chat. Oh, thank you so very much for your 10. I appreciate you. She says, thanks for entertaining me. I'm also a retired lawyer after 30 years. Lawyer. Thank you for thanking me. Thank you for your service. And also, isn't it good to be retired? Isn't it so good? This is how I'm spending my retirement. It's a lot. I'm glad you're enjoying it. And I don't know if you're here, Shay, but thank you very much for tuning in. 30 years is a lot. It's a lot. It will suck the soul out of you and the life out of you at some point if you keep litigating. Litigation is a killer. It's a killer. Here it is. Zora the dog says, day 2 of Melanie Little's coverage. 29 minutes is the CVS and 33 minutes is the restaurant. Same shoes. The lighting and angle don't change the shoe. It could look different because of lighting. Thank you for doing the Lord's work. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what, like David is like, what does it even matter if he did change his shoes? I don't know. There's a lot of like conspiracy theorists out there who think that he had something to do, that he's the one who actually did it, that he's the one who took the children's lives. And I can't allow that in my chat. I just can't allow it because I just, people are wild. I don't know. People are wild. Maybe that's why they think the shoes are, I have no idea. Crime Trial Addict says, thanks for covering. Everyone go take a walk at lunch, get some fresh air. Yes, we're going to do that. We're going to do that. Thank you, Sherry Davis. The truth for you 10. Jane says, I was a new mom when I lost my only parent. Psych put me on an array of meds that never made me happy or only numb. My husband left as a result. I'm so sorry. I know now that meds couldn't fix my grief. Time and a better husband did. Oh, good girl. I'm so glad you're on the other side of that. You know why they call it the rear view mirror? Because you're not going that way. It's all in the rear view for you. Good. I'm happy for you. Thanks for your 20. John says, thank you for your professional coverage of these important trials. Your streams really help my day pass quickly. Oh, thank you, John. I appreciate that. Zoni Cole says, thanks for all the coverage. Can Lindsay get mail? I don't know. A lot of people have asked me that. I haven't had time to look into it. I'm sure that she can get mail. I just don't know where it would be sent to. Thank you very much for that, for reminding me. Cleo, thanks for becoming a member. 2 hours. Phil Gallagher is 2 hours behind. He's watching from Liverpool, England. Thanks, Phil. And on TikTok, people are talking about the shoes, says Camille. It's so funny because my kids who are very busy, I'll have 3 in college come very shortly, are like, do you know about the Lindsay Clancy case? I'm like, well, as a matter of fact, what do you think I am doing every day? What do you think I'm doing every day? Because that's how they found out about it. because it's all over TikTok. It's all over TikTok. Bees on Mars says, I sent that early AM super chat, a big fat yes to my colleague who reiterated the importance of a safety plan. It's a must. Thank you. Thank you. There are a lot of documents that dropped on Farwell, and I have them in my inbox. And if they break early today, which I think they might, we can cover that later. There's a lot of stuff that's dropped. There's a Betterow letter on Aidan Carney's case. And there's so many things we need to catch up on, but it's hard when I'm doing this 8 hours a day. But I know more petitioning the government, says Lauren. Thank you. More petition. Yeah. And Eddie says, yep, my daughter is a nursing student. She was watching clips all night, watching clips about the shoes or on the TikTok. On the TikTok. Oh, thank you. Somebody who asked me to send them $500 on Venmo. Yeah, that's not happening. Thank you for 4 matcha lattes from someone anonymous. I love you too. And thank you so very much. Jessa, thank you for your matcha lattes. I'm going to need them today. And she says, thanks for inspiring me to go ahead and work toward law school, even at my old 43-year-old age. I love your advocacy and passion. I love that. You're never too old to dream a new dream. You can do it. Never too old to dream a new dream. Terry, thank you for your Venmo. Says, thanks. Your hilarious snarkiness makes a very heavy trial a little lighter. I know. Like sometimes I got to pick my points in the trial where I will throw in a little snark or a humor because it is a very dark time and timing is everything in comedy, right? Ashley says, thanks for all your time with all the court cases. Thank you, Ashley, for your Venmo. Susanna says, get yourself a latte. Thanks. You bless me every day. No, you bless me by watching. Thank you so very much. Buddy's mom bought me 3 matcha lattes. Says, thanks for covering. I really hope people can keep their minds open and really listen to what happened to Lindsay. I didn't have PPD, but a touch of baby blues and felt terrible for that. I can't imagine how she was feeling. The shame needs to go away. The body does different things for different women. Be kind. I know. Be kind. Be kind. It's not hard. It is not hard. Okay, here's what we're going to do. It is 1:31. We are going to take a half an hour, and everyone needs to go hydrate, go outside, touch some grass. She's in Tewksbury now. I don't know if that's where she would be sent to. They're telling me there's another state hospital. Go outside, touch some grass, breathe. Breathe. Thank you, Bex, for becoming a member. We are coming back in a half an hour. I'm going to put this up so everyone knows. Court is on lunch until 2 p.m. And we are going to take a break too. Mods, take a break as well. If you choose to stay in the chat, guide your actions nicely, please. Be kind to each other. Take 30 minutes for yourself. Breathe, stretch, whatever you need to do, because a break must be taken at this point. All right, you guys, I'll see you in a little bit. Okay, we're back. I figured I'd whisper in case anybody has earbuds in. I didn't want to blow your ears out. Is everybody being nice in the chat to each other? I hope so. Sometimes this job is like being a high school principal or a middle school principal. Because there are people who will just come in here to rage bait you. You know that, right? Court is still on lunch. And we wait. We forgot to read our motivational quote of the day for today, Tuesday, August 4th, 2026. Billie Holiday said, "If I'm going to sing like someone else, I don't need to sing at all." How do you like it? Billie Holiday, Queen. If I'm going to sing like someone else, I don't need to sing at all. That's right. Pearls of wisdom from Billie Holiday today. We also need a badass affirmation. Affirmation for a badass. Come on, focus, focus, focus. Thank you. And we need one of these too, because we do it every day. Every day we need it. Here we go. Oh, here's a good one that some of you may need to hear. If love turns lonely, let go. There's not a lot of like love, badass affirmations in here or love life advice, but I think that's a good one. If love turns lonely, let go. It reminds me of parts of Lindsay's journal where she was talking about really wanting to reconnect with Patrick and all of those pieces of the journal that Kay read into the record yesterday. It's good advice, right? My grandma says they're going to have to rage bait me with something better like chocolate. That's good. That's good. I like it. Maybe chocolate. Maybe chocolate. Veronica, thank you for your 5. Says, Benno dry kids meds can rarely trigger a false positive on certain rapid drug strains for other substances like methadone or PCP. Maybe you're maybe you're in forensics. Thank you. Chelsea became a member. Welcome. And Mary Jo became a member. Welcome, Mary Jo. Mary Jo and Chelsea. And I got a report from Paul's Barbershop in Quincy. Adam Deitch was there. He was there for, I don't know, like an hour. I think Missy said. Talked to everybody. And they had me playing on the big screen. And Adam Deitch said, "Oh, that's Melanie Little." Who knew? That's crazy, right? Over an hour talking to everybody at the barbershop in Quincy. Adam Deitch, as you may know, is running for the Norfolk County District Attorney position that will be vacated by Michael Marcy. The election is September 1st. So if you live in Norfolk County, make sure you get out and vote. Make sure you get out and vote. Took lots of pictures. She said they had me on the big screen. Pull that over here. Yeah, they got a big screen at the barbershop. Sure, people can need to watch something. He's like, "Oh, Melanie Little," she said. That's so cool, right? Thanks, Missy. I love that. I love that report. Thanks for reporting back. Yeah, it looks like not only, so we talked about this yesterday. We haven't been able to look at the papers yet because I've been so deep in this trial, but the Matthew Farwell trial is coming up in October. He's the former Stoughton police officer that is facing federal murder charges for the murder of Sandra Birchmore and her unborn baby. Matthew Farwell was a Stoughton cop. Canton PD was first on the scene at what they deemed to be a suicide of Sandra Birchmore. She was 23 years old and pregnant. She met Matthew Farwell when she was something like 12 years old in the Police Explorers program. And he took her virginity when she was 15, and there was tons of evidence of that because they had like 38,000 or so text messages between them. Matthew Farwell was married. He was having this affair still with Sandra Birchmore by the time she was 23. And it took the feds to come in and charge Matthew Farwell with murder because what had happened was the Canton PD and the MSP quickly cleared Matthew Farwell, even though there's video of him in her lobby, like right before her death and stuff, and quickly cleared him as a suspect. Like, nothing to see here. John Fanning was the #1 guy in charge of clearing Matthew Farwell. So while the feds were investigating whatever they were investigating, it could have been the John O'Keefe murder. It could have been the DA's office. It could have been the Massachusetts State Police. Because when the feds come in, they don't tell you why they're there. They don't tell you what they're investigating, and they don't tell you when it's over. Okay? So the feds came in, arrest Matthew Farwell on these more difficult murder charges that are federal. It's harder to prove in federal court, but assuming that, the state would like follow suit, do the right thing, charge Matthew Farwell. Didn't. So it has just come out in some recent droppings, some papers, some motions in the federal proceeding that not only has the U.S. Attorney's Office, because it's not the Commonwealth, it's the it's the United States of America versus Matthew Farwell. Jessica Hyde is going to testify for the U.S. Attorney's Office, and Garino is going to testify for the U.S. Attorney's Office, which is wild to me because we recently found out that Garino has, retired, and he's been hired as a civilian analyst or something for the Norfolk DA's office. I don't know. Grant is saying that they flipped. I don't know. I haven't had a chance to listen to Grant, Smith-Ells, or anybody else yet about what's happening here. But Trooper Garino, who missed like 34,000 messages between Farwell and Sandra Birchmore. And so I don't know. Yeah, Aunt Bibi, that's exactly what I'm talking about right now. That and a couple of other people sent it to me too. So thank you for that. I don't know. I don't know what it means. I don't know if it means that people have flipped. No, Garino's not the pirouette guy. Garino is the forensics guy. He's the guy who did like all the forensic analysis of the phones. Kind of crazy. Here's what I want to do though. Let's go back to this case for a minute. And the jury instructions, the feds infiltrated the Norfolk DA's office, people think. That's what they think, right? I've got to do my own deep dive into that. So I don't really know why or what is happening, but it sure is interesting, isn't it? Even Hank Brennan announced that the feds had, closed their investigation and moved on. They've never been gone. We read the first part of this jury instruction earlier in the day, and I want to show you something else here. So we talked about burden shifting and how it's the Commonwealth who has to prove that the defendant had a substantial capacity to appreciate. This is back to Lindsay Clancy now. It's the burden is on the prosecution here to prove that Lindsay Clancy did not appreciate. I'm sorry. Let's go back to the beginning because I didn't have it on the screen last time, and we're going to start from the top. This is the jury instruction, the pattern jury instruction for Massachusetts, lack of criminal responsibility. I think it may be revised a little bit depending on the case, but there is one part at the end of this instruction that may be something that is optional. I'm not sure, but if I heard the last part of this instruction, I might have a really hard time convicting or finding not guilty by reason of insanity personally. So yeah, he was the one who said, kill me or shoot me or something under his breath when he had to read the messages. I can't read. All right. All right. But now we're back. Oh, wait.
Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant, excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel, could I see it sidebar just for a second?
Best laid plans, right? Trooper Paul's the pirouette guy. Pesky pirouette. Such a great question. Can anyone explain why the people in the Karen Reed trial have that wacky dialect? And I haven't heard anyone else with it in all these trials. Do the McKays and the Alberts and the other Haas defendants live in an enclosed commune? I mean, I remember when Brian Albert was saying yes on the stand and he would pronounce it yay, yes. Yay, yes. It was yay, yes. Do you remember that? I do. I'm still talking about it. Instead of yes, he said yay, yes. Why don't they talk at lunch instead of when they get back? Because it has to be on the court reporter has to be there to record everything. And so, the court reporter needs to eat lunch too. And so it's on the record technically, but it's a sidebar. So we don't get to hear it, but it's got to be part of the court transcript. So that is a great question. That is a great question. So whatever, they could be discussing scheduling. They could be discussing lots of things. Thank you, Team Brittany. Always looking out for the chat and people and safety first. Says, do not post personal information in the chat, locations, addresses, your work, etc. My stuff, my personal information. Just don't do it. Safety first. Very important. It's like the sound machine. Lindsay Nicole says, civil litigator and past ASA here, and amen that it's cutting off years of my life. Glad I found your channel. Oh, are you still in it? Yeah, I know. But listen, litigation is hard because, especially if you're an empath, it sucks the soul out of you after a while because you're fighting all day long. You're fighting with your adversary, with the judge, with insurance companies, with adjusters, like fight. And it's exhausting to fight so much. You're fighting for justice. I mean, it's exhausting. So do your 30 years. And then if it's not your passion anymore, you can always find a new passion, right? When it's not your passion anymore, find a new one. BB, thanks for becoming a member. And Krista says, I'm so grateful for you. My mom is listening now. Hi, Krista's mom. Thanks for being here for 11 months. We love having you. You didn't miss anything yet because court just started and then now they're having a sidebar. So there's that. The yes is a little twang. You call that a twang, synergy? Everyone hit the like button, please. It helps the algorithm. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Jason. I mean, there's 10,000 here right now. It's like wiping your feet on the mat when you walk into somebody's house. It's just like the nice thing to do. No, there's over 50% likes. So that's really, really good, but we can do better. We can do better than that. And if we can do better than that, I'll gift some memberships myself. How about that? So it says there's 5,200 likes. That's what it says on mine. Yes. Brittany loves the Boston accent. They're at sidebar right now. I think you guys need to breathe. Let's all do breathing together. Ready? Deep breath. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. And again, if this trial is too much for you, it's okay to take a break. That's why we took a half an hour lunch. It's just a sidebar. They could be talking about anything, scheduling the rest of the week. Breathe in. Breathe out.
All right, George Enter.
Thank you, Cleo. I'm going to star that for later.
Proceed, please.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including 18 jurors.
All right. Again, members of the jury, thank you for your patience with us. We're going to do at this point, we're going to return now to the Commonwealth's presentation of the evidence. And Commonwealth, call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, before calling a witness, Commonwealth would like to move to enter 3 stipulations as the next 3 exhibits. The first regarding postmortem toxicology.
Actually, before we get there, let me just give a little explanation.
Okay, I think the judge is now going to read the stipulations into the record. So for everyone who couldn't wait to hear about the stipulations, here we go. We're going to listen to them. Everybody be like Judy. Judy says she doesn't comment a lot in the chat. She listens in the background, but the first thing she does is hit the like button because it's only polite to do so. Thank you very much. She says it's a thank you to Melanie for inviting me. Thank you, Judy. Everyone be like Judy. Here we go. Stipulations.
About stipulation. So members of the jury, what you're going to hear is what's called a stipulation. All right. And what a stipulation is an agreement between the parties, agreement as to facts. Now, keep in mind that the Commonwealth has the burden of proof for every fact and in the elements in this case. All right. So, but the defendant has stipulated, and the Commonwealth has stipulated to these specific facts. All right. And the stipulation is basically may be accepted by you as facts and can be relied by you, along with other facts that you find during the course of the evidence. All right. And so with that, counsel.
Thank you. So as the next exhibit, it's a stipulation regarding postmortem toxicology testing of Cora Clancy. 184. As the next exhibit, a stipulation regarding the postmortem toxicology testing of Dawson Clancy. 185. And the third, a stipulation regarding postmortem toxicology testing, for Callan Clancy.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, at the defendant's request, I would defer to the court as far as reading them.
Do you want?
Thank you.
And this is exactly what we've been waiting for, the post-mortem toxicology results for Cora, Dawson, and Callan. The defense is very smart to stipulate to this because that way they don't need to call any witnesses to the stand to talk about it. The judge can just read it into the record. We've been looking for the toxicology for the children, and this is what they stipulated to. We're going to hear it now because the judge is going to read it into the record.
All right. All right, so members of the jury, I'm going to read you what these stipulations are. But keep in mind, you'll have these since they've been entered as exhibits. You'll have them with you back in the deliberations, during the deliberations, all right, back in the jury room. So you'll have these, but let me just read these to you so you can kind of have this as the case is going forward, all right? So exhibit 184 is a stipulation regarding the postmortem toxicology testing of Cora Clancy. In the above captioned matter, the parties agree to the following facts as it pertains to post-mortem toxicology testing conducted for Cora Clancy. Number one, in accordance with laboratory policy and procedure, laboratory staff screen, analyze, and review samples submitted for testing using batch testing processing prior to final review and interpretation by the assigned analyst. Two, all policies and procedures were followed in this case. And three, in addition to forensic scientist 2, Alicia Zimmerman, being the assigned analyst and processing samples associated with case number 23-01875, Cora Clancy, laboratory staff had the following roles in the testing process. A, Brittany Massette and Natalie Law conducted screening analysis on item 1-01, which was the heart blood of Cora Clancy. B, Hannah Knowles conducted batch review analysis of screening tests conducted by Massette and Law. C, Marissa Dreyer and Seth Utter conducted further analysis on items 1-1-01. D, Emily McCall and Jacob O'Connell conducted batch review analysis of testing by Dreyer and Utter respectively. E, Tashi Washington conducted a technical review of the entire case prior to the issuance of Alicia Zimmerman's report. And F, Jennifer Mejia documented the measurements of the specimens collected for possible postmortem toxicology testing. So that's the stipulation on Exhibit 184 regarding the testing related to Cora Clancy. Exhibit 185 is a stipulation regarding postmortem toxicology testing relating to Dawson Clancy. And so, number one, in accordance with laboratory policy and procedure, laboratory staff screen, analyze, and review samples submitted for testing using batch testing processing prior to final review and interpretation by the assigned analyst. Two, all policies and procedures were followed in this case. Three, in addition to forensic scientist 2, Alicia Zimmerman, being the assigned analyst and processing samples associated with case number 23-01874, which was Dawson Clancy, laboratory staff had the following roles in the testing process. A, Brittany Massette and Natalie Law conducted screening analysis on item 1-1-01, which was the heart blood of Dawson Clancy. B, Hannah Knowles conducted batch review analysis of screening tests conducted by Massette and Law. C, Marissa Dreyer and Seth Utter conducted further analysis on item 1-1-01. D, Emily McCall and Jacob O'Connell conducted batch review analysis of testing by Dreyer and Utter, respectively. E, Tashi Washington conducted a technical review of the entire case prior to the issuance of Alicia Zimmerman's report. And F, Jennifer Mejia documented the measurements of the specimens collected for possible post-mortem toxicology testing. And that's the exhibit regarding Dawson Clancy.
They're not stipulating to the results. They're stipulating to every single person in the chain of custody who touched these samples. So by my count, they have eliminated at least 9 witnesses. And now we're going to hear the third stipulation.
All right. And then the last stipulation at this time is Exhibit 186. And that stipulation is regarding the postmortem toxicology testing of Callan Clancy. Number one, in accordance with laboratory policy and procedures, laboratory staff screen, analyze, and review samples submitted for testing using batch testing, processing prior to final review and interpretation by the assigned analyst. Two, all policies and procedures were followed in this case. Three, in addition to forensic scientist 2, Alicia Zimmerman, being the assigned analyst and processing samples associated with case number 23-0214, which was for Callan Clancy, laboratory staff had the following roles in the testing process. A, Brittany Massette was a screening analyst for item 1-1-01, which was blood from Beth Israel Deaconess Hospital in Plymouth. B, Natalie Law and Marissa Dreyer conducted further analysis on item 1-1-01. C, Hannah Knowles and Emily McCall conducted batch review analysis of item 1-1-01. D, Seth Utter conducted analysis on item 1-1-07, which was blood from Boston Children's Hospital, and 1-1-04, which was urine from Beth Israel Deaconess Hospital, Plymouth. E, Nathaniel Almeida conducted batch review analysis on item 1-1-07. And F, Robert Anderson conducted batch review analysis on item 1-1-04. He also conducted a technical review of the entire case prior to the issuance of Alicia Zimmerman's report. And G, Jennifer Mejia documented the measurements of the specimens collected for possible post-mortem toxicology testing. So those are the stipulations at this time. keeping in mind that you'll have those with you and everything that's contained there with you back in the jury room. Okay? All right. Commonwealth?
Thank you. The Commonwealth would call Alicia Zimmerman.
My crystal ball is broken. A lot of questions in the chat. Why are they doing this? Who's going to testify? What is happening and why? We learned early this morning that Lindsay Clancy was given a colloquy about some stipulations that were made. And we were wondering what the stipulations were. Now we know that they have stipulated to the chain of custody and the procedure that was done for the post-mortem toxicology of all 3 children. Essentially, what that does is eliminate at least 10 witnesses, because in Massachusetts, every person who touched that sample or worked on that sample would need to come in and testify about what they did. And essentially, by entering into these stipulations, they are saying they did everything right according to policy and procedure. They did the batch testing. They did all that they had to do. We agree that it was done properly. And now Alicia Zimmerman is likely the only one who's going to come in and testify about what the results were. Okay? That's where we are. It has substantially shortened the trial time. And we're going to hear the results from this witness right now. And before she testifies, let me just say, she needs to ask them to spell their first name too, okay? Because Alicia could be spelled a lot of different ways. It's not just the last name. She should also ask how to spell the first name because the court reporter could get it wrong. And details are important.
All right. Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. Commonwealth.
Thank you. Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Alicia Zimmerman,
Would you mind spelling your last name for the record?
Zimmermann.
And where do you work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And where do you work at the crime lab?
I'm in the toxicology unit.
And what's your role there?
I'm a forensic scientist too.
How long have you been with the crime lab?
Since August 2014.
And in order to work in the toxicology unit, did you receive some specialized training and education?
Yes, I have a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science from the Pennsylvania State University, a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from the Virginia Commonwealth University. I also completed the toxicology's unit training program, which included wet lab work, literature review, competency exams, and written exams.
And in your role as a forensic scientist too at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab Toxicology Unit, you're familiar with the batch review testing?
Yes.
And as part of that process of working, the workflow being in batches, is it fair to say at various points, different members of the unit are assigned to different tasks within the toxicology unit? And at some point, you might be doing work on a case where you're actually asked to author a report at the end of the testing. Is that fair to say?
Yes, if you're authorized.
And are you authorized to issue reports?
Yes.
And what kind of toxicology testing are you authorized to issue reports for?
I'm authorized for postmortem investigation.
Now, as it pertains to postmortem investigation in the toxicology unit, where do samples come from?
So the samples are submitted from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner to the Evidence Control Unit in Sudbury. They then assign a unique LIMS number. It's a Laboratory Information Management System number and a corresponding barcode to the evidence. They then transport the evidence to our unit in Maynard, and then we put the evidence into our custody, sample the evidence, and assign testing to it.
And so when a sample comes to you in a postmortem situation, that's because somebody has passed away, correct?
Correct.
And there doesn't always have to be a corresponding state police crime lab investigation.
No, our cases are separate.
So your case comes to you and gets a separate lab number from the crime lab.
Correct.
And it also is tracked by a lab number or a case number from the medical examiner's office, correct?
Yes.
And so when you receive in the postmortem toxicology samples, do you sometimes receive blood?
Yes.
At at times do you also receive urine samples?
Yes.
What types of screening tests does the postmortem toxicology testing, what are the screening tests used in those instances, or those cases, I should say?
So every case that we receive gets 3 preliminary screening tests. The first one is a volatile analysis. The second one is an 8-panel of commonly abused drugs by enzyme-linked immunosorbent assay, also known as ELISA. And then the third.
Okay, chat, do not get distracted by the trolls in the chat. They are here to rage bait you. That's what they do. They do this on every case. They're here to rage bait you. Don't get distracted by that. The mods are here for a reason. They take care of it. This is very important testimony, so let's pay attention to the testimony instead of the people that are here to rage bait you, okay? All right, good, thank you.
What are the screening tests used in those instances, or those cases, I should say?
So every case that we receive gets 3 preliminary screening tests. The first one is a volatile analysis. The second one is an 8-panel of commonly abused drugs by enzyme-linked immunosorbent assay, also known as ELISA. And then the third thing we do is a general unknown screen by gas chromatography mass spectrometry, and that looks for illicit and pharmaceutical drugs.
Now, in a circumstance where the decedent or the person who died is a child, there are additional screens that can be done.
Yes.
And what's the additional screen in a child case?
If the decedent is equal to or less than, less than or equal to 11 years old, we also perform an ELISA pediatric panel, a general unknown screen for acidic and neutral drugs, and a vitreous chemistry analysis.
Now, in cases where your unit receives these samples from the medical examiner and a screening test is done, if no substance is detected in either of those 3 screens, or if in a pediatric case, that 4th screen, what happens?
No further testing is performed.
And so if you are the reporting analyst in those cases, you would simply note none detected?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention to a case that was submitted by the medical examiner in January of 2023. I think your unit might have reviewed the evidence in February of 2023. Are you familiar with the case involving 3 different postmortem toxicology testing, but all related?
They are 3 separate reports.
Right, but you're aware that the children that were the subjects were related?
Yes.
Okay. So just referring to first, what's identified as the state police lab number 23-2141 involving the decedent Callan Clancy. You recall receiving several items in the postmortem toxicology unit to test?
Yes.
And it included toxicology blood that was taken from the Beth Israel Deaconess Hospital in Plymouth, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
As well as blood that was collected from the Children's Hospital in Boston.
Yes.
And urine also collected from the Beth Israel Deaconess Hospital in Plymouth.
Yes.
And were screens done on the samples, namely the blood from BID Plymouth, the urine from BID Plymouth, and the blood from Children's Hospital?
Yes.
Were any substances detected on those 3 screens and the pediatric screen that you've just described to the jury?
No, they were not.
And as far as the next case, which would be...
Okay, so Callan's tox screen was negative for everything.
Laboratory number 23-01875, the decedent being Cora Clancy, you received some heart blood from the medical examiner's office post-mortem, correct?
Yes.
And as far as that, were those screening tests conducted in this case for Cora?
Yes.
And were there any substances detected?
No, we did not detect anything.
Cora's tox screen was negative. No, this is not what they stipulated to. They stipulated to the procedure and the chain of custody and every single person who touched every one of these samples. They did not stipulate to the results. They saved about at least 10 witnesses by doing this. So if you're confused, hopefully that clarified it for you. Okay.
And as far as laboratory number 23-01874, which is the decedent Dawson Clancy, your unit received an item 101 of heart blood from Dawson Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And that was also postmortem?
Yes.
And were those screening tests, those same 3 tests plus the pediatric test run for Dawson?
Correct.
Were any substances detected?
No, they were not.
And so where in each one of these 3 separate cases there was no detection of any substances, did you do anything further other than issue a report saying none detected?
No. I reviewed the data and then I issued the report with the none detected results.
If there had been any positive findings, additional testing would have been conducted, correct?
Yes, if we receive a positive screen, we will either perform confirmatory analysis or quantitative analysis depending on the testing.
And just as it pertains to these 3 cases, the samples received for Cal and Clancy, why did they come from a different source than the other 2?
So the medical examiner sends us the samples. If the decedent is in the hospital prior to the autopsy, they will typically send us those hospital samples as well. They prefer to have the hospital samples tested because that date and time is usually prior to the decedent's death, and we can sometimes determine what sort of drugs or poisons may have been in that decedent's body prior to their death and before drugs may have been given at the hospital.
And once these tests are conducted in the postmortem toxicology unit, the results, where are they sent to?
They are sent to the medical examiner to go with their report.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right. Attorney Red.
Okay, so all the children's toxicology screens were negative. I thank God, I guess. And they did take Callan's because remember, Callan survived for 3 days in the hospital. He never regained consciousness. He never had any brain activity. And she indicated that his sample was taken upon arrival to the hospital. And that is because they would have given him drugs potentially in the hospital. They wanted a fresh sample. And so that is the results that we've all been waiting for. We've all been wondering if they did them. And let's see if Kevin Reddington has any cross for this witness. She's wicked smart. I love women in STEM.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
No cross. No questions.
Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth College Sherry Crook.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Attorney Sprague, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Good afternoon. My name is Sherry Crook, Sherri, last name Crook.
What do you do for work?
I'm a supervisor in the crime scene response unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory in Lakeville.
And how long have you?
I mean, I just got to point out the humor in the fact that her last name is Crook and she went into law enforcement, right? Kind of funny.
Response unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory in Lakeville.
And how long have you held that position at the lab?
I've been a supervisor in that unit approximately 18 years, and I've worked at the lab for 26 years.
Can you describe for us your educational background, please?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biology from UMass Dartmouth and a Master's of Science in Criminal Justice from Westfield State College.
And if you could just describe for us the nature of your work and your duties at the lab.
So my main job is a supervisor in the crime scene response unit. As a supervisor, I am a liaison for the state when crime scenes occur and a forensic scientist is needed. So I answer calls, figure out what type of services are needed. I then get forensic scientists to respond to areas. I oversee generally the southern region, which would be Plymouth County, Cape and Islands, Norfolk, Bristol County, but I do take calls for the entire state. I oversee the forensic scientists that respond to my area. I technically review reports. I also am involved in the criminalistics unit where I test and examine physical evidence for the presence of biological fluids. This would be blood, semen, and saliva, and trace materials, hairs, fibers, gunshot residues. These cases include fatal and non-fatal beatings, stabbings, shootings, sexual assaults, and motor vehicle accidents. We do the testing in the lab, similar to the testing at crime scenes.
And what type of training have you had to be qualified to be a forensic scientist in all these different areas at the lab?
So when I first began, I've always worked in the criminalistics unit. I went through a training process where I first observed trained chemists in the analysis of evidence. I then performed this analysis under the strict supervision of my supervisor. At the completion of each area that I was testing in, I took written and oral competency exams. So there are several areas in blood, semen, saliva that we take tests on to prove our proficiency.
And have you passed all of these competency tests?
I have.
And have you passed all of your proficiency tests?
I have.
Does your casework go through any type of review process?
It does. It goes through a technical review as well as an administrative review.
And have you had any specialized training in the field of forensics?
I have.
And what type of training?
So I first had training in the lab, and then I have had external training that has included bloodstain pattern analysis training, crime scene reconstruction training, and a microscope class.
And are you affiliated with any professional organizations?
I am. I'm a member of the IABPA, which is the International Association of Bloodstain Pattern Analysts.
And you've testified in court many times in the Commonwealth, correct?
I have.
Going back to what you talked about bloodstain pattern analysis, can you describe the training you've had in that field in particular?
So it first began with taking a 40-hour course in the basics of bloodstain pattern analysis. That was used in my original training at the laboratory. It consisted of a 40-hour course where we do experimentations, look at bloodstains, and prepare reports, as well as taking an exam at the end. So that was my original course that I took. I've since taken 7 other additional courses that include another basic bloodstain class. I've taken advanced bloodstain pattern classes. I've taken fluid dynamics of bloodstains, and I've also taken bloodstain classes on fabrics.
Now, do you undergo any continuing education after all of that training on bloodstain pattern analysis?
I do.
Can you describe that?
So we continually get training every year. We have to do at least 8 hours, which could be training from readings, attending a course, attending workshops that we have through the IABPA, some sort of educational trainings.
And is bloodstain pattern analysis, that discipline, is it accredited?
It is.
How so?
It was accredited through our lab during our accreditation in 2008. It became accredited for the Mass State Police Lab.
And is it still currently accredited?
It is.
And do you have to take proficiency tests specifically in bloodstain pattern analysis?
I do.
How often?
Take a yearly test from an outside vendor agency.
And have you passed all of those tests?
I have.
And have you testified in courts in the Commonwealth about bloodstain pattern analysis?
I have.
And how many times have you done that?
I've testified as an expert more than 10 times in Plymouth County, Bristol County, Norfolk County, and Cape and Islands.
What is a bloodstain?
A bloodstain is a deposit of blood on a surface.
And what would be a bloodstain pattern?
A bloodstain pattern is stains on the surface by which we look at it and identify how it was created.
So could you describe for us what bloodstain pattern analysis is?
So bloodstain pattern analysis is the examination of bloodstains and bloodstain patterns by which that they are deposited on a surface. We can give information about how the blood was deposited as well as how the incident occurred to deposit those bloodstains.
Anybody watch Dexter? It's one of my favorite shows. He was a blood spatter analysis expert.
And are there different blood stains and bloodstain patterns? And are there terms ascribed to those that tell you what kind of patterns they are or what kind of blood stains they are?
There are.
And what are some of the features and characteristics that you look at when you're performing your analysis to determine the type of stain or pattern?
So we look at specifically the size, shape, and the distribution of those stains. with looking at that information, we can tell you the how, what, when, where, and how things were created by looking at those stains. That information, the size, shape, and distribution will answer some of those questions.
Can you tell the direction of a bloodstain pattern?
You sometimes can, yes.
And how do you go about doing that, and why is that important?
So in some stains, there is an identifying feature that we look for. It's called a tail. So when blood flies through the air and lands on a surface, it usually will land in an oval shape, an elliptical shape that may cause it to have a tail. The tail is an extension of that elliptical shape. We use that to identify the direction that the blood is traveling. So the tail will point in the direction that the blood was flying when it landed on a surface. So we can tell by that tail where that stain may have originated from.
And are there different categories of stains?
There are.
And what would those be?
We describe them as passive stains, transfer stains, and dynamic stains.
And could you define what those are?
Sure. So passive stains are stains where only the...
This is great information. I don't know if you're taking notes, but we're learning a lot about blood spatter analysis right here. There's a tail. There's a tail that points in the direction that the blood was flying. I'm fascinated. Hold on. Tell us more. Different kinds of stains.
Describe them as passive stains, transfer stains, and dynamic stains.
And could you define what those are?
Sure. So passive stains are stains where only the force of gravity is acting upon that stain. Some of the examples would be a drip stain, a flow, or a blood pool. We have transfer stains, which are stains that are created when a bloody object or body comes into contact with another surface, transferring that stain there. We have smears or wipes. And then for dynamic stains are where a outside force has been acted upon the blood, a forceful force that has projected the blood onto a surface, either by projecting it out or compression that projects the blood out. In that case, we have projected blood patterns, arterial spurts that term as dynamic stains.
And in your analysis, you use the word target.
Yes.
And what does that mean in blood stain pattern analysis?
So the target is the surface that the blood stain lands on. Could be a floor, a wall, anything that the blood stain lands on.
So for example, if I have a cut on my arm and blood drops to the floor as I'm just standing here, would that be a passive act and the target is the floor?
So yes, it'd be a passive act because just gravity is reacting with that blood, pulling it to the ground, and the floor would be the target surface that it landed on.
What is a drip stain?
So with that example, if you have a blood source, say I have a cut on my finger, I hold my finger out, gravity acts on that blood, pulling it to the floor, that would be a drip stain, a single stain hitting the floor due to gravity.
What would be a spatter stain?
So a spatter stain is a stain where some sort of force is acted on it. So if you think about my finger again, and the blood is coming out. If I apply force to my finger, if I flick it, the blood is now flying in the air and landing on a surface, say a wall. It will land in an elliptical shape, and it will be considered a spatter stain.
And are you familiar with the phrase cast-off pattern?
I am.
And what is that?
So a cast-off pattern is a collection of stains, usually elliptical or circular in shape. It's created when blood flies off of an object. So if you think of my finger again and the blood is coming out, if I take my finger and I swing it up over my head, the blood is going to release as it goes along, creating elliptical stains, circular stains, and more elliptical stains. The cast-off pattern is created in a linear form, so in a line of those stains. Of blood on.
Okay, it's 2:49 p.m. and it happened again. Remember, yesterday was at 2:52 every single day at the same time. YouTube jumps. I think yesterday was 2:52. Right now it's 2:50. She should teach. All right, well, don't buffer on me now. Don't give
then
up on us
if
now.
it's-
Hold on. Oh, come on, man.
surface. So you think of my hand. So when a bloody object comes into
For stain.
so a trains.
And what is a transfer stain?
So a transfer stain is when a bloody object comes into contact with a surface. So you think of my hand, and I put it on the top here, and blood is left behind. I lift it up. That's a transfer stain of blood.
And what is a wipe?
So if you think of my hand, it's a transfer stain, a wipe is. You think of my hand and there's a blood pool on the surface and I run my hand through that blood pool. I'm wiping that blood, causing a wipe stain. The original stain, which is a blood pool, would now be called an altered stain because there is movement through that stain when I drag my hand through it.
Is a swipe different than a wipe?
It is.
What is a swipe?
So a swipe is a transfer of blood, but say I've made that wipe stain and I lift my hand up and I have blood on the surface. I then go to a clean surface and wipe it on that. That would be considered a wipe stain. So a swipe stain, excuse me. So wipe is going through the blood. I lift it. Swipe is taking that blood and applying it to a secondary surface.
And what would be a smear?
A smear is usually a combination of swipes and wipes. If there is a blood pool on the floor and you make lateral movements for it, say you had a socked foot or a cloth that you were wiping it with, using those lateral movements going back and forth would be considered a smear.
And what is a pool?
A pool of blood is a liquid portion of blood accumulated in one area.
So if I'm, for example, standing here and again have a cut on my arm and blood is just dropping in that same area, is all the blood that gathers there considered a pool?
The stain itself is not considered a pool. We use it to identify blood from a source. So if there is a body laying down and there's an injury and it's seeping out of the injury onto a surface, that would be considered a blood pool. What you have described as a different type of staining.
What would that be?
That would be considered a drip pattern, where you're dripping just due to gravity. The blood falls. It falls into another liquid source. In blood stains, it's usually blood into blood. When that drip is hitting and they're hitting each other, it's causing an accumulation on the floor, and the stains that are formed, the accumulation of blood as well as smaller stains would form the drip pattern.
And sticking with that for a moment, if the blood is falling and the person is moving, does that create some type of trail or something along those lines?
It does. So we would identify that as single drip stains, and then if it's in a line with some movement, that would be considered a drip trail of the drip stains.
And what is a saturation stain?
So a saturation stain is similar to a blood pool, but the surface that is on is an absorbent surface. So it's a portion of liquid blood on, say, a mattress or a carpet that seeps into that absorbent material.
And what about a satellite stain?
So a satellite stain is a secondary stain. So if you think about my drip stain, as it's dripping from my finger, as it hits the ground or the surface, it can break apart. Though when it breaks apart, those little stains are called satellite stains. They come from the original parent stain.
And what about the term flow?
Flow is a term that we use when there's an accumulation of blood on a surface and there's enough that gravity can take hold of it and pull it down. So if you think of water dripping down a surface, or if there's a large accumulation of blood, it'll create like a stream going down to where gravity is.
And are there some blood stains where no determination can be made?
Yes.
And how so?
So we have some blood stains that just don't give us enough information by their size, shape, or distribution. So sometimes we can just generally call them red-brown stains. When we do our examination, depending on what we're examining and how we're examining it, say it's a blurry photo, we may just call it a red-brown stain because we cannot identify anything from the features because the photo is bad.
And how are blood stains typically documented at a crime scene?
So there's a trained forensic scientist that is at every scene that we document as far as bloodstain pattern analysis. They are trained in documenting the stains as far as a sketch. We also document them with ruler tape. We want to know how high up stains are from the floor. And we also use very small ruler tape with individual stains. That tape is used to show the size. It is then photoed by crime scene services. They'll do a far away shot so we can get the whole information in one shot. They will do a medium and then a close-up of stains so we can get the sizes of the stains. Those photos are used for documentation and reviewing when we do our exam.
And do you do your interpretation and analysis at the scene or through photographs?
So with those photographs, we do the examination back at the laboratory.
So interesting. I don't remember any blood stain analysis for the blood that was found outside John O'Keefe's body or near his body. We don't really even know where his body was found. We do know there was blood in the snow that was collected with solo cups. We don't know that that blood was ever analyzed, but wouldn't she have been a great witness so that it could have been determined whether indeed the blood pattern of where John O'Keefe's blood was in relation to his body spattered from him being hit by a car or dripped from him being carried out to the lawn or came from an external force or when he smashed his head on the rock cold ground or rock hard ground. And that would have been where he lay. But no, because we don't know where his body lay. We don't know where his body was found. We have hardly any pictures of the blood in relation to where his body was found. And she would have probably blown the case wide open. Hello? I mean, I guess she wouldn't be available for hire as an expert witness. She wouldn't testify against her Massachusetts State Police cronies, but maybe a blood spatter analyst would be good in the civil cases. I'm just saying.
Show you
back at the laboratory.
I want to show you some things on the screen.
But I think it's also, this is important testimony because it's going to show Lindsay's movements because there was a ton of blood stains, a lot of blood staining in the bedroom.
Are you familiar with this slide here?
I am.
And how are you familiar with it?
So that is a slide that pictures of drip stains that I've used during my trainings to show how the stains were formed when it hits at a different angle. So depending on how it hits on an angle is how it will form. So the bottom stains, which are more circular, will fall at a 90-degree angle, and they fall at different.
Hold on. I'm going to take the captions down for anyone who wants to screenshot this so you can refer to it in other cases. This is what she uses in training. Shows the different types of blood stain patterns and how they're made. And this is really interesting to me anyway.
Degree angle. And as you get to more of elliptical shapes, they fall at different higher angles when they hit the target surface.
With these that are shown here, labeled drip stains, these are all drip stains. It's just how they fall at different angles.
Correct.
It's like a key for blood stains or drips, blood drip stains.
Objection. All right, that may be admitted.
showing you this next slide. Are you familiar with this slide?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that?
So this is pictures of spatter stains. So this is blood that is in flight. Some force acted on the blood to cause it to fly. And you can see the elliptical shapes that it has created.
And when you say elliptical, you're talking about kind of the oval shape.
I'm talking about the oval shape, and as also how I described the tail. Some of them are evident on the bottom side of those elliptical shapes, showing the direction when they hit the target they were moving.
So where the tail, so looking at this slide here, this small middle photo at the top, where the tail seems to be at the bottom. What does that tell you about the direction of that stain?
So if I may refer to the one on the right, it's a little bit more descriptive. So the one on the right, may I stand?
Yes, please.
If you look at these stains, they are elliptical in shape, and they all have an extension, which we call the tail. So they're hitting the wall, and the tail is pointing in the direction that it is moving. So we have the elliptical shape and then the extension. So they are going from a left to right in a downward direction.
I could have this marked as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
188.
Thank you.
Then showing you this next slide. Are you familiar with this?
I am.
And what are we seeing here?
So this is an example of a projected pattern, which is one of those dynamic stains. On the left is an arterial spurt. So there was an artery cut, say it was in the arm. With the compression of that blood, it is projected out and it has landed on the wall in a curvy linear fashion.
And did you say that's on the left?
On the left, yes.
And what about on the right?
That is the blood when it hits the ground on the right.
So on the left, it's hitting the wall, and then on the right, it's dripping down to the ground.
Well, it's projecting out and hitting the ground. It's not dripping onto the ground. It's coming out of the blood source and hitting the ground.
Okay, so would it be accurate to state that for a spraying type of flow of blood, say from an artery, that's on the left is what it would look like as it hits a wall, and on the right is what it looks like hitting the floor?
Correct.
We could have this marked as the next exhibit.
Any objection? No. All right, that may be admitted.
189.
These are just exemplar pictures. These are examples. These are not the crime scene photos yet. These are her examples. She uses them, I guess, in training and stuff.
Now, were you asked to do blood stain pattern analysis on this case?
I was.
Okay. And what did you use in terms of materials to conduct that analysis?
I used photographs that were supplied from crime scene services. I utilized reports that were written by Maureen Hartnett, the chemist.
And were there stains that were labeled by letter?
They were.
Okay. Did you label them by those letters, or did you use the letters that were in the prior reports?
I used the letters that they were labeled in the prior reports.
And so to start with, did you look at what was labeled stain A on the floor of the basement at 47 Summer Street?
I did.
And showing you this page here, what are we looking at here?
So this is a page of my notes when I was doing my exam. So it has a picture of the stains themselves and then all of the identifying factors written in my handwriting when I was doing my examination.
And when you did your examination on this item, what did you determine about the blood stain?
So that is a red-brown stain on the carpet in the basement. It was deemed a saturation stain with transfer stain surrounding it.
Okay, this is the actual crime scene. The stain on the carpet in the basement. A saturation stain with a transfer stain.
You have the center stain that's darker red That is the saturation stain. And then surrounding it, there is lighter red-brown staining. That was a transfer from that saturation stain across the carpet.
And you're not able to say how that transfer happened, correct?
I am not.
But basically, looking here, this larger area in the middle of the bottom photo, that's the original saturation stain where it's soaked into the carpet.
Yes.
And then at some point, something touched this saturation stain and then touched to the side of it.
If I may.
You may, sure.
We still don't know whose blood it is.
Stain in the center, and then surrounding it is the lighter red-brown. That is the transfer as something moved across the actual saturation.
Wait a second, girl. You got to give me a minute if you're going to move away from the mic. Hold on. We don't know whose blood it is.
In the center, and then surrounding it is the lighter red-brown. That is the transfer as something moved across the actual saturation stain.
And what about the mark to the left there?
I think that's just another portion of the saturation stain.
Move to submit this as the next
All right,
exhibit.
that may be admitted.
190. Did you also look at some blood stains on the floor of the master bedroom?
I did.
And specifically referring to stain B, showing you what's been marked SJC. SJC, are those your initials?
They are.
E12. These are also from your notes, is that correct?
They are.
And is this from the master bedroom floor between the mirror and the bed?
It is.
Okay. And what did you learn from your analysis of this item?
So from my analysis in looking at the stains, there's a couple of different things going on here. So they're the round circular stains, which are on the outside, are drip stains. So that is blood coming from a bloodletting event and going to the ground just due to gravity. The stains that are overlapping are considered a drip pattern. So standing there for a period of time, the blood is dripping due to gravity into itself, causing the overlapping stains as well as the small stains that are all surrounding it. Over here on the right side, there is some movement through the some of the red-brown stains, causing them to have lateral determination, and so those would be smear stains. So they're originally drip stains that were smeared through.
And showing you E13 from your notes, is this a close-up of that same area?
It is.
And if you could just point out again for us in this lower photo what we're looking at here.
So this is just a close-up of it, showing some of the drip stains that are singular by themselves, and then the drip pattern itself. So that is blood dripping into blood. And then the top one that's not in view will have a close-up of the smear stains. So movement through those blood stains.
We should have E12 as the next exhibit and E13 as the following.
All right, that may be admitted.
It's 191 and 192.
Thanks, Scott.
And just for clarification, showing what's been previously marked as Exhibit 159, that's that same area for E12 and E13?
It is. The staining on the ground is right in front of the mirror, and the bottom portion is the bed, so between the mirror and the bed.
Now showing you what's been marked previously as Exhibit 161. Is that the mirror we were just discussing?
Yes.
And did you do an analysis on the blood stains on the mirror?
I did.
Oh, wasn't that blood not tested? That blood wasn't even tested. Mo, your friend Mo didn't test that blood.
showing you what's been marked as E14 in your report. I'm just going to zoom in here to the top photo. Now the stains have been marked there with a ruler, correct, as you described previously?
Correct, yes.
And then in the lower left, can you tell us what we're looking at here?
So this is a close-up of the stains from the top picture with the ruler attached.
And what, if anything, were you able to determine about these blood stains on the mirror?
So the bloodstains themselves were elliptical in shape, so it did give me some information. There was a larger amount of blood, so you can see on the stains that it starts to go down the mirror. That's due to gravity, so we call that flow. Because they were elliptical in shape, there are two different categories that they could go into, which would be a drip stain that just landed at an angle, or actually a spatter stain, which is a blood in flight. Because I couldn't tell the difference, but I did limit it down to either a drip stain that fell at an angle or a spatter stain that was forced onto that mirror. So I couldn't come to a definite conclusion, so I brought it down to either a drip stain or a spatter stain.
So would it be accurate to say it could either be from someone being near the mirror bleeding and blood dropping on it, or someone with blood, or an instrument or something with blood on it moving and spattering the blood on it?
Correct, either of those motions.
We could have E14 as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
Showing you what's been previously marked as exhibit 162. This is the bedroom windowsill.
Correct.
And showing you a close-up at 163. Did you examine this blood stain?
I did, identified as stain D.
And what did you determine based on your training experience about this
That's the blood on the inside of the windowsill, for those of you not looking at your screen.
blood stain?
This blood stain didn't give us too much information. It was irregular in shape, so I couldn't tell exactly what it came from, but I did classify it as a transfer stain. So something bloody, having a red-brown stain, coming into contact with a non-bloody surface, leaving that stain there. So a transfer stain on the windowsill.
Did you also examine the nightstand in that same bedroom?
I did.
Showing you what's been marked exhibit 164. Is this the area that you examined?
I examined the whole area, so a picture that shows the whole knife and then the area surrounding it.
Picture of a knife, the knife on the nightstand. I mean, I hope she's going to tie this all together and tell us what she thinks that this means, and what the theory is here. Because so far for me, this is helpful to the defense because it shows how much blood, if this is all Lindsay's blood, how substantial those cuts were. It's a lot of blood. It's like she's taking all the back roads to get to the destination, you know, instead of the highway.
Showing you another photo. Is this the entire area that you examined?
It is.
And can you tell us what, if anything, you determined from examining the bloodstains on the nightstand?
So I identified two different types of blood stains in that area. To point on the bottom portion here, as well as the top, they are circular stains. Those would be drip stains, so blood coming from a bloody area due to gravity falling onto the nightstand causing the circular stains. So those would be drip stains. I also identified the linear blood stain up at the top, which is to the right of the knife. So that is a transfer stain from the knife itself. The bloody edge of the knife came in contact with the nightstand and left that stain there. Once that stain was left there, it has since been moved, whether someone knocked into the table or actually pushed the knife over, I can't tell you, but it was originally in the position where it left that linear stain. So drip stains and then a linear red-brown stain.
And are you able to determine that that was the original position of the knife based on the fact that the line tracks the shape and size of the knife's edge?
I wouldn't say that it's an original location, but it is a location that that knife was at for a period of time for that blood to transfer onto the table.
Because you can't tell the order of when these blood stains happen, correct?
At our lab, we don't necessarily do an order in our examination. There are some things we can tell you an order to. So I know at some point that it was on the table where that linear stain is and has since moved from there. But I can't tell you if that was the original location that it landed.
And again, they did so much analysis on this, and she seems very schooled and very learned in her subject. But again, what are they trying to show? If they're trying to show that she faked her attempt to take her own life, I don't think that this helps them because there's a lot of blood. You can't tell the order. Remember this. Okay, thank you, Lisa. Maybe you're ahead in another stream. So, I mean, let's see if they're going to tie it all together. Throw some other theories in the chat if you would, because I'm kind of
We could have this photo marked as the next exhibit, please.
not really thinking this is helping them at this
admitted?
point. This volume is making me crazy.
Showing you what's been marked SGC E17 from your notes. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
So that was stain F, which is a red-brown stain in the snow below the windows of the bedroom.
Wow, I can't believe she's able to test blood pattern stains on snow. First of all, that looks very orange to me. I don't know if my coloring is off, but to me that looks orange. Like if I was to look at that, I wouldn't even think it was a blood stain. But you know, I'm not a forensic expert. But take a look, and she's going to tell us what she thinks about this blood stain in the snow outside the window. Remember, the window's like 20 feet high or 12 feet high, depending on who you're listening to. Second floor, second story window. This is a blood stain apparently in the snow beneath the window. And she can determine, let's see what she can determine from looking at this.
And what, if anything, were you able to, what are you able to tell us about this stain based on your training and experience?
There's not much information that I can tell you from that stain. It's a diluted red-brown stain. It's irregular in shape, so I just classified it as a red-brown stain.
So that's an example of what you had told us previously in your testimony, that sometimes you just don't know.
Correct. The pictures were sufficient to see areas of the stain. There's just not a lot of information in the stain itself to determine what it is.
We could have E17 marked as the next exhibit.
Sure. That may be admitted.
So you can't tell if she was hanging out the window, like deciding whether or not she was going to dive, and that dripped from her wrists or from her neck, or if it's from where she landed.
Did you also look at some stains on the floor of the master bedroom entrance?
I did.
Showing you a photograph here. Do you recognize what you see here?
I do.
And what is that?
So those are red-brown stains at the doorway to the entrance of the bedroom.
Okay, hold on, because it looks like it's in the threshold. So are they? Oh, okay, I see. Is it inside the room or outside the room? Do you think she's mad that Mo didn't test the blood on the doorknob? Do you think she's mad about that? Because that would be important to me if I'm the one doing the blood spatter analysis. I don't know. Just saying. I wonder if they have beef. I wonder if Mo and Sherry have beef. And Crook is like, listen, Hartnett, you keep screwing up my analysis because you're not doing the right thing. I don't know. I'm just saying.
And at some point in time, we'll strike that. What, if anything, can you tell us about these blood stains?
So the pictures that were taken were never taken with a ruler tape, but the pictures are good enough that it gave me information on how those stains were formed. So I was able to determine that those are drip stains on the floor.
And just zooming in on those a little bit. Again, what we have here, similar to some of the other stains we call drip stains, that's that circular spot of blood.
Yes, circular stain where gravity took a hold of some sort of blood and brought it to the floor, causing those circular stains.
And as you described earlier, is that consistent with the blood falling at a 90-degree angle?
Correct.
So straight down.
Correct.
We could have this photo marked as the next exhibit.
It may be admitted.
You know it, Lyndon. There's so much drama in the MS crime. It's like The Office in there. The drama in the MSP crime labs. They got beef. I'm sure of it. Well, I'm making it up in my head because it entertains me.
Excuse me. Did you also look at what's depicted here in Exhibit 46?
Mo didn't get the tape out. That's why, Jess.
I did.
And looking at what you've
You know,
marked
I
in
got a
your
question
notes.
about, come to your screen if you can, safely. I got a question about her boots being in the center of all of these blood stains. Did she make the wounds on herself, let's say, on her wrists, and then take off her boots? Because the boots they look like, I don't know, Uggs or Fugs or something, right in the middle of all the blood droplets or blood drips, because we learned all about stains today. Not that I retained that knowledge, but it kind of looks to me like there's blood drips all around the boots. Did she do it? She was dripping. She took the boots off. Is there any blood on the boots? I have so many questions about that, and I don't know why. Yeah, she took her shoes off before jumping. Why? Were they just there and she had different shoes on? I don't know. And there's a bra there too. Maybe that was from like a different outfit, but it's not like she tripped over the boots. So it's just weird. And they're like the way they are positioned, they're standing straight up as if somebody just took them off. The boots are on top of the blood. Yeah. Interesting.
E21. Are these 3 photos of that same area?
They are.
Okay. What can you tell us about what you observed when you looked at these blood stains?
So these stains were further up on the side of the bed from the area that was between the bed and the mirror. Similar to the stains that were between the bed and the mirror are stains up here, which are circular in nature. So there are drip stains and then an area where the drip stains fell into each other, causing another drip pattern. This is a drip pattern with singular drip stains in an area between the bed.
And showing you another photograph, does this depict that same area, but also going over towards to the right of the nightstand?
It does. So this is the area.
Hope nobody the jury just ate lunch too. That's a lot of blood over there.
On the left side of the bed, down below it is the area that was between the bed and the mirror, and the window is up over here. So you can see the singular drip stains, you can see the drip pattern where blood is dripping into blood, and then all of the smaller stains are the satellite stains that occur when the blood is hitting and causing it to fly.
Are you able to look at the stains here in the drip pattern and tell whether there was any movement or in what direction the movement was?
We can't tell what type of movement there was because they're circular stains. The only thing we can say about this is for a drip pattern to be formed, there has to be a stationary blood source. So you have to say it was your finger. You would have to stand there for a while and allow the blood to drip out into each other, causing that drip pattern. So we know, or I've deemed that there was a period of time that the blood source was in a stationary position, causing that drip pattern.
And the amount of time that it would take for that amount of blood to pool, would that be dependent on the wound and how it was bleeding at the time?
Correct.
And you can't tell that from the photograph, correct?
I cannot.
We could have this photograph marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Every day, the Commonwealth confuses me about their theory even more. I mean, do they want to say that she did these wounds? She did these wounds to herself. I guess that's what I have to say on YouTube. She did these wounds to herself, and then she stood there for a really long time, letting them just drip all over the floor because she really didn't want to take her own life. But the reverse could also be true. She stood there and waiting for herself to die, and then it didn't happen fast enough, and she knew Patrick was coming home, so she had to dive out the window. I still don't know what their theory is here, and it's frustrating because it should be easy. It should be easy, right? The Commonwealth's theory was Karen Reed struck John O'Keefe with her car and then left him to die in the cold. We still don't know what their theory is here. Either she was faking her postpartum psychosis and she didn't really have it, or she didn't really want to take her own life, and so that was faked. They're not making it clear. Am I being clear?
To show you some photos of the exterior of the house, what's been marked as Exhibit 106. What's been marked as Exhibit 105.
This is the outside shingles of the
Are
house.
these areas or photographs that you examined as part of your analysis?
They are.
Showing you what you've marked E19 from your notes. What can you tell us about the patterns we're seeing here on the shingles on the exterior of the home?
So these are photos of the red-brown stains on the shingles between the second and first floor window. A far away view up in the top left, and then closer pictures thrown up to show the red-brown stains. There were two areas, and then there was some excess of blood. You can actually see it dripping down.
I'm going to object to the concept of blood because we all know that that was never tested.
Bingo.
It actually was tested.
All right. Can I see?
Bingo. Reddington's like, I'm gonna object to this because we all know that none of that stuff on the outside of the house was ever tested. And then the witness said it was tested. So hang on a second. LawTube's most hated mod says she thought she would bleed out quickly, but it was too painful and she jumped. He, 25 years, retired NYPD. All right, hang on. It's like a bad trip. Says should be a coach.
Between these. So these are photos of the red-brown stains on the shingles between the second and first floor window. A far away view up in the top left, and then closer pictures thrown up to show the red-brown stains. There were two areas, and then there was some excess of blood. You can actually see it dripping down.
I'm going to object to the concept of blood because we all know that that was never tested.
It actually was tested.
Maybe that was the
Can
DA.
I see over here?
Maybe that was the ADA who said that. Their voices are all sounding the same. I think that was Sprague who said that, not the witness. I corrected myself. It's always good to be able to admit when you're wrong. I think I was wrong. All right, wait. The boost is on 9, and I don't think we need it right this second. I don't want to blow out your ears if you're wearing earbuds or ear monitors like I am, because that hurt.
We've
In the upper left-hand corner here, we have the upper window and the lower window, correct?
Correct.
All right, and I'm going to zoom in here on this upper right-hand photo. What are we seeing here?
So those are areas of red brown staining on the shingles between the second floor window and the first floor window.
And what, if anything, can you tell us about this red-brown staining on the shingles underneath that open window, based on your training experience?
So those two areas, which were to the left and the right below the window, were identified as transfer stains. So a bloody object coming in contact with a surface, leaving the blood stain there.
So that would have to be an actual, something with blood on it touching that shingle, those shingles.
Correct.
And showing you below.
I thought she said she did test the shingles, but it wasn't until June, after the samples had already been degraded by weather and other things. And she said she could only do a presumptive test for blood because there wasn't enough of a sample to do a confirmatory test for blood, because she didn't want to denigrate the sample any further. That's what I remember. But again, I think that their theory is she was hanging from the window and tried to shimmy down like Spider-Man because she didn't really want to take her own life. And that is what they're trying to say all these bloodstains on the outside of the house are, I think. But of course, I'm guessing because I'm just going back to her opening about Spider-Man. But it was not Sprague who opened it. It was Shannon with one end Buckingham, right? Right. Okay.
That the small photo to the right, that shingle, those shingles.
Correct.
And showing you below that, the small photo to the right, what is depicted there?
So this is an area of the transfer stain where there was an accumulation of blood that was coming off as a droplet off the bottom of the shingle.
And showing you E20 from your notes, perhaps a little bit clearer here. The top right photo is that same area of red-brown staining that you saw under in the photos underneath the open window.
It is. So the one on
Get up and
yeah.
point it out with the court permission. Sure.
So the window is up above. So to the right, looking at the window, is an area of the red-brown staining. To the left is the other area of red-brown staining. That left one had the accumulation of blood that was a droplet coming off the shingle.
And the two photos at the bottom there?
Those were a blow-up of the right-hand side red-brown stain. As you can see my arrows, they're pointing to the picture above, showing a close-up of the stains.
We could mark E19 as the next exhibit and then E20.
All right. Any objection? No. Like that may be admitted. Or they may be admitted.
And then showing you what's been marked as exhibit 105. And zooming in here on the open window and the orange ball there at the bottom, the red-brown staining right above that. Did you examine photos of that?
I did.
And showing you your notes E18. Is that a close-up of that red-brown staining on the open windowsill?
It is.
And what, if anything, can you tell us, based on your training experience, about this area?
So similar to the stain that was on the inside of the window on the windowsill, this stain on the outside didn't give me enough information to say the size or shape. So the only thing I could come to the conclusion was that it was a transfer stain. So some sort of bloody object coming in contact with a surface causing the transfer of that blood.
Somebody in the chat had a great point. Couldn't she have been leaning out the window in prayer hands, like saying a Hail Mary before and that blood could have dripped from her wrists and or her neck onto the shingles below? I mean, couldn't that be as likely? I think so. Kyle's here. Breaking news, memorandum of decision and order on Karen Reed's motion to disqualify Special Prosecutor Robert Cosgrove has been denied. That's interesting because that's the one for the weird search warrant case where you can't really get the papers. I don't know if you have the papers, if you could email them to me, but we really didn't even know that they made a motion to disqualify Cosgrove because the papers weren't available, but we heard them arguing about that during that phone hearing. So thank you very much. But now back to your regularly scheduled program. And are we surprised? Judge, yeah, a little bit, maybe. I have to read the papers before I can. Surprise! Surprise! Doolin's not being disqualified. Surprise! Thank you, Kyle. Thank you. Of course it was denied. Thank you for telling us. Usually I don't like breaking news, but sometimes we need a break from the testimony. And in this case, it was very welcome. So thank you, Kyle Sharkey. Back to business. Crook is on the stand.
And are you able to tell the direction of that blood or how it was applied or anything like that?
There's not enough information in that stain to give that conclusion.
So basically all you can tell us is that something with blood on it touched that windowsill and left blood. Something with a red-brown stain on it touched that windowsill and left a red-brown stain.
Correct.
We should have E18 marked as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
Cosgrove, not Doolin. Yeah, but Doolin was the judge deciding the motion, yeah? Because Doolin's the one they did the phone
And then
hearing.
showing you what's previously been marked as exhibit 108. The top of the first floor windowsill. Did you examine those red-brown stains?
I did not.
I said Doolin instead of Cosgrove. No, but Judge, Doolin is the one who decided the motion. Cosgrove is the special prosecutor who he did not qualify. That's what I meant. So if I was unclear, I apologize. My brain is getting a little fried today. We've been here for 6.5 hours.
I have no further questions.
All right. Mr. Reddington.
Look out, Crook. Here comes K-Red. The K-Red shred coming up.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Just a couple of questions. You are, is it correct, you're a trained scientist? Is that what you're referred to, or?
I'm classified as a forensic scientist at the supervisory level.
Okay. And Maureen Hartnett would be classified as what?
She's a forensic scientist as well. The step below me, forensic scientist.
Of course, she's a step below you. You couldn't wait to say that. I'm telling you, the MSP crime lab office beef is everything to me right now because I need a little levity during the course of this trial. I need a little levity. So, of course, Maureen Hartnett is a step below you. And you know that she's mad that Mo did not test some of that blood. She's so mad about
Forensic
it.
Scientist, classified as a forensic scientist.
Hold on.
You are, is it correct, you're a trained scientist? Is that what you're referred to, or?
I'm classified as a forensic scientist at the supervisory level.
Okay. And Maureen Hartnett would be classified as what?
She's a forensic scientist as well. The step below me, forensic scientist 2.
Okay.
I'm better than
And is she the one that does testing on objects or items or substances to see if they're a particular, for example, blood?
She does do that. She is also trained in documentation of blood stains. So generally, that's why we do a lot of our examination through photos. So a forensic scientist 2 could be at the scene, do all of the documentation, make sure the photos are taken, and then those are examined back at the laboratory by in our case in Massachusetts, it's all supervisors in the crime scene response unit that do blood stain pattern analysis. We are also all trained in the identification of those biological fluids, doing a screening test as well as a confirmatory test for blood.
Who makes more money, Crook? You make more money? Are you a tier above? Are you a tier above her?
I don't want to be referred to as grumpy, but I'm just going to ask if you can just kind of keep your answers down a little bit to like maybe a yes and a sentence after that.
Okay.
Grumpy unk.
Okay. So when you go to a crime scene, you're usually with a team. In other words, like Maureen Hatton might be there, right?
Correct.
And other state troopers might be there searching the area, right?
Correct.
And one of the things that you are doing is relying, if you will, on your associates or other people that are working that particular crime scene to do appropriate and adequate testing of substances, right?
Correct.
So for example, and again, when you're investigating on a murder case and you're dealing with substances that are deposited, for example, in that bedroom, the master bedroom, it's not appropriate, if you will, to speculate that something is blood, and that's why it's referred to as a red-brown stain, right?
Correct. We use,
But your experience is such that you have a wealth of knowledge as to the ability to draw an inference as to what it might be, right?
we're not able to look at a red-brown stain and call it blood. We call it by adjectives, so it would be deemed as a red-brown stain. We have to wait until we do a confirmatory test to say whether we call it human blood or not.
So when you say a confirmatory test, you're referring to the fact that you have a screening test you can do that initially would determine if it's possibly blood, right?
Correct.
Then it goes to the next phase, which would be a confirmatory test, which Ms. Hartnett would do, right?
Correct.
And then you go to the determination as to whether it's animal or human. It might be a primate blood, but it could be a human blood, and then you determine that it's human blood, right?
The next step after Maureen is actual DNA, so it will tell you whether it's human or not human and whose blood it actually is.
Okay. So we know that there was a transfer stain from the inside of the house, if you will, onto that ledge on the right-hand side of the window, right?
I believe it was on the left-hand side.
Okay, so as you're looking out the window, it's your understanding that the smudge, if you will, that was on that window was on the left-hand side?
I believe so.
He's going to get the picture. And then he's going to say, he should say, look at me. Don't look at the jury. Look at me. Look at me.
Looking at Exhibit 106. That shows this first floor window, right?
Correct.
And then farther up, it shows the second floor.
Oh, he's right.
Correct.
So if one was standing on the inside of the master bedroom and leaned on it with blood on their hand or red substance, it would be on the right-hand side of that ledge on the window, right?
Correct. The one on the outside was on the right-hand side. The one on the inside, I believe, was on the left-hand side.
Now, you know that that was not tested, right?
I don't know if it was tested.
Oh, come
You know
on.
what it is, right?
I called it a red-brown stain.
But the bottom line is, in your experience, looking at that bedroom with all of what you determined in the investigation to be blood, the inference that you would draw is that that's blood from somebody's hand, right?
Correct. And that is what is stated in my report. We infer that it is blood that we are examining.
So it shows in Exhibit 105, the same window with a little hornet ball or that substance that was injected, like insulation is what I think you described it. That also has red-brown substance on it, correct?
I don't know from that picture. I only looked at the stain that was on the windowsill.
Right. Did you look at all that object? 'Cause
I did not, just
would you agree that underneath that window would be the two equidistant, if you will, red-brown stains on the shingles, right?
correct.
And that would be an object or something that has blood, or you don't know if it's blood, a red-brown stain on hands or something that was a transfer onto that side of the house, right?
Correct.
other areas of the bedroom. For example, counsel showed you the door coming into the bedroom and there were 2 drop marks of the red-brown stains. You know, those were never even tested. I'm just saying, this is a murder case. It was never tested, right? But you're assuming fairly that that would be blood, right?
I don't know whether they were tested, but I deemed those that they were blood in my examination.
And blood on the doorknob itself too, so that from the inside going up, right?
The windowsill?
No, the doorknob.
I don't know of any red brown stains on the doorknob.
Okay. Now the knife, photograph of the knife, and I know you recall that, that has that linear stain that you referred to that you were able to observe, correct?
Correct.
And looking at Exhibit 162, that would show the left side that you were referring to as to the red marks or the blood, if you will, on the window, right?
Correct. That was the left side interior of the window that I examined.
I stand corrected when I say, I was talking about the other side, but it's in both. It's on the right hand and the other side.
Correct.
So that would be, again, drawing an inference, would be somewhat conceivable with a person with blood on their hands leaning on the window. This portion of the hand out here, this portion of the hand on the inside.
Oh, his demonstrations are everything. Come to your screen if you can. He's going to demonstrate leaning out the window. Love when lawyers do this in court. Get a little bit of a show. This has been a long day so far, but he's trying to say that there's clearly blood on the outside of whatever that foam thing was for the woodpeckers. And nobody even bothered to test it. But she's saying that she looked at it and she thought it was blood just by looking at it. And here we go. He's going to demonstrate what he thinks happened.
Again, drawing an inference would be somewhat conceivable with a person with blood on their hands leaning on the window. This portion of the hand out here, this portion of the hand on the inside, leaving the transfer, right?
A hand or some sort of bloody object, yes.
Right. And the knife also has the transfer that you can see. Now, is that coagulated blood,
In which area?
But with a knife. I mean, you see that linear line? It almost looks like the knife was put down with blood on it, and then it coagulated, or it got sticky, I guess, and then it was moved again. Is that?
So I wouldn't call it coagulation. So if you're referring to these areas right
linear
here,
line, yeah.
those were red-brown circular stains that were actually on top of the linear. I could not determine what they came from, so I did not give them any sort of.
I see what he's saying, though. He's saying it looks like, from a layperson looking at this, that she put the knife down once, and that's like the edge of the knife, that long vertical line, and then she picked it up again to do something more, and then put it down at a different place. That's what it looks like to me, too. I see what he's saying.
I could not determine what they came from, so I did not give them any sort of bloodstain pattern terminology. But they were on top of the linear line.
All right, and you would agree with me that one of the inferences that would possibly be drawn is that something banged into it or moved it, one or the other.
Yes, correct, to get that original linear line and then for the knife to be in a different position.
Now, the photograph in Exhibit 45 is the mirror.
Correct.
And then you were referring to the drip marks on the mirror, right? I'm having trouble here again, but.
The drip marks on the mirror. Or mirror.
So I referred to them either as drip stains or spatter stains because I was not able.
That would be consistent with some type of a violent movement, would it not? I mean, if the person's cutting their throat, for example, and then cast off onto the mirror, or leaning, I guess you said, at an angle.
So it would be either due to gravity or due to blood in flight. So a force applied, sending that blood to land on there, or drip due to gravity.
And blood in flight the inference would be that it's cast off, if you will, from the knife, going in a particular direction towards the mirror, right?
It would be a spatter stain coming off of any sort of blood source, whether it be the tip of a knife, a cut on the hand, something
Okay.
in flight.
Go ahead, Your Honor, thank you.
Redirect?
Thank you. So you were asked about the documentation and collection of samples of red brown stains at a scene, and that there is an initial test done at the scene typically to determine if it might be blood, correct?
Correct.
And what kind of test is that?
We do a screening test called the Kastle-Meyer test. So it identifies possible blood. It does not identify whether it's human or animal, though.
And when that test is positive, but you have a limited sample, you sometimes skip the confirmatory step and send it right to DNA for testing.
Correct. If it's a limited sample, so a smaller stain, like something like a spatter stain, we may not do the in-between step, which is our confirmatory test, because we don't want to use up any portion that we've collected. So we would go right to DNA for that testing if it's a smaller sample.
And then the DNA testing can tell you if that red brown stain is from a human and potentially which human it's from.
Yeah, we identify who it is from. We don't identify as human because we only do a human DNA test.
And defense counsel asked you about the red brown stains on the windowsill, the one on the exterior and the interior, and asked if it could be from someone leaning out the window, correct?
Correct.
Could it also be from someone hanging out the window, holding on to in those spots?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Wouldn't it
That's her theory. That's the theory. Thank you for finally getting to the point after 7 hours today. That it could also be from someone hanging out the window. Hanging out the window, yes. That's their theory. She hung out the window. But I say her injuries belie that fact or that theory.
Hanging out the window, someone leaning out the window, correct?
Correct.
Could it also be from someone hanging out the window, holding on to in those spots?
Correct.
Nothing further.
She just did a demonstrative too. She did like a zombie motion. Come to your screen if you can see it. If you want to see it. She did like a Michael Jackson Thriller move. Like a zombie.
And asked if it could be from someone leaning out the window, correct?
Correct.
Could it also be from someone hanging out the window, holding on to in those spots?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Wouldn't there be drops? And, if somebody was bleeding significantly from cuts on their wrist to the extent that one of the marks on the shingle you said had a drip on it, right?
So depending on the amount of blood where that contact is coming into place is what is deposited.
So if somebody was going to climb out the window and hang on the ledge and then do a Spider-Man and go down the side of the shingles, they would leave a smear going all the way down on the shingles, wouldn't they?
If they came in contact the entire way down, yes, there would be a transfer all the way down.
Thank you.
Anything further?
No.
All right, thank you, ma'am. May step down.
Thank you.
And counsel, could I just talk to you? Second, sidebar.
He just looked right at the camera. Kevin Reddington just looked right at the camera. He's like,
Sidebar.
yeah, call me grumpy, will ya? Yeah, we see you. We see you, K-Red. All right, let's move it a little forward here.
Till tomorrow. Start another witness and break it up. I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow, all right? I don't think we'd finish with this next witness anyway. So I'm going to excuse you.
Good, 'cause it's 4
Now,
p.m.
tomorrow's schedule, we are not going to be sitting in the afternoon, all right? I can tell you that. So I'm going to ask you to be here at 9 o'clock. Remember, I'm going to ask you those same questions, same instructions. Don't talk about this. Don't do any research. Don't watch anything. Don't listen to anything about this. I appreciate all the work you've done so far. I appreciate all your time. And so I'm going to ask you to follow those and continue to follow those instructions. And I'll see you tomorrow morning and we'll get right back to the case. Okay?
Half day tomorrow. Kids, half day. Nice profile pic of Lindsay. She's giving, I don't know, Audrey Hepburn meets Alice in Wonderland today. Headband, little curl to her hair.
All right. So anything we need to address at this point?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so like I said, the schedule tomorrow will start at 9 o'clock. We'll go until 1 o'clock, and then we will not sit tomorrow afternoon. So with that, everybody has a nice evening. We'll see everybody tomorrow.
Thank you.
Stands at recess.
Long day, sitting in a wheelchair for 7 hours. Long day for all of us too. Another day down. We found out what the stipulations were, and the stipulations were agreeing to the chain of custody for the children's toxicology, postmortem toxicology results, and rather than having to call in every single lab tech that touched every single one of those samples. I think when I counted while they were talking about it, it was something like 12 witnesses that won't have to testify. So hopefully that'll speed things up a little bit. If you missed it, all of the children's post-mortem toxicology screens were negative for any drugs. After court, Lindsay goes back to Tewksbury State Hospital, which, if you guys didn't know this, I looked up the lore on Tewksbury the other day. Do you know who lived there for a while? It was Annie Sullivan. Remember Annie Sullivan? Helen Keller's teacher lived at Tewksbury for a while. I know, crazy, right? Coffee and Case File said, do you think Lindsay will testify? Should she? No and no. No and no. There's nothing good that can come from her testifying. I don't think she needs to. I think her journal being read out in court is the most we need to hear from her. And I think that she will not testify and does not need to testify. This was put in here earlier, which I thought was so interesting. Cleo said that South Korea has specialized postpartum care centers known as a word that I can't pronounce. These are postnatal retreat facilities designed specifically to help new mothers recover physically, emotionally after childbirth. I love that. I love that. I'm going to come back and fall into that rabbit hole later, I think. Bridget says, thank you. And mods, thank you for being here for a year. McGeegan Lass, thank you so much. Says, thanks for shining the light on the dark experience. You're a safe place for me and so many. Thank you. Charlie Blue, I appreciate you right back. Julie Jensen says, we saw how detailed and organized Lindsay was in her daily journals. This spatter around the house tells me how chaotic and frenzied her mind was at the time this happened, not right in her mind. That's a good point. Coffee and Case Files, if she was some sort of sinister mastermind, how did she know how deep to cut to survive? Well, she's a nurse, people would argue, playing devil's advocate. Also, do you think Lindsay should testify? No and no. Was that your super chat earlier? I'm sorry, it took me a while to get to it, but. Stephanie Miller, thanks for your 10. Greetings from Maine. Love your commentary. Sometimes I imagine you and I drinking wine together and laughing at some of the Bozo comments on here. That sounds fun. I love Maine. I love Maine. York Beach. I used to go to York Beach a lot when I was a kid. Thank you for all that you do, for being here, Stephanie, and for your 10. Villanelle says the ADAs are making it difficult in this one. I'm on the replay crew because of time. You're in Australia. I can see that. Just wanted to pop in and say hi. I appreciate you too. Love having you here. Dolo says, I love Melanie. Thanks from Idaho. Idaho is here. Thank you. What do you think about Brian Koberger trying to pull his guilty plea? Interesting, right? We haven't talked about that really at all. Thank you for being here. Shirley McMack says, bats are mammals too. Interesting. You think a bat smacked into the house or something? Thank you, Shirley, for your 20. Love listening, says Kat Randall. Thank you so very much, Kat. A step what? I don't know what you're saying. Farm Girl became a new member. Tell me, friends, what we learned in the 7 hours that you have been here with me. Cammie, thank you very much. Says, thanks for covering this case via Venmo. And Betsy, XOXO. Thanks, Betsy. Love your face. Linda says, grateful for you. She says that amitriptyline, psychosis, and hallucination side effects, especially for someone bipolar, are real and not studied in combination with other drugs. Please check out this article. Thank you very much. I'll do that when I have a moment. And Terry likes my snarkiness. Thank you, Terry. Sometimes you have to laugh or you're just going to cry. Ashley, thank you. And thank you, Jojo, for being here for 17 months. Thoughts, questions, comments, concerns. Remember the numbers scrolling at the bottom of your screen. Look up serotonin syndrome, says Dancing Quinn. She was hanging out the window head first, says Mark. We learned. Who would like to do the summary? Whoever would like to do the summary of the day, you can put it in the chat because my mind is mush. Skokie and Table says, we learned that the Commonwealth learned nothing in the year following Officer John O'Keefe's death investigation. But we said earlier, maybe that's why they went back in June to test the house, because in April, that's when Turtle Boy put a microscope on them, or a magnifying glass, or whatever you want to call it. Venus Blue Cupcake, because bat DNA is moderately close to human DNA, because both humans and bats are mammals sharing a common ancestor from tens of millions of years ago. See, you guys know everything. You guys know everything. Oh, yeah, I was going to say this. Crook became law enforcement. I've always wondered about people and their last names, because we see a lot of that, right? Somebody said earlier that you had a friend, I think Doc Tracy said, I have a friend who's a doctor and his name was Dr. Hurt. I have a funny story too. Well, when I was in middle school, I had a teacher named Mrs. Doobie and a teacher named Mr. Busby in the same year. A little weird, right? And then I had a friend in college whose father was a urologist. You know what his name was? And I swear I'm not making this up. Dick Tapper. Dr. Dick Tapper. I swear he was a urologist. And I wonder, does like your name guide you towards a certain profession or something? Does it? Or is it just coincidence? PJ says, when a little behind, when she found out how much he lost, did Maureen Hartnett go check how much blood was on the lawn at 34 Fairview? No, she never went there at all. Never went there at all. Nope. All right, you're telling me all you were telling me about serotonin syndrome, and you just burst out laughing. Sometimes we have to laugh, or we're just going to cry. At least we didn't cry today. What did you learn today? What did you learn today? The judge, there was a judge, the first judge in the Brian Koberger case. His name was Judge, right? Did he become a judge because his name was Judge Dick Tapper, swear. Dentist named Dr. Harm. Oh, that was a dentist. There it is. Patty says there's a name for it. Patty, hold on. Patty says it's called nominative determinism. That's really a thing? I was kind of making a joke. Nominative determinism. That's crazy. Dr. Beaver, OBGYN. That's what it was. You said Dr. Beaver, OBGYN. Dr. Hurt was somebody else, I think. Dr. Beaver, OBGYN. Mary Lou's got her colonoscopy done by a Dr. Gross. See? It's all making sense now. Nominative determination. And look at this. Jen's sister's gyno is named Dr. Bush. Not joking. I mean, you can't make this up, right? You can't make it up. Sometimes they laugh, or we're just going to cry. All right. It seems like I have a lot of homework to do. It seems like a lot of things are in my inbox. Shiny Pikachu. Thank you for the 3 matcha lattes. I'm going to need it. And look, my gynecologist, Sky's new gynecologist name is Dr. Hyman. You can't make it up. You can't. Shiny Pikachu bought 3 matcha lattes and said, thanks for helping us navigate this difficult case and doing it with such empathy and compassion. My heart breaks for this family. And I wish Lindsay knows there's so many people watching with an open mind. I think we do. I think we have open minds. I just don't know where I'm going to go on this. But let me show you, before we leave, the final paragraph in the jury charge. And I saw Mastad in another chat cheating on me yesterday, but it's okay because I wasn't live at the time. And he said that this is optional. But I want you to see this because I think this is really important. Because if they do, if this is part of the jury instruction, I think I might have a really hard time finding her not guilty by reason of insanity. And here's why. The last paragraph of the jury charge talks about the burden, talks about how the Commonwealth has to show that she was in her right mind at the time of the commission of the crime. The burden is on the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant, both that the defendant committed the offense and that the defendant was criminally responsible at the time that they committed the offense. And if you have a reasonable doubt, you have to find the defendant not guilty. These are supplemental instructions on intoxication, which doesn't apply here. And the consequences of a not guilty by reason of insanity verdict. And it seems like this is optional. And if I believe MassDat, and I normally do, MassDat says this is up to the defense about whether they want this instruction or not. Consequences of not guilty by reason of insanity verdict. This is what the judge would instruct. Your decision must be based solely on the evidence and the law of this case without regard to the possible consequences of your verdict. You may not consider sentencing or punishment in reaching your verdict. You are, however, entitled to know what happens to a defendant if found not guilty by reason of a lack of criminal responsibility. A judge may order the defendant to be hospitalized at a mental health facility for a period of observation and examination. During that period, or within 60 days of the verdict, the district attorney or other appropriate authorities may petition the court to commit the defendant to a mental health facility or to Bridgewater State Hospital. I've been told that Bridgewater is men only, so she's not going there. Initially, for a period of 6 months. This is where they lose me. Initially, for a period of 6 months. At the end of the 6 months, and every year thereafter, the court reviews the order of commitment. If the defendant is still suffering from a mental disease or defect and is still dangerous, then the court will order the defendant to continue to be committed to the mental facility. There is no limit to the number of such renewed orders of commitments as long as the defendant continues to be mentally ill and dangerous. If these conditions do continue, the defendant may remain committed for the duration of his or her life. If at some point the court determines that the defendant is no longer mentally ill and dangerous, the defendant will be discharged. The district attorney must be notified of any hearing, and the district attorney may be heard at any such hearing. However, the final decision on whether to recommit or release the defendant is always made by the court. Okay, that's a 2015 case, Commonwealth v. Chappell. And if they're going to have testimony that postpartum psychosis is a transient condition, right? And that you can get cured after a certain period of time because you're no longer postpartum. As a juror, I'm going to be completely upfront and honest with you. I would be afraid that if I found her not guilty by reason of insanity, that she potentially could be out in 18 months. I'm just saying. And I think that if this is a jury instruction that is read to the jury, they might feel the same way. Tell me what you think. Tell me what you think. So obviously, if I was the defense attorney, I would not want this part of the instruction read. But then the flip side to that is that some people on the jury might think that if they find her not guilty by reason of insanity, she just goes home. So you tell me what you think. She's already been in. Yeah, that it's bad for the jury to hear the 6 month limit, right? That after 6 months, they get evaluated, and then every single year after. And that's what we were talking about earlier, a little bit earlier on Andrea Yates, that she's been in since 2007. And she's still there from 2007 till now, after her second trial. She would go to her parents' home if so. But I think there's a lot of jurors, you know, myself included. Thank God I'm not on the jury here, who think, I think there needs to be some sort of, obviously, punishment for taking the lives of your 3 children. Like, you should not just walk in 18 months. And so I'm very, very, very conflicted. Is she a danger because is she no longer a danger because, you know, she's paraplegic? Andrea Yates has requested to remain incarcerated. Yes. And so Music to My Soul says, yes, I think without that being read, jurors may assume that she's not in custody if they find in favor of the not guilty by reason of insanity. Amanda says she's a danger to herself. Without supervision, she might succeed a second time. She's a broken woman. Say it all around. I know. Some of you think if she's no longer ill, then she should be released. I'm having a hard time with my brain putting together both things, I think. Lori says, I think she's forever mentally ill. Yeah, well, there is going to be a theory that she's bipolar, that was undiagnosed. Maybe not with postpartum, Lori says, but with other mental health conditions like deep depression. And I think they're saying bipolar. And so it's just something to think about. The punishment is having to leave with what you've done. SMV says, according to Reddington, she's still suicidal, so I think she's still struggling, in my opinion, right? But it is dangerous. Is it dangerous to the community or a danger to yourself? Or both? It seems to say just if the defendant, if at some point the court determines the defendant is no longer mentally ill and dangerous, it doesn't say to yourself and others. And so I just don't know how a jury would feel about that. Would she stay at Tewksbury? Maybe. I don't know. Megan says, I think she's only a threat to herself. Well, I need to hear more evidence. I think I need to hear more evidence. And so I'm open to hearing more evidence. When I read that part of the jury instruction, because that's usually what you do as a lawyer, you read the jury instructions first, and then you work your way backwards and formulate your case around what the jury instructions are going to be. So it makes more sense. Doc Tracy says, I think release is fine once she's well. And so I just don't know the answer to that, but there's a lot of chatter in the chat. So think about that. Maybe we can talk about that tomorrow, because I still don't know how I feel about that. And I don't know how a jury's going to feel about that. And I just don't, I'm going to say it now. I'm foreseeing a hung jury. I just don't see how 12 people are going to be able to all agree on anything beyond a reasonable doubt. That's what I think. I just think it's going to be a hung jury. I think this is too hard of a case. And I think people are dug into one side or the other. And I just don't think there's going to be a verdict in this case. I don't know why, but that's the vibe that I'm getting. Because my brain is just, I think nobody can wrap their head around how a mother could do this to her children. Nobody can wrap their head around it. So there's a part of everyone that I think, well, most people who have, reasoning skills think she must be crazy, because who else would do that? If you're not crazy, who would do that, right? But they want to show that she planned it out, and so therefore she couldn't have been suffering a psychotic break because she planned it. She executed the plan. But if she's found straight up guilty, then she goes to prison for life, because it's a triple homicide. It's 3 charges of first-degree murder. I think it would be life without parole. And so I just don't know if they're going to be able to agree. Right? If it's a hung jury, don't you think the state would try her again? I do. I do think they would. They tried Karen Reed twice, for Christ's sake, and there was no car accident. Well, they don't have to show motive, but you say, what was the motive? 0. Well, they're trying to say that they don't have to prove motive, right? We know that. But I think the Commonwealth is going to say that the motive was she didn't have the life that she really wanted. And so her kids were a burden, and she wanted to get rid of her kids and then fake a suicide so that she could be free. I don't know. That's another great question. Do you think the jury wants to hear from Lindsay? Lady Tammy says, I can wrap my head around it, but if I were on this jury, I would definitely be hoping to hear from Lindsay. I don't know. I mean, she's damned if she testifies. Every single thing she says is going to be twisted. And then if they think she looks too normal now, she's not crazy now, so how could she have been crazy then? She makes so much sense. It's just, there's no way that she can testify. I don't think. I mean, it's always a game time decision. And I think the jury heard enough from her by reading her journal into evidence. And so I don't know. It's just something to think about. I thought that was an important part of the jury instruction. I don't know if it's mandatory. Kind of like you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. That's great minds, Megan. We both said the same thing at the exact same time. And so I'm so glad I'm not on this jury. And I think I would have disqualified myself anyway, because I would have just said I can't be fair. Because if you say you can't be fair, they just will not pick you. And I think I have 5 kids. And so let's just see. Let's wait for the defense case. Let's listen to it. Let's listen to the evidence. It's way too early to decide, I think, either way, how you feel about it. But I just want you to keep that jury instruction in mind and see if that would affect the way that you would vote if you were on the jury. So there's that. No Spider-Manning at the end of the day. That's what B. Shawless says. Outstanding fact debunked by defense. At the end of the day, no Spider-Manning down the house. All right, you guys. Tomorrow's a half day. It's a half day. 9, probably 9 to 1 or 9 to 12. And so we'll be here in the morning to do this again. And hopefully, they cut out a lot of time by preventing those 10, 11, however many witnesses there are. I think she's been deemed competent to stand trial. So the mental criteria to testify would mean competence, and she's competent because otherwise the trial wouldn't be happening. See what I'm saying? If she wasn't competent to testify, this trial would not be going on right now. Okay. All right. If you didn't hear the jury instruction, rewind it, and I'm not going to repeat it. So just rewind and you'll hear it because I'm signing off now. It's been a very long day. I love you guys so much. I love my moderators so much. You guys are so amazing. Thank you for spending so much of your time with me every single day. When the stream is over, please do the YouTube things that YouTube likes. You know what they are. Like the stream, share the stream out, comment respectfully, helps the algorithm, and then more people see this case. Keep sharing your stories because people need to hear it. If it saves just one mom, it'll all be worth it. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. Don't believe everything you read on the internet. And above all, stay safe. I love you so much. I will see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Peace.